Hello, good morning. Welcome to Teesside on a strange weathered Sunday that we've had so far for round 6 of the Owner Driver Sprint Series. Of course, we had round 5 yesterday. We are on a double header weekend, so back today for more racing action. And it's rained overnight, significantly so. There were puddles this morning, and there are still a couple of patches of standing water sitting about the track. My name, as always, is Tom Butterworth. Alongside me, as always, is David Sullivan, my commentary wife. How are you, David?
Good, very good. As you say, wet weather conditions, but the track drying very, very quickly. We'll see whether any of the junior pro karters risk the slick tyre, as they'll be the first out onto track. But I get the feeling, Tom, by the time we hit our Rotax classes for juniors, I think they'll all be on slicks. Peter Webster will start the day on pole position. It'll be the first time he's been on a random grid pole. He's alongside Joshua Sullivan. Ashton Carmichael and Elvis Hartley on the second row. Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and Ashton Horspool on row number 3. Then it's Andrew McCross and Dylan Slack. Marley Simpson and Adam Roberts in front of yesterday's final winner and reigning champion Reece Cranston. Harry Pennington in P12.
Is there one still in the pits?
Then it's going to be Josh Brown, Fen Wheat, Ted Hall, Lennon Wright and Reese Dodds, Freddie Battersby, Edward Rye, Ashton Kennedy, Joshua Milburn with Charlie Henderson and Ben Edwards. I think we're going to have a slow start to the day.
Do a rolling lap, then have to join the back.
We've got a false start flag already.
Somebody late out the pits,
I
potentially.
think we're going to join up onto the back.
I'll explain to you. They gave our deck. Down all to people.
So we exited the dummy grid early before we were ready. And so because they are... because they're all off and rolling round, we might end up even going round again.
No,
yeah?
I think we were missing one driver, which was the 30, I believe, of Joshua Milburn. He's off the second to last row on the random grid, so it shouldn't
He'll
take
be able to pick his way
too
through
long
that.
to pick that up. Now, the track, Tom, is largely dry. It's slippy, but it's largely dry now. There will be a very, very slippy round South Bank. We always know that's the final corner on the track to dry out, given the nature and the dip it goes with. The start line actually angling backwards towards South Bank angling towards the start line. That dip into hairpin 3 is always sort of the last place for things to dry up. I'm not sure anybody will have gone on the slick tyre, but if they had, it could well have been a race of two halves.
Well, I'm very privileged to be able to ask direct inside information. Is the boy on wets?
Yes.
The boy is on wets.
He's
off the front row.
Yeah, well, it was too risky, I think, to go wets, to go slicks from there. He's going to try and go all the way around the outside. It's Ashton Carmichael, I think, is it? No. Sullivan all the way around the outside. He was down into P4. He's used the grip on the outside, which is the traditional wet weather line, to go all the way round the outside. Carmichael into second. Elvis Hartley's going to go down the inside of Peter Webster, but Webster will get on the power. He's down the back straight and defending already from Ashton Horspool, who's gone down the inside of Elvis Hartley. Ted Hall just behind them. I think that's Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn in front of Andrew McCross and Dylan Slack, who's just about to be disposed by yesterday's final winner, Reece Cranston.
Yeah, good opening lap, nice and clean. It seems from the front to the back of the field, although we've got side by side over the line. Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and Elvis Hartley, they drop into single file formation as they go into the D chicane at speed for the first time.
Sullivan from Carmichael. Carmichael has a second, then back to Horspool. Ted Hall's going to go down the inside of Peter Webster at the same time that Reece Cranston puts a carbon copy in. Dylan Slack exit stage right and then re-emerges very quickly. A half spin for the 53.
Yes, indeed. So it looks like most drivers are on wet tyres. It would be probably the advisable choice, although if you were down towards the back of the field anyway, it might have been worth taking a gamble in my eyes on the slicks, because there are very, very big patches of dry tarmac now all
Ashton
around the
Horspool
circuit.
is closing up, Tom, on Ashton Carmichael for second place at a fair rate of knots. Takes nearly 6/10 of a second as Reese Cranston levers his way down the inside of Peter Webster. Peter Webster says no, but then Peter Webster doesn't really have a choice by hairpin one yet. So
Peter Webster lost 4 places in one corner. Sorry, 3 places in one corner there. As Cranston, Pennington, and Hartley all came through as well.
Horspool down the inside of.
Sorry, Whittaker Dunn, it was, Pennington.
Ashton Horspool
and Cranston
going down the inside there of Ashton Carmichael. And we'll now try to set off in pursuit of the race leader. Gap was 1.1 seconds to Carmichael last time. It's out to 1.7 with the overtake on that previous lap. I wouldn't be surprised, Tom, if the fastest lap of this race was on lap 1, through where they didn't have to take the D chicane because of how slippy it is.
Maybe.
We don't often see that in juniors, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I think it'll come right at the end of the race, to be honest. I think it's drying up. Well,
yeah, but the tyres will be cooking by then.
Which again is why I think slicks would have probably been.
Well, we saw that time that
the
juniors
gamble
and seniors
towards the
raced
end of the
together,
race,
didn't they? And Sophie Pawsey drove off into the distance and then got reeled in. Talking about getting reeled in, I think Horspool might be a little bit closer here. He is 1.6 seconds off Sullivan at the front, but takes a 10th out of the 13. Still 6 minutes on the clock. Josh Brown's race came to a premature end at the start. He is parked on the outside of hairpin number 2 at the moment.
Does look like the entire field is on on wet.
Yes. Just with how confident they are into the corners. I think potentially Lennon Wright on slicks. I don't know. Well, he normally paints the side of his tyre walls. Although, to be fair, he colours in the Dunlop.
Well, there's nothing. I didn't see any yellow.
Great little battle going on here as down the inside goes Reese Cranston on Ashton Carmichael. Let's see this gap for the lead. It was 1.6. It's down to 1.4 as now we do see the fastest lap of the race come Tom. Mid-race from Ashton Horspool.
Yes, indeed. So starting to reel Sullivan in, and now that Cranston has, that was Pennington going over the middle of the of the wiggles there on the right-hand side, which is the unusual one to take if you're side by side with somebody.
Yes, normally they end up on the left, don't they?
Yeah,
hitting that patch that normally throws up a lot of dust
and carts into the air. It's called, I'm going to start calling that Ryanair Bend.
It's not even a bend. You're just trying to find things to name now.
But anyway, he went across the middle there, which was surprising. More surprising that didn't actually seem to slow him down at all.
No.
Just kept the foot in and carried on. And,
Gaps down again at the front. Horspool.
Yeah, 1.2 seconds now. And Reese Cranston as well. He pretty much matched Ashton Horspool as well. So I think Cranston's the one to watch here.
2.7 seconds might be a big ask, but this is the thing with tyres, isn't it, Tom? It's in these wet tyres, they have a block on them that is softer than the slick, and it moves around. And if you've gone high on pressures, they will go over the limit. If you've gone low on pressures, they might not come up to the right temperature.
Also, if they're quite worn and they start to overcook, they will just chunk off.
But even the same way, if they've still got quite a lot of tread on the block moves a lot and the temperature goes up. So Ashton Horspool still reeling in the leader.
Yeah, very much so. In fact, you can visibly see it. It's down to a second now.
2 tenths quicker. Cranston was 3.5 tenths quicker.
Yeah, Cranston with the new fastest lap of the race. So now he's in clean air. Has got the bit between his teeth as Reese Cranston.
We'll need to find 2 seconds to the back of Horspool, who has a big, long look over his shoulder. Might still be looking over his shoulder by the time he gets to South Bank.
Edward Rye down in 8th place is a surprise that we haven't seen him make further progress up the field.
If there was one given where he started, which was P19, that would have gambled on the slick, it would have been Edward.
No, definitely on the wets, though.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying if we had a driver that would have gambled, given their ability based on grid position, it would have been Edward. I mean, bearing in mind, we're doing 48.8s, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
So we're only 3 seconds off. It's not.
Wait, that's a
beyond
slick, that's
the
a
realm
slick
of,
tyre
yes,
time.
it is.
What I'm saying is we've gone past the crossover now.
Fastest lap by Cranston. He was half a second quicker than the race leader and 3.5 tenths quicker than Ashton Horspool. These three are going to come together nicely. Talk about coming together, Tom. There's a contact warning for both Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and Ashton Carmichael. They are
together on
6th and 7th,
track,
respectively.
And they are, they're together on track. And Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn putting that car in the shop window, I think it's fair to say, because this will be Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn's last round for certainly some time. There's going to be, at the very least, a sabbatical, if not a retirement for Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn after today. This will be her last race meeting. So we said yesterday, a real shame to lose Scarlett off the grid. But there is, as you can see, a very handy Junior Pro car up for sale.
Edward Rye down the inside of Ashton Carmichael. He's starting to make some inroads now.
Reece Cranston 6.5 tenths quicker than Joshua Sullivan on that lap. He is reeling him in at a rate of knots.
Horspool
still has to get past Horspool, though,
Horspool
who is also reeling
Sullivan
in.
This is Fen Wheat. They're battling with Elvis Hartley, I think, over what will be P14. We're going to get 4 laps left, Tom, here.
I think Sullivan's genuinely going to struggle to hold on here with the rate that the two behind are closing in. Again, Cranston 4 tenths quicker than Horspool, 6 tenths quicker than Sullivan.
How long is this race? How long is this race?
10 minutes plus 1 lap.
Okay, so they've done 10 laps and they've still got. They're going quick, aren't they?
So Sullivan comes towards us over the start-finish line.
3 laps to go then, because they've
and
crossed 1
another
minute on the clock.
Fastest lap of the race. First one, sub 48 second lap on wet tyres. That's pretty good going from Reece Cranston. And he's now right on the tail of Horspool. No, he's not. He's down the inside of Horspool. He's now in second place. And that was a lovely clean move as well. Just saw the opportunity opening up there. Surprised Ashton Horspool down the inside and already pulling away. 47.9 on on wet tyres. Well, yes, we are very much past the crossover point onto slicks.
Yes,
now.
I would expect most of our Honda cadets, Tom, to be on the slick. If
I think if anybody's on wets now, I think that's.
I've just seen some of them after qualifying coming off, and then they're mullered. So
yeah. And Cranston is right on the tail of Sullivan now, already reeled him in. The gap was around about 3 seconds at one point.
Down the inside into hairpin 1, although Sullivan is trying to keep the door closed and will run down the inside up towards hairpin 2, and wouldn't be surprised to see Sullivan holding on to that in terms of track position. Horspool could well be the benefactor here. Sullivan will have to hug that inside white line, try and make that car as wide as possible, particularly up towards hairpin 4, but I would expect to cut back from Reece Cranston. They're going to go on to the final lap here with the potential of lap traffic in front, nose to tail, as we've seen many, many times between these two. Ashton Horspool is the joker in the pack here, though. He's not usually in race-winning trim, although he's got the opportunity. Cranston trying to go down the inside. Sullivan again holding firm at the moment as they head up and round hairpin number 2 as Sullivan goes to the defensive line, semi to the inside, looking to his right, and then we'll park it on the inside. Cranston's going to try the little switchback round the South Bank corner into the mid part and again up towards hairpin 3. Cranston's going to try and lever it down the inside on Sullivan. Sullivan's going to try and drive all the way around the outside. Who's going to have track position up towards the timing line? Sullivan, and then Horspool draws alongside. It's Sullivan from Cranston and Horspool, but it looks at... We'll see on the second place, Tom. You looked at me.
I looked at you because Ashton Horspool was 5 thousandths of a second behind Reece Cranston. But as they crossed the line, it looked to me like Horspool was in front. But the timing is the one that matters, and timing says 5 thousandths of a second between Ashton Horspool and Reece Cranston. The victory going the way of Joshua Sullivan by 0.7 of a second, 0.07 of a second. So Sullivan, Cranston, Horspool as they went 3 wide over the start-finish line. Once again, the junior pro karts not allowing us as commentators to settle into the day. Yesterday was the exact same. Heat 1 yesterday was one of the best races we've seen all season, and it was the first race of the day. Once again, junior pro kart living up to it.
I appreciate that he's Howard.
Dipping into the live chat comments. Good morning, David and Tom. Locked in again. Poolside from Alex Owen. Well, that's nice of you. We were poolside this morning here at the track.
We were poolside. Didn't have a beer in hand though. He
No.
sent me a picture yesterday.
Yes, well, lucky you. Instead, we are here, and hopefully the weather will start to improve as the day goes on. But lovely to have you with
Just
us.
getting an update. Apparently, Josh Brown was on slicks, but he didn't get out. And Adam Roberts was as well. Tom, where did he finish in that race? Trying to pick up there, P6. Maybe slicks were the way to go. Good effort there.
Did
by
he go
Adam
on slicks?
Yeah, I've just got a text from somebody on the bank letting me know that some of our juniors were on slicks, Tom. Although they did send it 15 minutes ago, it'd have been helpful if I'd have pulled that out during the. Left rear puncture was the reason for Josh Brown, Tom.
Well, yep, that'll do it.
Yeah, send them round, please. Send them round.
But yes, track clear, and we are about to go racing for Bambino Heat 1. We're just about to send them round now, so we'll bring you a grid shortly. But yeah, once again, all action in Junior Pro Kart Heat 1. They just don't like letting us settle in for the day, do they? They don't like letting us have a little warm-up with Bambinos like we used to get.
Alex Owen asking who won club in Junior Pro
Well,
Karts.
I was wondering
same,
about
Adam
that.
Roberts won the club class from Scarlett Whittaker Dunlare and Charlie Henderson in third. They're your 3 that were club class runners in their positions. Bambino, Tom, next, our only standing start class. They qualified this morning, as did Honda Cadet and Honda R200.
Yes.
So we've got a maiden pole position in R200 as well. That'll be nice to talk about in around about 20 minutes' time. But as Bambinos make their way round, it'll be our Might Ease at the front again with Comas just behind. So it's going to be Jake Wynn on pole from Oliver Mullen, Ayrton Tennant and Theo Wagner, your top 4. They're all Might Ease. And then we go to our Comas. Logan Grassi, who had a day of 2 halves yesterday, Tom, with a retirement in the first race of the day, followed by a stellar afternoon, Tom, where he went on to.
He had his go-go juice at lunchtime.
It was kart. It was a kart that didn't have his go-go juice, wasn't it? It was the rest of it was fine. He was okay. Logan Grassi from Sebastian O'Connell, Reggie Rhodes and Jace Hannon with Bobby James Maddock and Theodore Lee, your final runner. So first 3 of our Mighties are in position. I think we're just waiting for Theo Wagner, who was slightly late out of the dummy grid. He won't even stop here. He's going to roll past the outside, I think, of the Comas.
Come on. Come on.
Bring it in.
One of those where, so, you're all right. You're all right. You're all right.
Whoa.
Whoa. Yeah, whoa. Exactly like that. But no, Excellent day's racing yesterday. If you didn't manage to catch it, you can, of course, watch back on YouTube. Round 5 of the Owner Driver Sprint Series. It's all action up and down the grids yesterday. We had Logan Grassi winning this class yesterday overall. We don't give trophies for overall, but he also won the Coma C50 Bambino class. And then Oliver Mullen actually finished second on the road and won the Mighty Bambino class. So split class here with the Coma C50 with their internal combustion, more traditional style engine. And then we have the Might E's that are powered by the electric motor, electric powertrain, battery pack. And as we said yesterday, and have done for a few rounds now, that the Might E's have been quite the revelation here at Teesside.
I like them. I'll be with Mr. Stinson next weekend. Mr. Mighty himself.
So that's Super 1, isn't it, next week?
Yes, penultimate round of the championship.
Are you at Wilton?
Wilton.
Did you say? Yes, yeah, I thought you did.
Wilton, before the following month, where we're at Shennington.
Shennington, yes.
There's lots of tons, isn't there?
There is.
Bolton.
Well, I used to live in Spraton.
Yeah, but that doesn't have a kart track.
And next to it was Creton and Teton.
It doesn't have a kart track, though.
No, it doesn't.
Well, it might have done at 10 o'clock on a Friday night when the boy races were out.
It used to host Northampton Model Car Club, though.
Ooh, big time.
There you go. True
Big
story.
time.
Big time. It also used to host Folk Fest.
Folk Fest?
Yes.
Is that for folk music or where just
it was,
folk
it,
turned up?
it was a folk festival.
Oh.
Famously, Adrian Edmondson played there.
Oh.
Off of Bottom.
Off of Bottom.
And various other famous things.
Just got a bit of a delay here. Have we?
It was Bella's radio earlier.
Who have we got? The Marshall jogging towards Marshall Point 3.
Just loves his fitness, Tom.
Just hanging on for a moment. Oh, it might be. Oh, it might be Marshall admin. I think we might be having some Marshall admin.
No, we.
The fuel cap's got a leak.
Oh.
The seal's broken.
Somebody's got a fuel leak.
It's fine.
Who was it, Kat?
I think it's
Reggie Rhodes.
Reggie Rhodes might have a little bit of an issue, but I think it's
been given the all clear.
Yeah, we've had a little check of it, and I don't think it's going to hamper them, so that's all good.
Good to go, Jack. Good to go.
So that's good anyway. One, that it was spotted. 2, that it was checked. 3, that it was cleared, and we are away and racing. Good start for Jake Wynn, although better start for yesterday's winner, Oliver Mullen, who clean drives through the inside of the D chicane, around the outside of the exit of the D chicane, and takes the lead in the Mighty Bambino class from your pole sitter, Jake Wynn, who was last round's winner, round 4's winner, Jake Wynn. First time on that Mighty at round 4. And took overall victory.
Qualifying earlier, I stood and watched Bambino qualifying earlier, Tom. And as you'd expect from our, in much wetter conditions for our younger drivers, it was a session all about feeling out where they could push their limits to. Rather than just running as fast as they possibly could. The circuit was slippy in places, and what that will do is now they've gone out in this session where it's completely different, is it will take them a little bit of time to find where their previous limit was on a almost dry track now, Tom.
Well, the benefit that they've got in that respect is that they always run treaded tyres in this Bambino classes. So there's no change of tyres, nothing to worry about there. They're always running on these treaded, they are wet tyres essentially, but they run them in the dry or the wet. And so the learning curve of that respect and the grip level won't be too steep, and that's pretty much why they do it. But yes, qualifying in the very, very slick conditions that we had earlier, it wasn't wet, but it was very, very tricky. And I guarantee that in that session, all of these drivers will have learned more about kart control in that 5-minute qualifying session than they will have done with 2 hours of driving around in the dry. So heading over the line, we've got Oliver Mullen leading the way from Jake Wynn, from Ayrton Tennant. So that is the 3 Mighties are at the front, and they are still very close together as well. Behind them, we've got Logan Grassi, Reggie Rhodes, Sebastian O'Connell, Jace Hannon, Bobby James Maddock, Theodore Lee, and the front 4 in Coma C50 are all very close together as well. Reggie Rhodes, in fact, going for the lead in that class down the back straight. Was challenging through hairpin 1 and 2, but couldn't get a move done on Logan Grassi, who managed to hold on.
Maybe they need grid issues more often.
Yes,
It's not hampering him at all, is it?
And, Logan Grassi, very tight line on the entry to hairpin 3. I think he's coming under extreme pressure here from Reggie Rhodes. Pushing on. But great to see. We've got 3... front 3 in my T, all nose to tail, and we've got the front 4 in C50, all nose to tail as well, which is not really what we saw yesterday.
Mullen, Wynn and Tennant with Grassi, Rhodes and O'Connell. Jace Hannon, to be fair, Tom, not too far back off that trio of Comas, but as long as they stay in a straight line, they will almost certainly pull away with the Comas. One little horsepower engine isn't going to go as quick as a 12 horsepower train of 3 if they are close enough to benefit from each other in front.
Yes, it'd be like
I don't know how
the one in front's got 4. The 2 behind have got 4.2.
Yeah, I don't know how we measure the Mighty powertrain in terms of power output. Well, obviously, it'd be watts, wouldn't it? In terms of, but how many watts? We know that Coma's 4 horsepower.
What?
Sit.
What? I've got to get it. I've got to get it in there.
4 watt power.
But yes, while we are watching the Mighties, I'm keeping an eye out of the commentary box window on the C50s, who are actually properly nose to tail now. Grassi, Rhodes, O'Connell, and Rhodes once again going side by side. We're looking at the Mighty. You just see them back in flash through the back of the shot there in the C50s. I think we're just going to drop back onto them now. David can keep an eye on the Mighties while I bring you what's happening in the C50s. So O'Connell and Rhodes trying to put something on Grassi, who seemed to, apart from Heat 1, oh, there goes Rhodes looking down the inside again. But apart from Heat 1, where Logan Grassi had some issues, kind of had it all his own way yesterday. Well, he's certainly not having it all his own way today. Does continue to lead the way, though, does Logan Grassi, but Reggie Rhodes looking increasingly more and more impatient.
Fastest lap of the race in the Might Ease by the driver in second place, Jake Wynn, who was just over a tenth faster than Oliver Mullen. The gap was a tenth and a half as they crossed the timing line. It doesn't look like it's been a...
Reggie Rhodes just on the crossover there, just ran into the back of Logan Grassi. Just went up the back a little bit of the kart in front. It was just as they were crossing over between hairpin 1 and 2. So it's dropped Rhodes back a couple of kart lengths, but I think he'll...
He's going to try and go down the inside into hairpin 4 there. Was a little bit too far back. He's going to pick up a contact warning, Tom, for the thing earlier on, as Oliver Mullen responds to Jake Wynn's previous fastest lap by extending. I was about to say, Tom, before the Rhodes Grassi excitement at hairpin 2, that whilst Wynn had set the faster lap, it did look like Oliver Mullen, by the time they'd gone out onto the back straight, had pulled a little bit of a gap, and that would appear.
Oh, there
to
goes
have been
Rhodes.
The case.
Sorry, David. Down the inside, Reggie Rhodes. Logan Grassi just kept the foot in, kept the momentum up, and retook the position mid-corner. So Rhodes went down the inside on the entry to the corner. Rhodes got the switchback, retakes the lead.
Lovely switchback by Logan Grassi, almost expected, I think.
Yeah,
to an
it's like he saw it coming and just
Rhodes
went, right,
was
okay,
going to
no
come
problem.
down the inside because it didn't. You know, you often see drivers almost jump out of the way, don't they? But he lined it up, saw it coming.
And then he sort of blocked Reggie Rhodes from doing the same again.
Rhodes
And
is
then
up
now
onto
they
the
come
back
together
there,
again.
O'Connell's going to come round the outside, Tom.
And Grassi is now slowing down. Is he coming to a stop?
Yeah. Has he gone up onto the fuel tank? Oh, no,
No, it was the other side. Yeah,
side.
I did think that initially, but then I realised it is on the other side.
Their lines just crossed over, didn't they?
He's got drive. Has he got a bent track rod or something like that? Has the steering gone?
Don't know. They're just the lines just crossed over out of hairpin number 4. So Rhodes tried to get the switch back down the inside, and Grassi took the middle line to try and ward it off. But
Marshall's not refiring the engine. I mean, the engine was running because when he pulled into the...
Well, he was rolling, wasn't he? He was getting progressively slower, so maybe it wasn't. Maybe
when he was about to come to a stop, he gave it a little bit more, and then he pulled it off into the runoff here. So he's safe. We are covered under yellow flags through hairpin 3 and 4, and it's until they get to the start-finish line when they get the green flag. So no overtaking through the final part of the track. But that is Logan Grassi out of the race from the lead. So repeating yesterday's travails in Heat 1. Yesterday it was a mechanical failure. Today it has been the result of contact. Real shame for Logan Grassi. That was just starting to spice up as well. So we will cut back to the Mighties.
Well, I wonder if it's going to be a day like yesterday, Tom. Retirement in Heat 1 and then win everything after that.
Meanwhile, Sebastian O'Connell took full advantage of that and has gone into the lead of the C50s. Reggie Rhodes still holding P2 from Jace Hannon, who is 2.5 seconds back. But heading to the checkered flag. We are already on the final lap. And there we go. Oliver Mullen will take victory from Jake Wynn and Ayrton Tennant, who puts in a personal best lap on the final lap of the race. 1.4 seconds separating the top 3 in Mighty Bambinos. Sebastian O'Connell does cross the line first in C50s, with Reggie Rhodes in second and Jace Hannon in third. Bobby James Maddock will come over the line in P7 overall. Fourth in Bambinos, then it will be Theodore Lee. Theo Wagner will then come over the line as the final Mighty Bambino runner. And Logan Grassi was unfortunately our only retirement. Oh, hang on a minute now. Oliver Mullen and Jake Wynn going to realise what's going on with Theo Wagner? I think they do. I think that's smart driving from them.
Really good.
We've seen it so many times where...
Little round of applause for that.
They would have just lapped Theo Wagner there.
Yeah.
But because they'd already taken the checkered flag...
They held back, and we give them credit where it's due.
Absolutely.
We've had a number of occasions where that hasn't happened, and as drivers are on different sort of education levels in terms of their racing. Some of them have been racing for a while now. Some are just starting out. Everybody has the right to see the checkered flag unimpeded. So really a big shout out to Oliver Mullen there and to Jake Wynn, Tom, for that.
Can I figure out this alpha timing system? David, don't get involved. Let me see if I can work it myself. Right. What are we on next? Honda Cadet.
Yeah. But
is that the grid? Have I done it?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness me.
Hear me out. It's easier if you keep that as a home page and just right click and bring it into a new tab, and then you don't have to go back and forth all the time.
That's too IT for me, is that?
Do you not work with a computer at work?
Sometimes.
It's all right.
You have to think of my job less like working with PC, more like
route plan with an etch a sketch.
No. It's more like air traffic control, but for trucks.
Right.
That's what I do.
Land traffic control.
Pretty much, yeah. I don't really look at it like this. I look at it as, the dots on a map, and I move them around.
Chains come off.
Ah.
So engine
For-
might have
for
been running
Logan
and
Grassi.
blipping, but if the chain's off, it doesn't divert that power to the axle.
Correct. Right. Oh, that's a shame for Logan Grassi. So that was the bump. Yeah, the bump's just knocked the chain off. Real shame for Logan Grassi. You can see it there dragging along the ground.
The thing as well, though, that's not the side he took the bump.
No,
No, but it still will have
knocked it
taken it off
sideways
the-
so
yeah.
much that it's knocked it off the
Yeah.
sprocket. Yeah. Oh,
So-
real shame for Logan Grassi there. Right, so we will move on. I'm sure he will be fine for Heat 2, Heat 3, and the final for the rest of the day. He certainly was yesterday and claimed victory in that class. So, Aston Wilson goes off pole position for Honda Cadet with Oscar Wills alongside. Then it's Josh Finley and Kyle Kerr. Zach Gieber and Jack Thompson, Thomas Chalk and Abel Hutton, Sam Vout and Oscar Somerset. Jacob Jones, yesterday's race winner, down in P11 with Calais Tennant and Frankie Turnbull, Alex Teamer, Oliver Reed, Harry Scrafton, Sophia Hankinson, and Tyler Gruffety. The only Micromax will go off the back of the grid.
Just a quick public service announcement. If you own a Range Rover but are not in possession of the key for that Range Rover, I have it in the commentary box. So if at any point you want to go home and can't, it's in here. We'll keep it nice and safe. If not, or the other option is you donate me your Range Rover.
Well, I was just going to say, I'll take it if nobody wants it.
And I'll take your Range Rover. So two options. I think you probably prefer the first one.
Here we go then for Honda Cadet Heat 1. We are away and racing at the first time of asking. Aston Wilson leads us away from the inside line and will hold it around the inside of the National Loop and heading towards the Wiggles for the first time. Kyle Kerr drops into second place. I think that might be Jack Thompson up into third. It is. As they make their way round. Kyle Kerr challenging for the lead down the back straight for the first time.
Kyle Kerr from Scotland, which means by law he has to be able to drive in the rain, Tom.
Very true.
As you well know.
As I very well know.
And to be fair, as is Jack Thompson.
Who also knows how to drive in the rain. Oh! And on the grass, it seems.
Yeah, he's out wide. He was trying to draw alongside Aston Wilson. There wasn't any contact between them. It's just Wilson just hooked out.
Well, he needed a little bit more room.
Went out, yeah, and Thompson went onto the grass.
He wasn't pushed there by contact, but he was pushed there by
avoiding
by
any
magnetic force.
Yes, by avoiding any form of side pod to side pod.
Correct.
So Thompson is going to drop down the order. Kerr leads then from Aston Wilson, Oscar Somerset.
And then Jack Thompson has decided to take back places at hairpin 1 and hairpin 2 by being fully sideways on entry.
Good qualifying, Tom, by Josh Finley in the number 8, who was here for the first time yesterday, but in the wet went well and qualified in P3. So it's Kerr, Wilson, Finley, Somerset, and Zeba.
Well, Somerset's had a great opening few laps, hasn't he? Off P10, he's up into 4th place, 3rd place now. Actually,
I'm going to probably say second, maybe by hairpin 1. He is swarming all over the back of Aston Wilson as they come through the chicanes. And scriptwriter Sullivan is right on cue.
Well, Oscar Somerset, who finished P3 yesterday, but was fighting for victory in the final. So we know he's got the pace here to go well, particularly in the dry. That we now have. I believe everybody's on slicks, it seems. I don't think anybody will be risking wets now in this condition. There is still a puddle on the exit of the dog leg over the start-finish line, but I don't think that'll be there for long, particularly with the sun now coming out. The track's still going to be nowhere near as quick as it was yesterday, where we saw lap records being broken in the first heat. Never mind the first race of the day. It was the first race of the day, and we saw brand new lap records, and they continued to tumble throughout the day. So, I don't think we're going to quite see those that kind of pace today. But maybe towards the end of the day, the track will rubber in enough again. Of course, with it being wet this morning, they'll have taken all that rubber off the surface as they've been running over it. Jack Thompson with a new fastest lap last time around, starting to close in again. He's back up to P5 now, overtaken Abel Hutton and Jacob Jones.
Warning for the 22 coming in top. Oliver Reed.
Oscar Somerset, new fastest lap of the race.
Closing in on Kyle Kerr hugely, but also dragging Aston Wilson along with him, Tom, which is...
I thought he was going to send it into hairpin 2.
Mm.
Went deep.
I'm
V'd the corner instead and tried to get better drive down
I'm pleased
the
he
back straight.
didn't. He was too far back, and with 4 minutes on the clock and the pace that he's had so far, he's got more than enough time to do it
into hairpin 3.
In a place that will have a much better outcome, and that certainly happened into hairpin number 3 there.
Jack Thompson in the background as well. He's just taken P4, so Jack Thompson's got the bit between his teeth today.
Finds his way past Zach Ziebert.
So we've got Somerset, Kerr, Wilson setting a new fastest lap of the race that time around as well, with a double slipstream from the 2 in front. Jack Thompson, Siebert, then it's Jones in P6, which is a little bit of a distant P6 at the moment. Abel Hutton 7th, Sam Val 8th, Thomas Chalk 9th, and Alex Hatima 10th. Had a technical DQ for Jacob Jones yesterday, but it didn't hurt him too much because he came through to win the final. Kyle Kerr was the bridesmaid in yesterday's final and is currently the bridesmaid in Heat 1 as well.
Yes. Shouldn't have been, though, Tom. Shouldn't have been the bridesmaid. Take nothing away from Jacob Jones. He saw the opportunity and took it. But Kyle Kerr, if he'd have taken the normal racing line and just headed facing forwards, would have probably won that final, but was defensive and had his head turned one way, and Jacob Jones just went down the other side of him.
That was it, yeah.
It was tried in Junior Pro Kart and didn't quite work out, and worked in Cadet, though, 20 minutes later for Jacob Jones, who'd come through the order to get to the front. Sometimes you get the rub of the green, sometimes you make your own luck, and it was a bit of both there for Jacob Jones. He saw the opportunity that was unfolding in front of him and took it with both hands.
Certainly did. Jack Thompson now, I said. He got the bit between his teeth. Now he's up into P4 and past Zach Ziebert. New fastest lap of the race. He's going to start to reel in this front 3.
Needs another lap of 3/10, doesn't he there, Tom, to be right up on the back.
I think he's just taken 3/10 through hairpin 1. He's absolutely flying as Jack Thompson.
They've got that cart on rails, haven't they, at the moment?
You can visibly see him closing the gap down the back straight and into South Bank corner. Oscar Somerset's going to start going defensive in the next few corners as well. That's going to help Jack Thompson close the gap even further still. I think he's going to be right on the tail of this front 3 as we head into hairpin 1. He's got triple slipstream coming his way now, and it's a headwind down this part of the track as well.
Another near 4/10 faster, Tom, there by Thompson as he improves his own fastest lap of the race. A personal best from Kyle Kerr in the slipstream of Oscar Somerset.
Yeah, and he is right there now, isn't he, Thompson? He's not quite within striking distance, but he is definitely on this front 3, and it's now a front 4. Zach Ziebert just been gapped slightly. He was around about half a second slower than Jack Thompson last time around. So fan out into hairpin 3, all trying to pick a line. Jack Thompson decides, I'm going to have that one down the inside of Aston Wilson. Is he going to have enough to clear him and get in front? He isn't. Wilson's going to hold the high ground down the inside. They go side by side into the D chicane. They are still side by side, and Jack Thompson has to give.
But, and I'm going to say this now, the reason they went side by side and they've lost 20 to 25 kart lengths. Thompson's through now, but if they hadn't have gone through side by side, they'd have stayed on the back of the other 2. And I think they've both cost themselves both an opportunity of a win there.
Potentially, yes, but we shall see. We've still got One more lap to go when they cross the line this time. We've got a contact warning gone out for Jack Thompson, actually.
Whether Somerset backs himself and Kerr into Thompson and Wilson again, I'm not too sure. Zach Zieber is under pressure now from Jacob Jones up and over the timing line. Given Jones's pace yesterday, Tom, from a similar place in the final, I am surprised that his ascension through the field hasn't been a little bit more swift.
Yes, I think, he's still well inside the top 10. He's knocking on the door of 5th place.
But he won from beyond 11th yesterday, Tom, in the final.
He did, but it's tricky conditions out there. You got to let him build up to it today. I'm sure he will be fine for the rest of the day. As he goes down the inside of Zach Zieber, they come into contact through hairpin 3, actually. Jones and Zieber. Zieber fights back, and Jones is going to go side by side around the outside of hairpin 4, but across the line comes Oscar Somerset to take victory from Kyle Kerr, Jack Thompson, Aston Wilson. Jacob Jones gets it over the line for P5. Zach Zieber, P6. Then it's Abel Hutton, Sam Vout, Tyler Grufferty with a personal best lap on the final lap of the race, which was actually quicker than anybody else out there on that last lap. Alex Atima crosses the line in P10, and he got our driver of the event yesterday,
Yes,
driver of the day,
Yes,
Alex
he did.
Atima. We thought he had a great breakout day yesterday, running towards the front and just missed out on a trophy. So we thought he was deserving of one.
He was really had a strong weekend, strong day yesterday. Did Alex Atima running inside the top 5 all day. I've just seen on the bank, Tom, the worst superhero of all time is here in person.
No, where?
He was up watching Honda Cadet. He's walked back down there now, but
there he is.
The
Robbery
worst
man.
superhero, Robbery man. For those of you that may be tuning in for the first time, we're talking about Rob Berryman, but his YouTube handle is a single word and can be spelt as Rob Berryman or also Robbery Man.
Robbery man, robbery man.
Yesterday it was he'll save you, but he'll steal your wallet.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, that's basically what it is, isn't it? He'll save you, but you'll also lose stuff.
Yeah, all your jewellery. Jules Nichols just in the live chat saying good luck to Tom. 74, so Tom Nichols on the anniversary of losing his granddad, so reason to choose to race the number 74. And he is out next, Tom, in Honda R200. That's your next race, and it's a maiden pole position for the 26 of Max Platz. He'll start on the front row alongside the championship leader, Tom Nichols, George Wilson and Jensen Simpson on the second row. The second championship protagonist, JJ Allen, will go off row number 3, in P5.
I'm trying to think of what the words to the Robbery Man theme tune that I made up were. Still nobody come in for that Range Rover key, have they?
No.
It's coming home with me, I reckon. If you are here, we're just going to put it out there again. If you are here at the track and you drive a Range Rover, please come and see us because we've got your key. If you don't come and see us, it will be coming home with me. That's a rhyme. So heading to the line now. Max Platz, as we said, taking pole position for the first time. He's going to cross the line side by side with Tom Nichols, who actually gets a good start, power down. Max Platz tried to hold the inside, but Nichols was able to just drive all the way around the outside as our start line marshal has lost his cap, and that's blowing down the track. Manages to recover it well before he replaces the barrier. Tom Nichols leads the way now from Max Platz. With, it was Jensen Simpson in third, but now Jensen Simpson has been deposed through hairpin 2 down to 5th place as George Wilson and JJ Allen moved through. Tom Nichols already looking feisty and is moving away at the front of this one.
What's he looking?
Feisty.
So, slicks for everybody, as expected, Tom.
Tom Nichols has had his go-go juice this morning. Whatever it was he had for breakfast, let me know.
Out of the gate like a racehorse.
I could do with some of that.
Is your litre of Tim Hortons coffee not sufficient?
My bucket of coffee?
Yeah.
That's go-go juice for me. Could do with a bit more, though.
JJ Allen still in that 4th place, trying to find a way past George Wilson there, nose to tail round South Bank.
There goes JJ Allen down the inside now of George Wilson.
Oh, levers him wide.
Introduces him to the rumble strip. And, George Wilson not happy. JJ Allen with a apologetic hand up, I think it was fair to say. Oh, sorry about that, mate. That's how he speaks. Probably not.
I thought Bungle was alongside me in the
my
commentary
JJ Allen
box.
impression. JJ Allen with his arm up and an apology. George Wilson with the arm up of a what doing, kind of, as he headed out onto the rumble strip and back onto track. But they continue onwards. Jensen Simpson likewise in 5th place. You can see just in the back of the shot there. He's having a better day than yesterday so far. Able to hold on to 3rd and 4th place. Fair to say he was distant yesterday, and I said we would do a bit of a Jensen Simpson watch along. I think a focus on. I think we'll do that in Heat 2.
Yeah, I think so.
And
Cool.
we'll check out his lap times from yesterday and Heat 1 today, and then we'll see how he is doing by comparison. And we'll do a bit of a focus on, because with there only being 5 karts in class, and is usually focusing on either the battle for 1st and 2nd or 3rd and 4th, as we see now. George Wilson has got the red mist descended, and he's decided I'm going to have JJ Allen back. He's starting to close back in. Jensen Simpson often doesn't get much camera time, so I think it's fair that we follow him in the next heat.
Wilson staying with JJ Allen here.
This is what I said. He's got the red mist now.
Yeah, I didn't know whether
what he's going to do is he's going to come past, and then he's going to put his arm up in apology.
didn't know whether now Allen was in front, whether he'd be closing in on Max Platz, but Max Platz is continuing to put a 10th or 2 lap on lap on JJ Allen. They were fairly equal on the previous, but out at the front, Tom Nichols is
imperious.
Yeah, turning the screw here, Tom. Just keep
I like
pushing
that.
away.
Yes, he is turning the screw very much.
And at the very least, he's saying, look, if you want to beat me today, this is the level you're going to have to beat.
Do you know the story of Noel Gallagher when I think it was his daughter said to him, I want to play guitar, I want to be in a band.
Mm.
And Noel Gallagher said he played Wonderwall or something like that for her as just himself. And he went, if you want to be in a band, that's the level that you need to be at. I think Tom Nichols is kind of doing that at the minute. Like,
Yeah.
if you want to beat me, this is where you've got to be.
Then you need to have plugged in a fastest lap of the race for the last 5.
Yes.
I think he's just going faster and faster and faster.
And meanwhile, George Wilson is still right on the back of JJ Allen. And I feel there's going to be a little bit of retribution here coming into hairpin 4 next time around. He's getting closer and closer. If he can't get it done at hairpin 1, I think he will sit in tow and he will lever his way down the inside at hairpin 4 and then put an arm up and go, oh, sorry about that, mate. Is that maybe just
fair,
what
I don't think he will.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, I don't think I think Alan is sufficiently late enough on the brakes to stop that happening. If anything, it's going to be a switchback out of hairpin 2 down into South Bank, if anything else. So I think Alan is very confident on the brakes. You can see they're opening up a few kart lengths on the entry into that corner. That then means that they're not quite close enough on the exit.
Yeah, he is quite a bit later on the brakes into 3, isn't he?
Yeah.
But, Wilson uses the slipstream for the rest of the lap and closes back in, particularly down this front straight in over start finish. It is quite breezy here still, and it's a headwind down that part of the track. So coming out of hairpin 4 and all the way into the national loop, that's all headwind. So we'll be helping George Wilson significantly with a couple of extra miles per hour.
Two minutes remaining then, as Alan has really opened up a little bit of a gap now to George Wilson. Wilson stayed with him for 3 or 4 laps, but has fallen away a few kart lengths now as they go up and over the timing line once again. There's Max Platz coming through the static camera shot on the outside of the national loop.
Yeah, it looks like this one might be done, barring the exception of a mistake from JJ Allen. Now it looks like he's just putting a quarter of a kart length into George Wilson every corner. Starting to get away now a little bit. We're looking at Max Platz, who was your pole sitter, but has had nothing in the way of challenge to Tom Nichols' pace. Nichols, who took the lead at turn 1 on lap 1, and then has just driven away with fastest lap after fastest lap. And he even then, just over the line, he was only half a tenth off his previous best. So he is definitely flying along today, is Tom Nichols.
There's Max Platz. Nichols will easily get round Tom before the time elapses down to 0. He's still got 20 seconds or so on the clock.
I'm going to tell you the Buzz Lightyear story now that I've been meaning to tell you for 2
yes,
days.
Quickly.
Right,
You've got a minute.
I walked out of the hotel yesterday morning, and there were 3 mushrooms on the floor as I was walking to the car park.
Like
random button mushrooms.
Button mushrooms.
Just big white mushrooms on the floor. And I thought, well, that's a bit weird. And then I got in the car, and as I was driving out of the car park, walking down the street right next to the hotel, was a lady in what can only be described as a skin-tight Buzz Lightyear cosplay outfit. And she was not the slimmest of people, so it's quite the sight.
Right.
Followed alongside her was a man dressed in a big green dinosaur outfit. And I was driving out of the car, and I thought, crikey, them mushrooms were strong. I only walked past them, and I'm already hallucinating. It was nuts. This was at 8:10 in the morning.
Well,
Buzz Lightyear and Rex walking down the street.
Might have been. I'm guessing
it was one of those where you like rub your eyes and do a double take.
Well, I'm guessing they were off to a convention rather than got up for work in the morning.
I don't know. It may well have been a walk of shame. It was Saturday morning at 8:10.
It could well have been.
It was either walk of shame or there's a Comic-Con on in Middlesbrough.
Yeah, I think the second is the most likely of the two. Out of hairpin 4 will come Tom Nichols to take a commanding Heat 1 victory here at Teesside. Nichols wins. The gap will be nearly 4 seconds, 3.6 back to Max Platz as George Wilson closed in on the back of JJ Allen again, Tom, in the final couple of laps. But it's Nichols, Platz, Allen, Wilson and Simpson. I think that's probably the closest we've seen Simpson to the front of a race here at Teesside. And to say that Nichols' his pace was superb in that. That's a big shout out to Jensen Simpson as well.
Agreed. And I think we will be rightly doing a focus on Jensen Simpson when Heat 2 rolls around. So, coming up next, we will have... Here we go. Link in new tab. Junior Rotax. Going off a random grid for Heat 1. Jacob Carnes will lead the way from pole position, followed by Logan Pebbody and Jake Gruffity. Henry Armitage will go P4 with Ted Hall alongside. Alex Lynn in P6 with Cameron McNeil in 7th. Max Hall will go from P8 with Ronnie Harrah in 9th. Joey Swan in 10th. Mark Laredo Gomez 11th. Aidan Donnelly 12th. Adam Causa will go from P13. And then we have our 3 senior runners of Holly Swan, Paul Swan, and Oliver O'Donovan, who I am assured by the fact that he told me he was doing it, that Oliver O'Donovan is going fresh tyres today. So we'll see what benefit that has out on the track. I'm also told he hasn't scrubbed them in yet, so he's going to be scrubbing them on the outlap.
Well, yeah,
so they are proper box fresh tyres.
Well, there wasn't a lot of scrubbing going on earlier, Tom. It was wet. I mean, you can scrub them in the wet, and it does take the shine off them, but he's got a lot of work to do in the
yeah, and he
rolling
is working
round
hard, to be fair, to get them.
You've just got to take that shiny, oily film off the top, haven't you? I mean, even the Pro Kart tyres, when they are straight out the box, you can go out easily and not turn the wheel for about 40 or 50 metres and just slide, because they offer no grip until you've got that shiny film off. And it's the same with these tyres. They're the grippiest things in the world when they're giving you the grip, but certainly straight out of the box, they are.
Oliver O'Donovan is
still
weaving
got that moulding
hard.
oil on them.
Still weaving hard as he heads through hairpin 4 in the senior. We are powering down quite early, but we are away and racing for Junior Rotax.
Briefly, Logan Pebbody led round the outside, but Jacob Carnes is down the inside. That's allowed Gruffity and Hall through as well. Oh, that's Henry Armitage gaining some air. So he went through the left-hand side of the Wiggles, but all of our juniors so far facing in the right direction. Seniors are underway with Holly Swan leading from Oliver O'Donovan and Paul Swan as they run up towards the first hairpin for the first time.
They do indeed. That's Alex Lynn going down the inside there of, I think that might have been, I'm trying to see who it was. Logan Pebbody, maybe. I think. Yes, it was. It was Max Hall and Alex Lynn, both overtaking Logan Pebbody, but that move is done. So it is Jacob Carnes from Jake Gruffity, from Ted Hall, Alex Lynn, Max Hall, Logan Pebbody, Ronnie Harrah, Henry Armitage, Joey Swan, and Cameron McNeil, the top 10.
Gruffity tried a half move down the inside of Jacob Carnes into hairpin number 1. It didn't quite work out for him, and Carnes has managed to use that to extend a few kart lengths. That'll get reeled into the braking zone, and the expected top 4 from yesterday, Tom, have returned this morning and already are 1, 2, 3, 4 as they cross the timing line. They did all start towards the front of the field inside the top 6, but
even on a random grid, they are still 1, 2, 3, 4. Max Hall there in 5th, but is being dropped slightly now by Alex Lynn. We start to be a full train of 4 now, nose to tail, as they head down the back straight. Yesterday's race winner, or final winner, Jake Gruffity, currently holding P2. Jacob Carnes, who was off the podium yesterday, but is leading the way currently. There's Alex Lynn now down the inside of Ted Hall. Forceful move, but got it done. No contact between them, but it was a late dive. Got it done, though. Ted Hall being pretty compliant in the early days here.
I don't think that'll be a bad thing, actually, for this, because I think it may well open up some further opportunities.
Alex Lynn looking
get
very
the feeling
racy.
now here. Gruffity's got to go, hasn't he? I think he's got the pace, but if he doesn't, saying overtake or be overtaken.
Yeah, indeed. He's the meat in the sandwich at the moment. As Ted Hall just gets into the back of Alex Lynn there as all the carts concertinaed up. Oliver O'Donovan with now leading senior Rotax, and he puts in a new fastest lap of the race, and he was a couple of tenths quicker than Holly Swan as well. So O'Donovan starting to stretch the legs in the front of seniors with those brand new box fresh tyres on that kart.
There goes Gruffity, trying to move down the inside of Carnes. Carnes sees it coming and just drives all the way around the outside of him. And as I say, I didn't think it'd be bad. I think the opportunities were going to open up there.
I could read your mind. I knew what you meant. You meant for Jake Gruffity, if he doesn't make the move and make it stick, Alex Lynn's coming through, and that's exactly what happened.
Lynn, who had to come through the field yesterday in the final to get on the podium, but for me was arguably the fastest driver out there yesterday. If he can go through today trouble-free without picking up the odd front fairing penalty, which drops you behind your nearest rivals in points, and he's going to go down the inside into hairpin 2 this time and shows Gruffity how it should be done.
And that's going to drop Carnes all the way down to 4th place. And speaking of showing how it's done, Gruffity then tried to find a way through down the inside. That was a risky one. We've seen big accidents there if that one doesn't, or neither driver is compliant with each other there. But they were. They gave each other a little bit of racing room in the end.
Thought it was
and
really
everybody
smart.
made it through.
Thought it was smart by Lynn to sort of see that there was a nose there and think, actually, we're already quite a far way around this corner. If I can just ease out of the steering lock, I can hold on all the way around the outside here.
And he did it just enough so
Yeah.
that he didn't end up going wide, because we see that a lot where the cart on the outside then opens the steering too much and they end up going wide and just leaving the door wide open. No, he did that really well, did Alex Lynn, to hold on to the lead. Ted Hall now looking very racy in P3. Starting to come on. And Max Hall is closing in on the front 4 as well now. They've been duking it out. We could end up with a group of 5.
Logan Peabody comfortable in P6 at the moment in front of Henry Armitage, Ronnie Harrer, Joey Swan and Adam Causer. Seniors starting to come through the junior tail end of the field now. With Oliver O'Donovan putting them new tyres to good use, currently leading from Holly Swan and Paul Swan in seniors.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, he's consistently at least 3 to 5 tenths faster as Oliver O'Donovan at the moment. He is flying away at the front of senior. Rotax just got held up slightly as he started to make his way through the field of juniors. Yeah, he was 7 tenths off his previous best lap there. So Oliver O'Donovan just started to make his way through now. And Holly Swan will do the same. Alex Lynn and Jake Gruffity putting in personal best laps of the race that time around. And I think that was Ted Hall currently actually who holds the fastest lap of the race in juniors at the moment.
Gap at the front is going out now, Tom, well beyond half a second for Alex Lynn, who on the last lap, quarter of a second faster than
that was
Jake Gruffity.
A new fastest lap in juniors for Alex Lynn.
Oh, there goes Ted Hall from a couple of kart lengths back. Gruffity's going to get the switch back, I think, on Ted Hall. And if Jacob Carnes is close enough, they've done really well to get across there. Carnes was another foot further forwards, and he's down the inside of Hall as well.
And Hall very much knows he's there because Carnes has just been tapping away on the rear bumper of Ted Hall.
Really good move from Hall. I think if you just managed to get back across to the inside a fraction earlier to stop that return by Gruffity. The issue they've got now is he's played his card.
And it's allowed Alex Lynn to get away, who also puts in another new fastest lap of the race in juniors.
You see there, Gruffity just parking the cart a little bit more, Tom, to stop that run. They know now at this phase in the race with 2.5 minutes to go, they can't catch Alex Lynn.
Yeah, he's gone now as Alex Lynn, barring any sort of mistake, and we wouldn't wish that on Alex Lynn by any means, but it looks like it's going to be Jake Gruffity, Ted Hall and Jacob Carnes fighting over second place. Max Hall, a bit of a distant 5th now as well, it's fair to say. And Logan Peabody likewise in a bit of a race of 1 in 6th place. Joey Swan 7th, Henry Armitage 8th, Ronnie Harrer 9th, with now Oliver O'Donovan and Holly Swan has closed that in quite significantly in seniors now. They head down the back straight.
Yeah, O'Donovan's on the back of junior traffic now, isn't he? This is the thing is with the seniors is that they really need to be backing up half a lap or so, Tom, so that they don't, particularly if you're the pole sitter, so that you don't get to catch up to all this junior traffic.
Well, not at this point in the race, anyway.
No, because they're coming up to the D chicane here, which is a very one line. And O'Donovan in the black helmet and Swan in the pink helmet are behind junior traffic.
It's difficult for them to back it up though with the pace that the juniors are now going on the formation lap as well.
But by backing up, what I actually mean is just come out the dummy grid like
later.
Late.
Yeah.
It's easy to form up 3 cars. It's not easy to form up 14.
Yeah.
And the juniors now have decided that, pension a walking pace is the pace they're going to go rather than standard walking pace.
Described it yesterday as they will travel between hairpin 3 and 4, and we don't measure it in seconds. We measure it in ice ages.
Yeah. Agreed. Ted Hall still trying to find a way past Jake Gruffty, but not quite close enough at the moment.
Jurassic period, the Cretaceous, the Semi-Cretaceous, and the Junior Rotax period.
Joey Swan all over the back of Logan Pebbody. We've got
our
battle for 6th place in juniors and our seniors as well.
Yeah, the race victory in seniors as well. So yeah, that's Oliver O'Donovan's got a decision to make here, and Holly Swan's got an even bigger decision to make as to where she is going to put this overtake on Oliver O'Donovan. I wonder whether he's because he was on those fresh tyres. I wonder whether his pressures were set up for the start of the race to try and get those tyres fired up early doors, which worked very well for him because he got away, didn't he? But now Holly Swan has very much reeled him in.
I think it's more traffic than tyres, though, Tom. He's been, every time he's caught the juniors, he's caught them where they've been in a 2-kart or a 3-kart battle. And Swan struggling now to get past their younger brother Joey, and that will allow Oliver O'Donovan, I think, to break away and win this senior first heat. Juniors are on to their final lap with Alex Lynn leading comfortably at the moment. The gap 1.4 seconds back to Jake Gruffty and Ted Hall as they continue to battle it out over 2nd place. Jacob Carnes cast a little further adrift now in P4. And looks to have been taking it easy the last couple of laps, if I'm honest, Tom, for Jacob Carnes. Maybe trying to save a little bit of life in those tyres for another fight.
Yeah.
Out of the final corner, though, Alex Lynn will win heat number 1 from Gruffty, Hall, Carnes, and Max Hall. Then it'll be your highest running senior in Oliver O'Donovan. He will come through now with Logan Pebbody in his highest finish here at Teesside. 6th in juniors in front of Joey Swan. Holly Swan 2nd in senior. Ronnie Harrer, Henry Armitage, Adam Causer, all juniors in 10th, 11th and 12th respectively on track. That'll be 8th down to 10th in class with Paul Swan, our 3rd senior. And the remaining juniors of Mark Laredo Gomez, Aidan Donnelly and Cameron McNeil.
Yes, so a reverse of yesterday's final for the front 2 with Jake Gruffty and Alex Lynn. In reverse order, Jake Gruffty taking the victory in the final, Alex Lynn taking heat 1 today. Ted Hall, consistent, 3rd place in the final yesterday, 3rd place in heat 1. Just needs a little bit more from Ted Hall, and I think he'll be right up there fighting for victory. Now I need to figure out how to get I can get rid of that grid, and I can get rid of that grid. This is live commentary of me doing IT, ladies and gents.
It's peak viewers, this, mate. Peak.
Right. Got a grid. I'm managing to work it, David.
Poetry in motion.
Quite proud of myself. It's not the easiest system, but anyway, used to be dead easy.
I like the new. I like the new alpha.
Then the IT boffins got involved.
I like the new alpha system. It's good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Well, that makes one of us. I don't use it a lot. That's my problem. You use it a lot more than I do. So, Yeah, it'll come with practice. Seat time, David. That's what I need.
Seat time.
I need seat time on the Alpha system. Anyway, we are up and running for a grid for Senior Pro Kart Heat number 1, which will of course be our final Heat 1 for final race in the first cycle of Heat. Gavin Pike is going to go from pole position with Bradley Rowe alongside, and Maximus Shields will be in P3. Hayden Harris in 4th place with Oliver Hall in P5. Liam Edmonds in 6th. Zachary Hudson in 7th, and Lewis Jolly will go from P8. Curtis Young and Zach Dawson will be 9th and 10th. Then in P11, Isaac Duff. Then it's 12th place for Darcy Hall. 13th for George Ludwell. 14th for Lewis Blench. 15th for Ike Needham. Joseph Williamson in 16th. Tom Hewland will be in 17th with 18th place for Paul Scaife. And 19th place for Danny Bean. We'll come on to that one in a moment. And Freddie Cowley in P20. So UK plate Bradley Rowe is back with us today. He didn't race yesterday. Thought that was a new name.
Did 3 laps warm up this morning in the wet,
And
then another driver that didn't race yesterday, Tom, as well, in Danny Bean.
double bubble Danny Bean,
Yep.
who was racing British Rallycross yesterday. Was it at Lyddon?
He was down at Lyddon Hill, and he took class victory on debut in Swift Supersport. Yesterday
so victory yesterday in British Rallycross, and trying to repeat the feat today from the back of the grid in Pro Kart here at Teesside.
It's when he forgets what class he's in, Tom.
Drive as well.
It's
when
when
he goes straight across the grass.
Just goes straight across the grass, because that's the normal part of rallycross.
He's doing the Joker lap.
Yeah, he'll come round through the chicanes and then just cut through the shortcut on the Joker lap before hairpin 1 across the grass.
Also known as the David Sullivan line.
No, that's up to hairpin 2.
Oh, okay.
Which is direct towards hairpin 2, which is known at the time as point of impact.
Here we go. Green flag is down. We're away and racing. Gavin Pike leads us over the line, but Max Shields leads us into the national loop. Already through, and Pike is down into P4. It looked like he got a good start as well, so not sure what happened in the second acceleration phase there.
Don't know whether he just went slightly wide at the national loop, expecting drivers to come down the inside of him. But, he's dropped down to P5 now as he pushes Hayden Harris down the back straight in pursuit of Oliver Hall in 3rd place. Bradley Rowe in 2nd. Maximus Shields off his front 3rd start as we get a front, a middle and a back. He's already gapping 3rd. He had a tough day in the heats yesterday, Tom, but he was back to the Max of old, and by old I mean he's 17, in the final, gapping the field by a good margin to take the victory.
Yes, I'm going to make an executive decision here and say that we need to have everybody called Hall. We've got too many Hall surnames.
Too many Halls.
Too many Halls. We're going to have to change Oliver Hall to like Oliver Ballroom, and then we'll change Darcy Hall to Darcy Corridor.
No, we'll just change the first letter. So Oliver Call in front of Darcy Ball. And then one of them can be a Hall.
We've got Max Hall, Ted Hall, Oliver Hall, Darcy Hall.
Yes. No relations between any of them.
No, and that's the problem, isn't it? It's not like they're all brother and sister or cousins or whatever.
There was clearly a clan of Vikings.
It's not like the
Swans
who are all together. Well, you got uncle and then brother and sister, haven't you?
Surely we need to get Rob to get a team photo of all the halls.
It's Teesside Hall. There it is. 4 of them. Anyway, slight
just keeping ourselves entertained as usual.
A little bit of a distraction there. Max Shields continues to lead the way as expected, to be fair. He's he's been imperious throughout the entire season. Has Max Shields. They had some setup issues yesterday. I was talking to both him and his dad last night. And they were struggling with setup yesterday through heats 1, 2, 3. But then went back to a baseline setup for the final and just drove away. There's Danny Bean going side by side with former pole sitter Gavin Pike. That's for 10th place overall. We've got a contact warning going out for Liam Edmonds.
Oh, what a lovely birthday present for Liam.
Oh, yes, indeed.
He's 17 today.
Is he?
Yes.
Well, he had a good day yesterday, and I spoke to him actually at the trophy presentation, and I said, "You actually won a trophy."
I think he's just overtook 3 people.
I said, you.
There he is in the green.
Yep.
Happy birthday, Liam. Danny Bean's going to come back down your inside, though.
I spoke to him yesterday at the presentation, and I said, "You've won a trophy, which is a bit of a shame, really, because if you hadn't won a trophy, you'd have got a trophy from us for our commentator's choice, I
I think
think."
he was good yesterday. Took 2 drivers there. Might end up losing some places here. They're side by side. Not sure what that means, but the hand signal. But Joseph Williamson helps push him through.
How many fingers were held up?
I think it was 3. I think
Three
that was the
fingers.
number of drivers he overtook whilst they were all squabbling at hairpin 2.
fingers. Danny Bean with a contact warning, though. That may well have been for the move on the previous lap. Shields leads the way from
Busy time for
row.
busy time for the penalty computer or the warning computer.
It's
Sorry,
going to start the smoke pouring out of it at the moment.
8 in 4.5 minutes.
That's Lewis Blench, who's just overtaken Lewis Jolly into South Bank corner.
Fastest in the wet, Tom, in practice this morning was Lewis Blench.
On slicks as
On-
well,
on
of course,
slicks,
for a
yeah.
senior pro kart. They don't run anything else. But that is for second place in the novice class. Hayden Harris currently leading the way in P7 in that class. And he had a good day yesterday, did Hayden Harris. Second place overall in the final, or second place in class, sorry, in the final. But a returning Hayden Harris, who we don't really see too often here, but certainly had a good day yesterday. And is on it again today so far. That is Darcy Hall that we're looking at there with Lewis Jolly now in behind. Gavin Pike starting to drop down the order now. He's lost 3 places in 3 corners. It's going to be 2 places because he's going to fight back on the 53 of Freddie Cowley.
Fastest lap by Danny Bean on the previous lap, currently in 10th place.
Now that he's cracked the top 10, he was a second quicker than Hayden Harris in front as well. He's starting to reel in that group now.
He's going to catch them quite comfortably as well, Tom, because they're all squabbling in front. Needham, Duff, Curtis Yule, Hayden Harris is just on the back of that.
It goes all the way up to 3rd place.
Yeah. Yule going down the inside of Duff there. Duff's going to come back at Curtis Yule. Will be, yeah, there it is in the background there, the orange and blue kart as Curtis Yule goes side by side with him up and over the timing line. So,
George Ludwell was 2.5 tenths faster than Max Shields that time around. And the only one quicker than that was Danny Bean, who was another 10th quicker. Danny Bean was half a second faster than Max Shields that lap around. He's absolutely flying when he got into clean air. He's already on the back of Hayden Harris, and in fact gives him a bit of a push on, a little bit of a bump and run for Danny Bean into hairpin 1, and he's past Hayden Harris. They head down the back straight. We're looking at the fight in behind here. This is the one that's headed by Lewis Blench. This is for second place in novice. There's the fight that we need to be looking at. There's Danny Bean in the middle of that pack already now, and he's already onto the back of Curtis Yule. Now he's past Hayden Harris. And a 46.7 for Danny Bean. Again, there was only 2 people faster than that time around, and that was with him passing Harris. So on a flyer here is Danny Bean. And again, the same move on Curtis Yule. Hand up in apology for Danny Bean.
just needs to be careful, Danny Bean, Tom.
So he's on 2 contact
accumulating
warnings
them
now.
2 in 2 laps. And
Yeah. This is his back start, isn't it, of the day? So he's trying to fight his way through as quick as he can. But
the organisers were firm yesterday on Senior Pro Kart, and rightly so after previous meetings. And again, that was reiterated this morning about accumulating contact warnings. Oh, we've got Freddie Cowley and Gavin Pike perched up onto each other. They were still moving. I think they're okay. But that's dropped them down the order, well, further away off the back of the pack. Some 4 seconds they lost there between Gavin Pike and Freddie Cowley.
you can see Isaac Duff there ducking down behind the steering wheel, trying to hold off the charging Danny Bean. So this is the fight for fifth place in Pro. So such is the extent of the seeding system. It's actually a fight for 7th place overall, but it's 5th in Pro. We've only got Bradley Rowe and Oliver Hall in Club, who are in front of the Pro class runners. So the seeding system working well. Hayden Harris in Novice is 11th, with Lewis Blench 13th, Darcy Hall 15th. So again, that seeding system working very well as well, even on the random grids. By the time we get to the end of races, say it all the time, the cream starts to rise to the top, doesn't it?
We saw that yesterday in Junior, didn't we, Tom, with the first time that we've had a subclass ranking system, and the day ended in with a full stack of colours at the top and another stack of colours further down. So, did the job.
Yes, indeed. Bradley Rowe still holding on well in 3rd place from Zach Dawson, who looks to be closing in, actually. Looks like this pack's coming together. There goes Danny Bean down the inside, but carried so much speed, couldn't get it stopped and ended up going wide. Bit of a desperate move, it looked like there from Danny Bean.
Look back from Isaac Duff to pretty much say, what are you doing? What they're actually doing as well, though, is they're both closing in on Ike Needham.
That's right. Yeah, I think they're all closing in, actually, on Bradley Rowe. I think everybody is starting to close up now.
They'll run out of time, I think, for Rowe.
I think we will.
2 laps to go, I feel, as Shields ducks under the timing at 40 seconds or so on the clock. Personal best, though, by Rowe as he stems that tie. Dawson, I think, is comfortable. I think Hall is too far away as well. I think this battle over 6th place, though, will come together nicely between Ike Needham, Isaac Duff, and right on cue, Isaac Duff is down the inside, and then he's going to get a Danny Bean push, and Bean saying, look, let's think about this, and then sweeps off onto the outside. I'm not sure what Danny Bean was thinking about, because he could just push Isaac Duff down the inside.
Yeah, and Ike Needham's just gone, well, if you're going to open the door like that, I'm going to come straight through. And then Danny Bean again with a bit of a bump and run into hairpin.
Didn't get advantage out of that, but he needs to be careful.
Yeah, he does, and he makes contact again coming out of coming through the dogleg and the kink section as well with the back of Ike Needham.
Does he feel
a bit of a scruffy one from Danny Bean?
I don't know whether he feels Needham's being overly defensive, but it's the last 2 laps of the race, Tom. It's kind of what you expect in the last 2 laps of a race.
Slippery surface flags out around the track as well. Is it?
Drizzy Rascal.
I think it's spitting a little bit.
Yeah, like I said, Tom, the last 2 laps of the race, he's not going to let you through.
We're going to look at Max Shields now for 2 corners because we haven't seen him all race because he's been off at the front. George Ludwell's closed right in towards the end, actually. I wonder whether Max Shields has kind of lifted off a little bit, taking it easy to save those tyres as he comes over the line, takes the checkered flag and victory here in Heat 1. George Ludwell in 2nd place. In fact, Shields was half a second off pretty much everybody on the final lap. He has eased off on the final lap. Bradley Rowe comes across the line, P3 overall, and takes 1st place in Club. Zach Dawson comes over the line in 4th, takes 3rd place in Pro. Oliver Hall, 2nd in Club, and then it's Isaac Duff, Danny Bean, Ike Needham, Curtis Yule and Liam Edmonds, who 9th and 10th on the road. They were 3rd and 4th in Club. Lewis Blench, Hayden Harris, Darcy Hall, 12th, 13th, 14th. They were your first novice runners and the podium sitters. Then it's Tom Hewland, Lewis Jolly, Zachary Hudson, Gavin Pike and Freddie Gowley.
You do know why it's drizzling, don't you?
Because Junior Pro Karts.
Junior Pro Kart are coming
that's
out.
Exactly why it is, yes. It's tradition. Traditions are traditions. What I need now is a mustache, a mullet, and a bottle of Heineken.
For traditions?
For traditions.
You look like Valtteri Bottas.
That's the idea.
Yeah.
I'm glad you got that.
Thanks, mate.
Jokes are funnier when you have to explain them, aren't they?
Well, but we've got viewers, Tom. So we have to make sure that they're all queued in.
They'd have got it. Junior Pro Kart Heat 2, take us through the grid.
Josh Brown will start on pole position, having taken no part in heat number 1. He retired with a puncture on the rolling round lap. He'll start alongside Fenwheat with Ted Hall and Lennon Wright in front of Reese Dodds and Freddie Battersby. Then you can have Edward Rye in P7, Ashton Kennedy alongside him, Joshua Milburn and Charlie Henderson completing your top 10. Ben Edwards starts P11. He's got Peter Webster alongside him. Joshua Sullivan in the 13 starts 13th. He is accompanied by Ashton Carmichael. Elvis Hartley and Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn are in front of Ashton Horspool and Andrew McCrossan. Dylan Slack and Marley Simpson with Adam Roberts, Reese Cranston and Harry Pennington completing your 23 kart Junior Pro Kart grid.
Has he got 2 warnings in the race?
Spin on the outlap there, I think, for the 27, Tom.
Yes.
Of Ashton Kennedy. He's on the 4th row, so we'll need to get round. They're still very, very fragmented further down the field here, and whether Kennedy takes that place, I don't think he's going to have time, but he may well do if we don't get this going at the first time of asking. They're going to need to slow this down and tidy up the back end of that field.
Yeah, we're not going round.
No,
we're not going racing, sorry.
I think it's the right call. Won't do them any harm either, Tom, to try and get some additional heat into them tyres with that. I think it stopped, but we did get a little bit of rain.
Bit of Snoop Dogg rain.
Yeah. And Ted Hall is working that O plate.
David, why does Snoop Dogg always carry an umbrella?
Because it drizzles.
For drizzle.
A drizzle.
I mean, I've been saying that joke for what, 7 years, 8 years now?
Yeah. It doesn't.
Thought you'd have got it by now.
It doesn't get any more funny.
Doesn't get any less funny though either.
Opinions.
So heading round. Now we are in a bit of a better order than we were before, but still travelling quite quick.
Yeah.
I mean,
somewhere between now and what the junior road taxes do would be perfect, wouldn't it?
Yes. Now we're measuring this in warp factors as opposed to ice ages. We're still going quite quickly. But we're going round again.
And again, they need to be slower, Tom.
I'm not sure they got the message, though. No, they have got the message now, further down the order. But
they need, like I said, I think we're sending some people over to the back straight to get them backed up there, and I think that is a really good call.
Yeah.
Get them backed up there rather than round hairpin 3, and we might get a chance of getting this one going.
Yeah, they're being told now to slow down. And that's a bit better. Now we're going to get back into some sort of semblance of order fairly quickly now. It's just whether they get a little bit impatient as they come out of hairpin 4. Because the problem is that it's not that they've not been in formation, it's that they've been travelling too fast. And so when we've got an acceleration cone here, but it's actually on the start-finish line. It's only about, 25 metres before the actual start line.
Which is about the normal acceleration point of any other track.
But they're putting the hammer down halfway between 3 and 4. Between the dog leg and the kink. Yeah. So they're putting it down here, and it's far too early. That's better. Now we're going. Now the green flag drops. And Josh Brown leads us over the line. But once again, we found that the pole sitter does not lead the way through the first corner.
Oh, we've got Reese Dodds spinning in the middle of the pack by the look of things, as Reese Cranston goes up and over the curbs and gets a little bit of air.
So Ted Hall that leads the way.
Oh, there's contact in the middle of the pack. I think there's Elvis Hartley and Joshua Sullivan coming together. Both end up facing in the right direction, but one of them was up in the air. There's a warning for the 28.
Yes, indeed there is. That's Elvis Hartley, so maybe that was for the contact between the two.
4 at the front have broken away, though, Tom. Hall, Brown, Rye, Carmichael. That is a fast 4.
Yeah, Brown led us over the line, but did not lead us into turn 1. It was Ted Hall who took the lead straight away, coming through from P3 on the grid. So he was on the second row and just found a way through. Edward Rye, 3rd. Ashton Carmichael, 4th. Lennon Wright, Peter Webster, Fenn-Wheat. Reese Cranston picks up contact warning as well. Ashton Horspool and Joshua Sullivan inside the top 10. Make that 9th now for Sullivan. He needs to get through this pack quickly if he's going to catch the front four.
Warnings are plenty coming in, Tom, for the juniors early doors. Slack, Cranston, Pennington, Hartley, all early doors as Carmichael goes down the inside of Josh Brown. They will be side by side up and over the timing line. Brown could have easily kept his foot in there, Tom, and he was side by side. I'm really surprised that he didn't.
Early in the race.
Yeah,
I think is the only reason for that.
It was on the outside. That was one of them where you can sometimes get a little bit of the 50-50, don't you, by being in that position.
Lot of drivers with a lot of understeer heading into hairpin one.
Yeah. Almost as if they're... Oh, Freddie Battersby, I think, has got a problem, has he?
Yeah, doesn't want to turn right, it looks like.
Well, we had that this year, so it was turning left. Well, he went out for one of the races and was struggling.
See what happens with that one. But in the meantime, at the front, we've got Ted Hall leading the way still. We're looking at the fight further down the order, which is the one that is headed at the moment by Harry Pennington with Fenwick, Joshua Milburn, Elvis Hartley, Scarlett Whittaker, Dunn, Lennon Wright, Ben Edwards, Adam Roberts, Ashton Kennedy, all in that mix. So they head down the back straight one more time. Ted Hall still leading the way just from Edward Rye, who's pointing forwards is Edward Rye, which is unusual for Rye to see that, actually. Normally he's just straight through. But at the minute, looks like he's quite willing to work with Ted Hall. We shall see how that plays out over the next lap or so. If Edward Rye feels he's got the pace, as further down the order, Scarlett Whittaker Dunn came together with
Fenwick, I think that was it. Red
in
suit?
the green helmet.
Yeah.
Yes. They came together between hairpin 3 and 4, and Whittaker Dunn got lifted up in the air, but managed to gather it all up and keep going. At the front, it is still Ted Hall. Cranston and Sullivan, I'm surprised, haven't quite made their way through the field as quickly as expected so far, but they are still holding 6th and 7th place.
Cranston started 22nd. He's currently 6th. That's a reasonable effort. And Sullivan was in the air when he was in contact.
All right, I'll take it back then. Take it back.
You may remember from such good times as 4 whole minutes ago.
4? Can't remember that far back. It's an eon.
They are closing in on each other, though. Sullivan with the fastest lap of the race there, Tom. 4/10 quicker than the man at the front and 3/10 quicker than the car in front.
Contact warnings for Ben Edwards and Lennon Wright that time around as well. So that is Peter Webster leading the fight for 5th place from Cranston, Sullivan and Horspool, who, of course, went 3 wide side by side over the line for the final part of Heat 1 as they cross the checkered flag.
Still 2x2 at the front as Hall and Rice seem to be content to work together. Same with Josh Brown and Ashton Carmichael as Peter Webster, Reese Cranston and Joshua Sullivan go toe to toe.
Yes, Sullivan with a new fastest lap of the race. There goes Cranston down the inside of Peter Webster. Sullivan's going to try and follow through, but he's going to be on the outside of hairpin 2. Actually, Peter Webster was
very
just
compliant.
backed out of it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Backed out of hairpin 2. I think he thought maybe that's not my fight.
No, but I do get the feeling if that was the other way around, it wouldn't have been quite so.
No. I'm very surprised, actually, that Peter Webster backed out of that one. Now Horsepool's come through as well. I thought he would have fought that a bit more. But Cranston and Sullivan still nose to tail. Where have we seen this before? Horsepool having a good day so far today, that he's able to go with these 2 championship protagonists. Of course, we've got the other 2 championship protagonists out front in 1st and 2nd, and they are still nose to tail. And Edward Rye is still very willing to work with Ted Hall at the moment. And I think that's smart from Rye. If he feels he hasn't quite got the pace to pull away, Sullivan and Cranston go side by side. Sullivan down the inside.
Warning for Sullivan.
And takes the position away.
They were side pod to side pod in the run up towards hairpin 2.
So Sullivan picking up a contact warning. Horsepool also closed in, as has Webster as well. So we've got a group of 4 now for Fifth place, Josh Brown, comfortable in fourth at the moment. He's 1.8 seconds clear, but we'll see whether there's any kind of response now from Sullivan and Cranston and Horspool and Webster as to whether they can start to bridge that gap. But it's Carmichael just in front of Brown. Edward Rye, as I said, doesn't look like he's got the pace to be able to pull away from Ted Hall if he does get in front. So willing to push along and work with at the moment.
Well,
and then I think it's going to be, well, we'll just fight it out over the last couple of laps.
Well, but there were nose to tail for a few laps, but then to be fair to Hall, he's managed to pull 2 or 3 kart lengths
Yes,
on Rye.
agreed,
Rye
yeah.
hasn't been able to reel that in the last couple of laps. Be interesting to see whether we're closing in here at the front as Sullivan sets the fastest lap, and he's 0.3 faster than Josh Brown.
Yeah, gap down to 1.5 seconds. Cranston able to go with as well, as is Horspool. Webster's just a couple of kart lengths back now. But good for Webster to be able to follow these three as well. As we said before, it's all about learning, even in junior pro kart, you're still schooling, aren't you? And Peter Webster, we know he's got pace. He's got that H plate on there for a reason. Sullivan, Cranston and Horspool
side by side for third place is Josh Brown down the inside of Ashton Carmichael.
Charlie Henderson and Reese Dodds picking up contact warnings as well. So a lot of warnings have gone out in junior pro kart throughout this race. Yeah, Josh Brown has decided it's go time for third place. I think you can see those behind closing in. The gap was 1.8 seconds previously over the line. It's now 0.8 seconds. So they were a second quicker, the Sullivan, Cranston, Horspool, Webster train.
Carmichael's going to come back down the inside of Josh Brown there. They're going to back themselves into a high-speed quartet behind them. And with 1 minute and 26 on the clock, it's going to be tight for laps.
I think they're going to get there. They closed in again. Sullivan now another half a second quicker and still bringing Cranston and Horspool with them as well. Horspool set a previous best, fastest lap of the race on the previous lap. Did Horspool. So he's very much able to go with Cranston and Sullivan. And you can see Sullivan already looking racy and starting to look at the inside of Ashton Carmichael, and does indeed at hairpin 3 and forces his way through. Cranston tries to take the opposite line, ends up on the outside, and that's actually allowed Sullivan now a bit of breathing room from Cranston. So he's got to make his way past Carmichael now. Josh Brown got a bit of a gap, but I feel that's going to be closing up with this whole train now behind him. He's going to look behind and see 4 karts there instead of just Ashton Carmichael. He does indeed have a look at hairpin 1. Contact between Cranston and Carmichael at hairpin 2. That's allowed Horspool to go 3 wide down the back straight. Horspool down the inside. He's got the high ground.
Takes them both. We've got a battle going on for the lead as well, Tom. As Edward Rye has closed up onto the back of Ted Hall as time goes down to 0.
Well, Cranston eventually fought back through on Horspool and retook the position.
Keep an eye on this battle. We're following this one, Tom, but we've got a lead battle going on as well as Ted Hall defends into hairpin 1 with Edward Rye. Sullivan has got half a lap to try and dig into Josh Brown, but I think Brown might be just about too far in front. He's got 4 or 5 kart lengths as he looks over his shoulder as Edward Rye is going to try and go all the way around the outside of Ted Hall. How he's managing to stay all the way alongside him round the outside of there, I've got no idea. Hall's going to have to be tight into 4. Really good parking of the O-plate. Can Rye get the run out of the corner? I'm not sure that he can. It's going to be Hall from Rye. Brown and Sullivan are side by side over the timing line. Brown holds on for P3. Sullivan, Cranston, Horspool, Webster and Carmichael for P8. Pennington and Elvis Hartley complete your top 10.
Yes, indeed. And once again, great action in Junior Pro Kart. Ted Hall excellent driving towards the end of that race. Really good defensive lines to hold on and take victory. Edward Rye, we said this yesterday, if he's on the outside at South Bank, if you cannot clear him by the apex of hairpin 3, he's got you.
But no other driver can do that.
I know,
Stay
and
around
this is
the
what I
outside.
said. Yeah, no other driver is able to do that. But Edward Rye has found a way.
Ashton Horspool, fastest lap of the race in that class. Ted Hall with the victory then, and if any criticism has been levelled at Hall in the last 6 months or so, it's been his ability to defend race leads and podium positions. And on that occasion, he has absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, he did. He did a great, as I said, defensive line through that final half of the lap. And also, big congratulations to Josh Brown, who I thought had an excellent hit. I mean, he's got pace, hasn't he? But definitely, we've seen that throughout the season. But to finish P3 was an excellent job.
Okay, let me know.
So we will have Bambino Heat 2 coming up next as I try and drive the Alpha system again. Oh, hang on, there we go.
Makes for superb TV, this
It
mate.
does, yes. Oliver Mullen will go from pole position with Jake Wynn alongside and Ayrton Tennant in third. Theo Wagner will be fourth place. They are all 4 of your mighty Bambino runners. Then we go for our Coma C50s with Sebastian O'Connell going from pole position in that one by virtue of taking victory in Heat 1. Reggie Rhodes in P2. Jace Hannon in third. Bobby James Maddock in fourth. Theodore Lee will go from P5. And Logan Grassi will go from P6 by virtue of retiring in Heat 1. Contact between Grassi and Rhodes, which knocked the chain off for Logan Grassi. So he will go off the back of the grid here because it's a start where you finish system for Bambinos. Of course, we do time qualifying and then it's start where you finish for the rest of the heat. So
Deja vu for yesterday, wasn't it?
Exactly, yes. I feel like we've seen this story before.
Let's see whether it's a bit like UK TV Gold, full of repeats.
Birds of a feather. Constantly on. They used to run like old EastEnders episodes, but they were like all out of order, so it didn't really make any sense.
Yeah.
It's just like, I'll just watch a random episode of EastEnders where I don't know what's going on with these characters.
I don't know anyone that just sat down and said, you know what I really fancy now? The Bill.
Yeah. But again, they were all out of sequence as well, weren't they?
I can understand it. You know, like the comedies like Only Fools and Horses.
They
feel good. But no, it's, you know, I'm just, I really fancy watching some.
Well, Fawlty Towers is another one. You know, there's only 12 episodes of Fawlty Towers. So,
it's 2 days worth, it's a day worth of telly, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it doesn't really matter if you watch them out of sequence because there's only 12 of them anyway. You pretty much know them off by heart. Possible trip for young Mr. Sullivan to the NRG karting van, I think.
No, be down to H, won't he, for a pedal?
Well, I'm sure there'll be one available in the NRG karting van should he need one as well. Because they are here for karting supplies and a series sponsor as well. So
the good thing is you can order in advance, Tom.
You can
get them to bring it to the track for you on the race day. So if you're loading up early in the week, so you've got to give them a bit of notice. Short on chain lube, or my sprocket carrier appears to have a crack in it. Get one ordered, get it delivered to the track, get it posted. Green flag up, green down, we're away and racing.
Good start again from Jake Wynn as well as Oliver Mullen. Jake Wynn, who went off pole position in Heat 1, and Mullen just drove straight past him at the start of the race. All away and racing, and once again Ayrton Tennant is able to go with the front three initially. We've got the fourth placed Theo Wagner at the moment. The Tacoma C50s are now duking it out to try and get past Reggie Rhodes, leading the way in that class at the moment. I think it is anyway.
So
yes, it is. There goes Reggie Rhodes now down the inside into hairpin 3, and the C50s are starting to make their way past Theo Wagner now.
Logan Grassie's still at the back though, Tom.
He's just spooling up, David. Just waiting for that engine to come on song.
Right.
And
needs to find a note soon.
he's still got 7 minutes, David. 6 minutes 45. Plenty of time for Logan Grassie. Such is the class that he has shown throughout the season so far.
Oh, undoubtedly. But Reggie Rhodes, Tom, is down the road.
He's down the Reggie Rhodes.
He is.
Oh, and up and over the back. Was that Sebastian O'Connell?
It is up on Theo Wagner.
Yeah, but he is through now.
That'll allow Jace Hannon, I think. Wheel tracks for Jace Hannon.
We're going to go
down the back
three
straight.
wide, are we, down the back straight? As we look at the Mighty Bambinos, that is still Jake Wynn in second place with Oliver Mullen leading the way. But Jake Wynn now actually has taken the lead. Oliver Mullen went wide at hairpin 3. Looked like he was struggling to hold on to it.
Scrubbed some speed off there, didn't he?
He did, and Jake Wynn said, thank you very much. If you're going to open the door, I'm going to step through it. Ayrton Tennant is still right with them as well. A 59.6 for Jake Wynn that lap around. Matched by Ayrton Tennant as well, who also did a 59.6. Reggie Rhodes leading the way in C50s from Sebastian O'Connell and Jace Hannon. And then Logan DeGrassi has passed Theodore Lee and Bobby Maddock on that lap and is up to P8 on the road. And Grassi is now starting to make a move on Theo Wagner. He's going to cut back here. Yeah, at hairpin 2.
Wagner will have a more immediate power output, though, from that electric power unit. And seen just driving away down the straight. I just don't think Logan Grassie's got the power at the moment. We do see sometimes these Coma engines sort of come good after 3 or 4 minutes. I can't remember the driver, but the first... Who was it? We had somebody last year, Tom, that I think the first 3 minutes were damage limitation. And on the sort of 4-minute mark, the cart would just come alive and he'd be like 2 seconds faster than
Tommy
anybody
Burgoyne
else.
was one of those,
Yes.
wasn't he? He used to like have a terrible start. He'd start a good 50 metres after everybody else had gone. It was like he fell asleep at the start and then waited until he heard the engines go and they went, oh, right, okay, we'll go now, shall we?
Yeah, and then it took him a few laps to get in his stride. And then once he was in his stride,
rapid.
he was rapid.
Yeah, he was pretty quick once he got going. But Logan Grassie now through and will be trying to reel in Jace Hannon. We'll see what his lap time is this time around. But I expect it to be up there at about the same pace as Reggie Rhodes, if not quicker. Currently leading the way in C50s, but they are spread apart, those 4 drivers now, who will be fighting it out for the victory here today in the final. We expect, anyway. But Jake Wynn continues to lead the way. Ayrton Tennant, a new fastest lap of the race, a 59.5. But all of the lap times up and down the order are significantly down on where we were yesterday.
Track, despite the fact that it is bone dry, will now have a little bit of grease to it as the overnight rain will have brought out the oils from the tarmac. And it's a completely different dynamic for our drivers from what they'll be used to.
But debris just came off the back of Jace Hannon's car. I wonder whether they ran over a wrapper or something like that. You can just see it fluttering away down at the exit of hairpin 1. There's a few white bits, but they came off the back of Jace Hannon's car. I don't know whether he ran over something and then it sort of flicked out the back, but I don't think it was anything that's attached. In fact, it's just come off. There's another bit just come off at hairpin 3 as well. Can you see it between hairpin 3 and 4? It's just blowing
Yes.
across the track.
Yeah, I think it's just like, just rubbish, just blowing across.
Maybe he's going so fast his sticker kit's blowing off. It's tearing off as he's driving along. We've seen a few that have been styled in that kind of theme, haven't we?
Yeah.
Over the years.
I remember one about 4 or 5 years ago where somebody's rear number ended up stuck on somehow
Someone's front bumper.
Someone's front bumper.
Yeah. We've seen that a few times as well.
It was Sam Hayes' front bumper. It was Joshua's number.
Well, there's Theodore Lee and Bobby Maddock. They're trying to demote Theo Wagner another couple of places. They heading down the back straight. We are still rightly focusing on camera on the Mighty fight with the front three all nose to tail. 59.5 last time around for Jake Wynn. All of a sudden, half a second slower though, as Oliver Mullen and Ayrton Tennant are still in close company. Reggie Rhodes with a 59.3. New fastest lap of the race in Bambino. He's starting to come on song now. Jace Hannon likewise only a 10.5 off that, or 2/10 off. And Logan Grassi not able to close that gap as we thought he might do. So pace a little bit lacking at the moment for Logan Grassi, but he will start further up the order once again for Heat 3.
Again, that may well just be a jetting due to the weather conditions, a change in jetting, and all of a sudden the power will be back for Logan Grassi. Great little battle going on.
Yeah, I was
between,
commenting on that a lap ago.
To Theo Wagner and Bobby James Maddock at the moment. They've got Theodore Lee in front of them as well, that we're picking up off camera. Here's your leading trio. They'll cross the timing line to commence what will be the penultimate lap.
Well, they're starting to come
go.
together because the last two laps, both Mullen and Tennant have been sub 1 minute, and Jake Wynn has not.
No, they're 8/10 faster that lap.
Yeah, so they are flying along and closing in on Jake Wynn. And I wonder whether it's... I mean, he's migrating across to driver's right. And we see that a lot from the Bambino line, but we haven't really seen it a lot this season. What we call the Bambino line down the back straight. There's a lot of chopping across the track from Jake Wynn, and I think that's scrubbing a bit of speed off for him. Needs to be a little bit smoother in his steering input, particularly under acceleration. Again, Mullen and Tennant quicker than Jake Wynn. They are closing in, and in fact, they're right on the tail now of Jake Wynn. Well, they certainly were as they came out of the national loop. Jake Wynn then managed to get the hammer down a little bit and gap them again
He's clear
as
now,
they
Tom.
headed into hairpin 1. Yes, last lap board has been taken as well by all drivers now. So half a lap to hold on for Jake Wynn. Took pole position. Was overtaken quickly in Heat 1 by Oliver Mullen, who held on for victory. Now it's going to be the reverse as Jake Wynn heads out of hairpin 4 for the final time in Heat 2. And Ayrton Tennant is still in close company as well with Oliver Mullen. So Jake Wynn takes victory from Oliver Mullen and Ayrton Tennant. A great fight in Mighty Bambino. Reggie Rhodes takes victory in Coma C50, and over the line side by side were Jace Hannon and Sebastian O'Connell, and Jace Hannon has just taken that one there, just crossed the line in front. Then it's Logan Grassi in P7 on the road. Theodore Lee, Bobby James Maddock and Theo Wagner, the final runner in Bambinos.
So Jake Wynn from Oliver Mullen and Ayrton Tennant, your top three in Might E, with Rhodes, Hannon and O'Connell, your top three in Coma Bambino. Next up then will be our Hondas. In finishing order from the first race, we'll see Oscar Somerset on pole position for that race. As just through the results there, we have photographer Rob on the left and videographer Mike on the right. They're clearly incredibly busy as all 4 of their arms are firmly in pockets, but that's because there's no race going on. I'll pick up their camera again shortly. Best part of this is they've got no idea they're on camera and probably never will, because they're that busy they don't get time to watch the stream back, which I think you should all do. So if Tom's just gone out for a comfort break, what we could have done there is we could have voiced over what they were saying to each other. Like, yeah, Honda Cadet up next. Who are we photographing? Well, we should be photographing Oscar Somerset. He's on pole position. He's got Carl Kerr alongside him, with Jack Thompson and Aston Wilson on the second row. Jacob Jones and Zach Zieber on row number 3. Abel Hutton and Sam Vout, row 4. Your top 10 completed by yesterday's driver of the day, Alex Atima, and Oscar Wills in the 163. We've got Thomas Chalk and Calais Tennant will go off row number 6. Frankie Turnbull and Oliver Reed off row 7. Josh Finley and Harry Scrafton in front of Sophia Hankinson. And your sole Micro Max runner, the 30 of Tyler Gruffety. A slow and stationary 44 of Harry Scrafton. Wasn't with us yesterday. Should have been starting this race from P16. And unfortunately will not get the opportunity to do so. Kart being pushed to safety by the marshal, which means we should be able to get this race going at the first time of asking. Field looked nicely positioned here then in Honda Cadet. Oscar Somerset bringing them through. Carl Kerr on his outside. Powers down round the right hand of the green flag drops. We're away in racing. They run up towards the national loop. They're 4 wide in the mid-pack, but Somerset will lead us through. Thompson's managed to get down the inside and is through, as is Jacob Jones, who's come from the 3rd row to 3rd place. Carl Kerr drops down to P4. Zach Zieber and a fast-starting Sam Vout goes down the inside of Aston Wilson and almost overtakes the 21 of Zach Zieber as well. Kart round at hairpin number 1, that's Sophia Hankinson. As we've got 3 round, Oliver Reed is one of them, Frankie Turnbull and Tyler Gruffety, who has got up and out of his kart, but looks to be in a little bit of discomfort on the outside. There is Tyler Gruffety just being attended to by the marshal, but at the moment it's Oscar Somerset leading the way as we come up towards through the dogleg. It's going to be Carl Kerr in 2nd place, Jacob Jones from Jack Thompson and Zach Zieber, your top 5. Sam Vout, who's made a really good start up to P6, having started in 8th place. But we've got the 2 at the front, Tom, have got a really good gap at the moment as the battle behind goes all the way down to the 15 of Thomas Chalk with Josh Finley in number 8, not too far back either.
Yeah, indeed. Big shame for Tyler Gruffety in the Seoul Micromax as well, who just caught up in that incident at hairpin 2 on lap 1, but driver seems to be okay. Kart pushed to safety as well, so Tyler Gruffety, our Seoul Micromax runner, is out of the race, unfortunately. The good news is, though,
still wins.
Not really in a fight for a championship,
yeah, still wins.
But you know, we'll potentially win the Micromax championship.
Yeah, well, next we get other micros here as well on occasion. It's just we're in the middle of summer holidays, aren't we? So people go away.
It's Oscar Somerset, new fastest lap of the race, hammer down at the front of this one. As Kyle Kirk continues in 2nd place, and they are both driving away now from Jack Thompson in 3rd, who's having a very good day so far, is Jack Thompson. Didn't have a really bad day yesterday, but definitely having a better day today.
Yeah, had some good pace yesterday.
Did have good pace yesterday.
Yes, a scruffy final, I think it's fair to say, but the pace has always been there for Jack Thompson. Leaders, though, Tom, are extending that lead.
And Jacob Jones was pushing Jack Thompson along there as they came over the start-finish line. So Jacob Jones quite willing to work with Jack Thompson at the moment. And we've got Zach Zieber, who is Also there, we've got this train as well. It's Sam Vout and then Abel Hutton and Aston Wilson is also in that group. A big train as that is Abel Hutton down the inside of Sam Vout. That is for 6th place on the road. And did he get it completed? I think he did. He did indeed. Sam Vout's going to try and get the switch back through hairpin 4, but can't get that one done. Abel Hutton with track position and now moving forward.
Fastest lap as well for Abel Hutton.
Yeah, well, he got a massive slipstream and it was like full send to, not holding back. Oscar Somerset still continuing to lead the way. Jack Thompson still coming under increasing pressure from Jacob Jones, who, although he's putting him under pressure, hasn't yet felt the need to put a move in. Zach Gieber is just like, right, well, if you two are going, I'm going to go with you and you're going to pull me along. Abel Hutton, after that overtake on Sam Vout, although he did put the fastest lap of the race in, it's actually let those three in front pull away by a few kart lengths. He's going to use the slipstream now, particularly here coming out of hairpin 4. He gets a big headwind and the slipstream will be extra powerful down this part of the track to try and close in on Zach Gieber. Jack Thompson set a new fastest lap of the race and then was immediately eclipsed by Aston Wilson in 7th, who was in behind Abel Hutton. And he's got a 5-kart slipstream to work with.
Yeah, Kyle Kerr's getting reeled in here, Tom, for 2nd place.
He is
Thompson,
indeed.
with that fastest lap that did immediately get eclipsed, was nearly 4/10 faster than Kerr. And we have a train of karts going all the way down to Sam Vout at the moment in 8th place.
Indeed. It looked like Aston Wilson was having a look back at retaking Abel Hutton there. And then Jack Thompson is pulling out of the slipstream on Kyle Kerr.
Another fastest lap by Wilson, but in a few, this time round, he can only go as fast as the karts in front of him are going to allow him. Now Thompson's going to go down the inside of Kyle Kerr into the left-hander of hairpin number 1.
Well, Aston Wilson was a full second faster than Kyle Kerr that lap around, and Kerr was in clean air.
But now Wilson can only go as fast as that train.
Yes, indeed, he can. But as we said, I was surprised that at the pace of Kerr, he suddenly dropped off. But it's now whether he's got Jack Thompson in front. I think his pace will suddenly pick up. See what lap time he does this time around. Previous lap was a 48.9, and Jacob Jones gets up and over the curb. He's going to struggle to hold on to that one and get the move done. Yet, indeed, Kyle Kerr holds on to the position, but he was only 3/10 faster than his previous lap. I thought he would be significantly quicker than that. So struggling at the moment for pace for Kyle Kerr.
Abel Hutton tried a late dive down the inside of Zach Gieber. Couldn't quite get it done. Now he's back in the wheel tracks. Aston Wilson then into the back of Abel Hutton, but that did help Hutton out, really, because it fired him out of the corner after he'd scrubbed a fair chunk of speed off, having to get on the brakes. See, there's huge gaps down the inside there at hairpin 4, Tom, for people to line it up at hairpin 3. And Honda Cadet, the opportunity is there, isn't it, into 4?
You just got to beat the other kart to the apex, that's all, and you'll get it done.
Don't really want to do it too early in the race because it will drop you away off the train, but
it's the best way to describe hairpin 4 is a little bit like the one at Abu Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi do?
Right at the bottom end of the circuit where they've got that big sweeping left-hander now. It used to be a really tight hairpin, didn't it? And now it's a big sweeping corner. And if you can beat the car to the apex there, it's a pretty easy overtake. We see Verstappen do it a lot because he just sends it up the inside and the other car then has to move out the way. And it's similar to that here at hairpin 4 where you can just straight line it between the two. And we see it all the time. But yeah, like you say, David, everybody's leaving the door wide open there to maximise lap time. But if you're going to go for an overtake, that's the place to do it.
Well, Thompson, who had a gap of nearly half a second a few laps ago, has been reeled back in by Kerr, who's been assisted ably by Jacob Jones in the 42. Those three have moved away from Zach Gieber, Hutton, Wilson and Vout in the last couple of laps.
Well, you know, I said I would be thinking that Kerr's pace would increase now that he's got Jack Thompson in front of him as a target. He just set a personal best lap.
Yes, but Thompson's pace has dropped as well.
But
that's the thing. It's dropped. He was.
But
doing,
he's still 4/10 quicker
was
than
doing
Kerr was doing when he was
Yeah.
in clean air. So Kerr's suddenly gone 0.6 of a second quicker than what he was doing when he was dropping off the back of Oscar Somerset and being reeled in by Jack Thompson. So Zach Giebert also with a personal best lap in P5. Oh, as Somerset goes and laps traffic. Who is that? Is that Oliver Reed?
No, it's Sophia Hankinson.
Oh, it's Sophia
moving
Hankinson.
out
Sorry,
of the way.
yes. But doing a good job of staying offline and out of the way, as he said, David. Yeah. Going very slowly down the inside at South Bank, though, and now picks the pace back up again. Last lap board has been taken by Oscar Somerset. Last few corners have been taken by Oscar Somerset, and already Honda Cadet comes to a close. Checkered flag. Oscar Somerset. Jack Thompson comes across the line in P2. Kyle Kerr in third. Jacob Jones fourth. Zach Giebert in fifth. Abel Hutton sixth. Aston Wilson seventh. Sam Vout eighth. Oscar Wills ninth. And Alex Atima started P10. Finished P10 in Heat 1. Finishes P10 in Heat 2. There's consistency for you. And we have Calais Tennant, Thomas Chalk, Josh Finley, Frankie Turnbull, Oliver Reed, Sophia Hankinson, and Tyler Gruffity was the early retirement in the Seoul Micromax. And that brings to an end our Heat 2 of Honda Cadet. We will move on to R200 Heat 2.
You have got this mastered now, mate.
I have now. Yeah, I can drive the desk.
Your motor skills, your repetition is quality. Live chat saying good luck to Marley Simpson from Archie. Up to Paul White. He's changed his YouTube handle.
It used to be slots and games. Paul, if you're watching, I think there's some people been trying to get in touch with you during the night.
Tom was trying to set up. Tom was trying to do some 24-hour matchmaking.
Yeah, I have. I've been. Matchmaking's a great way of putting it. Yeah.
And Jude White saying big up friend. I 1 year I think I found at least 4 drivers a drive at the British 24-hour. Just when I was messaging, you doing 24? They're like, no, but I'd love to. And I'm like, well, that's fine because I know a team.
Check your texts, Paul. Let me know if you've got them. Because there's somebody looking for you to drive for them. Anyway, Tom Nichols goes off. Have we done the grid? No, we haven't. No, Tom Nichols goes off pole position by virtue of winning Heat 1. Max Platz, who was pole position in Heat 1, he goes off P2 this time alongside. And then it's JJ Allen and George Wilson. Then we have Jensen Simpson in P5. Now, before we get going, I'm going to see if I can pull up the R200 Heat 1.
This could go very, very wrong. In the interim, Tom, while Tom's looking at that, I am going to...
how do I check lap times for people?
You click on them, I think, normally. You do on the phone anyway. I don't know. It's got their best time, Tom. I don't know what more you want than that. Right,
I want individual laps.
I am going to just have a quick run through our winter series, which was confirmed yesterday. Round number 1 will be Rowra in early December. 5th and the 6th will then come back here to Teesside between Christmas and New Year for the annual O-Plate meeting. And then we go to Wilton Mill at the end of January, 30th and 31st. And then we go to GYG a few weeks after that in North Wales. 4-round winter series. 3 away and 1 at home here at Teesside. Before that, though, at the end of November, 28th, I believe, is our annual awards presentation, which will take place at the Sporting Lodge in Middlesbrough. So pull your phone out, check the calendar, make sure there's nothing in it, and then immediately put that the presentation is then, so you don't double book yourself. It's a wonderful night as it always is, as we celebrate our 2026 champions. The first of which we may well be looking at on screen. 5 final wins so far this season from 5 attempts. Gives Tom Nichols an opportunity, I believe, to wrap this championship up at round 7 when we return after the summer break in September. He runs up towards the national loop, leading the field through, and round the outside from the second row will go Max Platz. Will he hold on? No, he won't. JJ Allen is through and up into second place. The top 2 in the championship are the top 2 on track.
And we said we would do a little bit of a focus on for this heat as well. So we're going to focus on P5. Once the front 4 settle down, we'll start to drop back onto Jensen Simpson. We'll keep an eye on what's going on in the fight here as George Wilson has just overtaken Max Platz for 3rd place on the road. It was a good move, yes, and got that one done. But we're going to have a bit of a focus on Jensen Simpson, I think, because, like we said, I don't think he gets enough camera time. So Jensen Simpson's gone out there now, currently sitting in P5, opens with a 47.9 opening lap. In Heat 1, I was just checking his lap times. He was doing 47 3s and 4s. Of course, there were slightly different conditions to what we have now. The track was still a little tiny bit damp and a bit greasy. So we should expect to see some quicker times this time around from Jensen Simpson. Looked like he hadn't quite got enough heat into the tyres on the opening lap as he washed a bit wide through hairpin 1. And that's just dropped him off the back of this group. But he's still managing to go with so far.
The lines look really good.
They do. And I'm sure that he will only get quicker as he gets more and more seat time. And again, look, 46.8. So he's already half a second quicker than what he was doing in Heat 1.
So track will be a little bit more rubbered in now after that rain earlier, but nonetheless, for Jensen Simpson.
Yeah, lines do look good, don't they?
Yeah, here we go for 3rd place as Max Platz tries to go down the inside of George Wilson and indeed gets that done at the front. Nichols has got a bit of a gap to JJ Allen. Allen's going to have to work to close that in.
Maybe he was just a little bit tight coming out of hairpin 3 there. We're just trying to find these extra couple of tenths for Jensen Simpson. Yeah, a little bit.
I think the lines are really good. I think the braking points are really good. I think he's maybe just scrubbing off a little bit too much speed with the steering wheel, Tom. I think he's
a little bit too tense on the wheel.
Particularly around hairpins 1 and 2. He's turning in, straightening, and it's going to be making, by doing that on the front end, will make the rear end a little bit unstable. Just needs to be a
little bit more relaxed with the wheel, I think.
Yeah, but that'll come with time and and experience. But you see it mainly into hairpin 4 when you can see the hand positions here, and you can see there the right arm, the blue on the arm, actually really giving you the opportunity to see the movement.
Yeah,
in the arm. He's just sort of moving up and down. He's sort of hacksawing, as we say, at the steering wheel.
Yeah, very, very quick.
But the lines are good. The braking points seem to be good. The apex clipping seems to be good. I think if we can just tidy that up, I think there's no reason why he can't be on the back of the pack.
No, I mean he's only generally speaking, he's only a couple of tenths off what the guys in 3rd and 4th are able to do. Just needs to, like we say, just be a little bit smoother. I think maybe just one sweep of the steering wheel and then see how that feels, rather than be constantly making those tiny little adjustments that he's doing at the moment, and that he's just going to scrub off speed, because we know that steering angle is always going to scrub speed.
I mean, some drivers use it to great effect, particularly in the
pro kart classes, where it's almost used as a brake. They use it to scrub off the speed, but you can't do the same in a cadet because the wheelbase is just too small. In terms of how narrow it is as well for the stability. The best way to describe it at the minute is he's a bit rough with it, and he needs to be a little bit more fingertips, be a little bit more gentle with his steering. We've lost JJ Allen.
We have lost JJ Allen. We have been
off camera because we've been focusing on Jensen Simpson so much.
Snap throttle cable is the reports, Tom.
Is he out on track, or did he
I think
make
he's
it
rolled
into the
into pit lane.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's a shame for JJ.
So
Allen.
we did miss that, but that's what happens when we are deep in focus.
We are deep in focus, though, and but like I said, rightly so, because trying to help Jensen Simpson, I think it's fair to say, get some more camera time, and benefit from our experience as well.
We did this at the back end of last year with the
We
driver.
did.
And I cannot remember who it was in terms of.
Was it one of the Bambinos?
Yeah, and we got a thank you. Oh, Logan Grassi, I think.
No, it wasn't.
No, because he was doing 107s back then, Tom. When he first came, he was doing 107s.
That was 2 seasons ago, I think.
No, he only started at the start of last season. Time flies, I know, but not that much. Don't age me more than my life already is.
We did it with somebody in. It might have even been in R200s. I can't remember. But... Was it Junior Road Tax?
You just throwing all the classes out.
Or was it R200s? Or was it Cadets? Was it Senior Pro Kart? It was. We did it. We have done
You
it
might as well
before,
look
though,
at
definitely.
X30. We don't even have them.
Well, somebody rocks up with one.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. As I'll say many
We've got
times.
one Micromax.
Yeah, as I'll say many times, I wasn't the best driver in the world, but when you watch 1,000 races a year, you kind of get a rough idea on how things work.
What works and what doesn't,
Yeah.
indeed. And
the amount of times where I've watched the stream and just gone, they've come down a tooth on gear, and someone will come to me and just go, "You're bang on." And it's just like, yeah, well, you can sort of just tell one or two things that, how things are set up and whether they've made a slight tyre pressure adjustment, particularly in the bigger classes such as Rotax, where, let's be honest, our juniors get like a 19-lap final. You can't set them tyres up to be perfect for 19 laps. You either go start of the race, middle of the race, end of the race, and hope things pan out for you. And generally, that is a grid position indicator. The looks where we were this morning in the wet weather conditions. If your track is drying, if you're at the front, you cannot risk putting the slick on. But if you're on the back row on a grid like that, then
gamble.
What have you got to lose?
Exactly.
Particularly in the qualifying classes, you're at the back anyway. And it does surprise me sometimes when somebody just doesn't go, right, actually, I'm just going to throw the slick on. I'm already at the back.
I'm already at the back. I'm only going to be at the back anyway.
Yeah, but if I put the slick on, like Adam Roberts did in Heat 1.
Yeah, but if you get it wrong, you're already at the back anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I said I would have put the slick on if it was my driver.
We are neutrals in terms of entertainment. So.
Except for the fact that we like a gamble.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Jensen Simpson, as we said, I think just a little bit smoother. If we can just relax on the wheel, relax his hands on the wheel, I think there is quite a significant amount of time to be found. But joining the dots in terms of or how I call it, joining the dots, apex to apex, entry point to exit point, the actual lines are very good. Just needs to relax behind the wheel a bit more, and that will come with experience. That will come with seat time as well.
And the one thing to do on your test days is listen, as not the driver, as the mechanic or the watcher. Listen when they lift off, because if they're lifting off before the braking point, you know full well they're lifting, coasting, and then braking where everybody else is braking. But by the time they've arrived, they're 10 mile an hour slower.
Yes.
Now, you don't have to brake where they brake. You can brake 2 meters further forwards, but you stay on the throttle till the braking point.
Yes.
And then you can start then dipping in. It happens all the time where I'll see a driver and they'll go, I'm braking where everyone else is braking. It's like you are, but you're also coasting to the braking point, whereas they're on the throttle to the braking point, and then they're hitting it. You don't have to brake where they brake, come in a little bit, and then work your way up to where they're braking. As
Correct.
Tom Nichols commences his final lap here of heat number 2.
Yeah, it's been a fairly comfortable one, I think it's fair to say, for Tom Nichols. Currently leading the way from Max Platz by 2.5 seconds, who's likewise 2 seconds clear of George Wilson, who is almost 10 seconds clear now of Jensen Simpson. But I hope Jensen watches that back. I hope he appreciates our feedback and that we were only trying to help. And
because we want to see him be rapid.
We want to see him fighting it out for class victory as Tom Nichols comes across the line and does just that, takes class victory. Max Platz comes over the line in P2, George Wilson in P3. Did you like that segue there?
I did.
And Jensen Simpson comes across the line in P4.
Did you catch mine at the end of the last race?
I don't know.
We zoomed in on Rob and Mike on the far side. and we were talking, and I was like, "Oh, it's a shame Tom's not back in here. We could have both voiced over the conversation." So I wonder what they'd be saying. I think they'd be saying that in the next race, on pole position would be Oscar Somerset. I just went straight into it.
Oh, king of the segue. Where are we now? Right, let's drive this desk again.
What I was saying yesterday to somebody, Tom, is that there where we've sort of had that sort of deep dive into Jensen Simpson in the 25 is that there's nothing I like more as a commentator as watching a driver turn up for watching a driver turn up for their first race meeting. They're towards the back of the field. Then we see them get their first top 15, their first top 10, their first top 5, their first podium, their first win.
Isaac Duff.
Seeing somebody come and just improve, and witnessing the days where that they're out testing, and I was talking to someone last night. I was like, look, the things that people don't see about the drivers that get to the front, they don't see the days where they open the curtains in the morning, it's raining, and they go, I could easily not go on this test day, but I'm going to go anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Or in the first week of January, where it's freezing cold, where you young drivers in the van warming up for 10 minutes before they're on track for 10 minutes before they're back in the van warming up for 10 minutes. That is your difference between your drivers that get to your front and your drivers that don't. It's the ones that put in the hard yards, Tom. You're not going to.
But they put in the hard yards because they're really enjoying what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I said this to someone before. Like, look, it's nice to compete. It's nicer to win. And that's the mentality of some drivers.
It is. So we'll have a grid very quickly for junior Rotax who are heading out now, as well as senior Rotax as well. They're off the back of the grid, of course. Max Hall will go from pole position. Random grids, of course, in junior Rotax. Ronnie Harrow alongside. Then it's Joey Swan, Mark Laredo Gomez, Aidan Donnelly, Adam Causa, Jacob Carnes, Logan Pebbody, Jake Grufferty, Henry Armitage, Ted Hall, Alex Lynn, Cameron McNeil. Oliver O'Donovan goes off pole position for seniors with Holly Swan and Paul Swan alongside. And we're going racing. Already, Max Hall leads the way from Joey Swan, who's come up from P3 into second place. Ronnie Harrow drops down one position into third. Jacob Carnes from P7.
Oh, Carnes and Gruffity. No, they're not. Carnes and Gruffity perched up on top of each other in hairpin number 1. Gruffity on top of Carnes, and they are last and second to last, respectively. Out at the front, Max Hall from Joey Swan and Ronnie Harrow, Alex Lynn, and the fast-starting Ted Hall on the opening lap. He got squeezed a little bit onto the inside round the national loop, Tom, but held firm and came out of the corner. Big chunk of curb in the left-hander through the D by Ted Hall. Don't normally see that, but clearly got more grip in that kart than what he expected after the first heat of the day. He's turned him in slightly, a little bit too early, but he's come out of it unharmed. Still in 5th place. Gap back to Adam Causa with Logan Pebbody and Henry Armitage. Mark Laredo Gomez, Aidan Donnelly being hunted down now by Jacob Carnes with Gruffity and Cameron McNeil, who has just been disposed of his position in P13.
Well, senior Rotax have got the message from Heat 1 that we sent out, and they've got a big gap
Hang back
to the junior Rotax field now, so that's good by them. Then we've still got Max Hall leading the way. Jake Grufferty has very much got the bit between his teeth now. Of course, final winner yesterday by Jake Grufferty, and he is now starting to fight his way back through the field. Just puts a move on Jacob Carnes once again as they go side by side through hairpin 2. And Grufferty's got the high ground on the inside into South Bank corners, just a little bit back from this, but we will rightly stay video-wise at the front of the field. Joey Swan still just in front of Alex Lynn for P2. Max Hall continuing to lead the way. New personal bests as the tyre temperatures come up all the way down the field. So Ted Hall trying to do his best now to close in on Alex Lynn and Joey Swan for the final steps of the podium.
Gap back then to Ronnie Harrow. He's been steadily improving, Tom, the last couple of rounds.
Yes.
And also has a bright yellow helmet, which we do like because he stands out.
Yes.
Makes it
easy to spot. Yes, indeed. In the same way that it's quite easy to spot Jake Gruffity as well, as we see him there on camera, currently in P10, sorry, P9, because both Gruffity and Carnes have deposed Mark Laredo Gomez on the previous lap. Speaking of deposing people, Alex Lynn has just deposed Joey Swan for P2. And that's allowed Ted Hall to close back in. So now we've got a group of 4 for the lead.
Yep, Hall has been slowly easing up onto that as Lynn goes down the inside. We have had a change at the front, and Hall's going to try and do the same for third place on Joey Swan. Good little move there. You can see them coming out of hairpin 4.
Yep, so all change in the front 4. Lynn now leading the way from Max Hall. Ted Hall in third from Joey Swan. And Alex Lynn now starting to stretch this group of 4. Already the elastic is going out. There goes Ted Hall down the inside of Max Hall. No relation. But, too many Halls. Max Hall now deciding to return the favour and go down the inside into South Bank. We're missing this off camera at the moment, but that's what's going on. This group of that's headed by Ronnie Harrah in P5. There we go. There's Ted Hall now returning the switch back and getting the move back into P2 by Ted Hall. So that was all changed throughout that lap between the 2 Halls.
Lost time to the race leader, though. And Alex Lynn has a gap of nearly a second at the front here from Hall and Hall. But now we're starting... Oh, for the second time, that's... Gruffity up the back of a cart in front.
It was Carnes again, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. Carnes went down the inside of it. It was the cart. It was Mark. Was it Mark Laredo Gomez?
No, he's in.
Logan Peabody. Sorry.
Yes,
it was up the back of Logan Peabody.
Carnes was in the vicinity, so it was easy to make that assumption, wasn't it?
And we've got a technical defect for Joey Swan. Right rear bumper, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, he knows. He knows.
Yeah, hanging off the back, the right rear bumper. We've seen that a few times for Joey Swan, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know whether there's an issue with the end of that, where the bumper mounts into the chassis.
It's always the right rear here, isn't it? And I think it's the curb on the way into the D that when they run over it. I think that's the only curb that they actually purposefully run over.
Well, you've got the big dip as well coming out of the D, haven't you? And that flexes the chassis a lot. So
if that rear bumper scrapes along the floor, it can just pull it out, can't it?
It can. Alex Lynn still continuing to lead the way. Ted Hall was a couple of tenths quicker, a tenth and a half quicker. Max Hall not as quick and has now dropped back in P3, but all 3 are fairly comfortable in their positions. Not comfortable, though, is Ronnie Harrah in P5, who's got Carnes and Gruffity, who are doing double overtakes at hairpin 1. That was... I hope we caught that on camera, because that was amazing.
Carnes has done
Gruffity.
An overtake there and gained nothing from it, because he's gone down the inside of one driver and lost the place to another driver at the same time. These 2 are charging. If they'd had a tidy opening couple of laps, it may well have been a different story, but I genuinely still don't think they'd have got near to Alex Lynn or Ted Hall. The 2 of them in this race have had some superb pace. And Ted Hall, again on that previous lap, was a tenth and a half faster, still with 3 minutes or so on the clock for Ted Hall, but he's got still around about 0.6 of a second to reel in off the back of Alex Lynn.
We did catch it on camera, and that was a ridiculous overtake from Jake Gruffity. Very, very good. So Gruffity now into P5 with Carnes in 6th. That's demoted. Sorry, 4th and 5th. Then Ronnie Harrah is now 6th. Adam Causer 7th. Logan Peabody 8th. Henry Armitage 9th. And then Mark Laredo Gomez rounding out the top 10. Alex Lynn still looking comfortable in the front of this one, but Ted Hall is now starting to close in. He's still got a comfortable gap. He's not feeling the need to defend or anything yet, isn't Alex Lynn? But Ted Hall is keeping him very honest. And he was a tenth quicker last time around. was Ted Hall, and he was 2.5 tenths quicker that time, as he now does start to put Alex Lynn under increasing amounts of pressure. 2 minutes plus a lap to go. Is Ted Hall going to be able to make a move here for victory? We shall see. He's definitely closing in again.
He's got a couple of
right on
laps.
the back end now of Alex Lynn. Properly closed in. Meanwhile, in behind, Max Hall, very comfortable in P3. Bit of a race of one for Max Hall. But Gruffity and Carnes are still chasing down. They haven't given up on this. They were a couple of tenths quicker, but I think the gap is going to be too much for them to close in on third. But,
3 seconds nearly, that's unassailable. Not what is not unassailable is the lead as Ted Hall goes down the inside of Alex Lynn into hairpin number 2. Fairly sure that around about 20 seconds before that he'd been told to push and work with, but the gap was there. And Ted Hall goes down the inside into hairpin number 2. He will lead us up and over the timing line on what will be 3 laps to go for the 43.
Yeah, there he goes around the national loop through the wiggles, and Alex Lynn hasn't given up on this one. He's still able to go with Ted Hall, certainly in the first few corners. Jake Gruffity and Jacob Carnes both putting in personal best laps of the race. Meanwhile, in seniors, Oliver O'Donovan leads the way comfortably now from Holly Swan, with Paul Swan in behind in third. But he's a good couple of 100 metres down the road is Oliver O'Donovan now from Holly Swan, putting those new tyres to good use today. Crossed the line with 4 seconds to go, so we're going to get 2 more laps here for Ted Hall to hold on from Alex Lynn. There they go through the wiggles and into hairpin 1. It looks actually like Ted Hall's got the pace here.
Gone defensive though, up towards hairpin 2,
Yeah,
and now
fresh air. If he just keeps his head and just keeps going the way that he's going, he's going to be able to drive away from Alex Lynn. If he starts defending, he's going to leave himself open to attack. And he is. He's starting to defend from Alex Lynn already as they head round with to come over the line to take the last lap board. Yeah, Max Hall still very comfortable in third. Jake Gruffity, Jacob Carnes. That one seems to be fairly done now as well for 4th place. They're starting to spread apart. Ronnie Harrer, 6th. Adam Causer, 7th. Logan Pebbody, 8th.
Ted Hall, a snap oversteer on the way out of hairpin number 1. Will not have aided the pace in the run up towards hairpin number 2, but he's managed to ride that out as they go up and round South Bank for what will be the final time. He'll hug that white line a little bit more than he has done throughout the rest of the race to stop Alex Lynn getting the run, and Lynn will hopefully try and get that run on the outside. He's going to try and draw alongside, but Hall's going to have more than enough. And Ted Hall takes the victory from Alex Lynn and Max Hall.
Jake Gruffity comes over the line, P4. Jacob Carnes, P5. Ronnie Harrer, P6. Adam Causer, Logan Pebbody, Henry Armitage, and Mark Loreda Gomez will round out the top 10 in junior Rotax. Oliver O'Donovan will come over the line and take victory in seniors from Holly Swan. And then have we lost Paul Swan?
Yeah, he peeled off into pit lane with a few laps to go.
So we've lost Paul Swan as well as Joey Swan, who retired earlier on in the junior class.
Just a reminder that you are not allowed to take tools onto the dummy grid. Just everything must be done off the dummy grid before you go on there. And if you want to make some changes, you have to put your cart back on the trolley, go out of the dummy grid, and then bring them back in. The only thing that you can do on the dummy grid is lower your tyre pressures. That's the same everywhere else.
Do you like a giggle?
I always love a giggle, Tom.
Max Hall's been watching too much Formula One.
Why?
Well, because he's just come over the start-finish line and deliberately driven on the grass to pick up some dirt onto the tyres to just gain an extra couple of grams.
They're all doing that now. They were they were doing it, when they were all out on wets, I think, at a meeting earlier in the year. Not here, somewhere else. And they were driving down the grass to keep the wets cool on the outlap.
Right. I don't remember that. I honestly don't remember that.
Archie 410 wants to know who's leading the GX200.
Is it the R200?
They could be R200, but that's Tom Nichols. Senior Pro Kart is Max Shields. Honda Cadet depends on which driver wins which round. It's changing at the moment between Jones and Somerset, but I think Somerset is your points leader. As we've established throughout the day many, many times, Tom, in Junior Pro Kart, it's about 1 of 50.
Yes.
They all have a go. And I have no idea where the points are with that, because we'll have drop rounds going in after this weekend. Senior Pro Kart making their way around. Isaac Duff will be on pole position from Darcy Hall, George Ludwell and Lewis Blench, with Ike Needham and Joseph Williamson in front of Tom Hewland and Paul Scaife, with Danny Bean and Freddie Cowley, Gavin Pike and Bradley Rowe, with Max Shields, the Heat 1 winner, going P13 alongside Hayden Harris, Oliver Hall and Liam Edmonds, Zach Hudson and Lewis Jolly, with Curtis Yule and Zach Dawson completing your field.
Yeah, still surprised that we haven't had a few extra entries. I mean, we have had a couple of extra entries, haven't we? But a few more entries as a warm up for the British 24 hour. We normally see the Tates rock up around this time of year, don't we? And they've gone very early here.
No,
and we're going round again. Yeah, the inside line went really early before the outside line managed to pick up.
We do, but I don't think they're on the entry for the British 24, mate.
Oh, maybe that'll be why then.
I mean, I'll confirm it, but I'm almost certain they're not.
Maybe I'll get Poggy to get in touch with them as well. Let's see if anybody fancies a drive.
Just having a quick look. Got some new names, Tom, doing the 24 this year.
Team names or driver names?
No, team names. There'll be some that always change. RAF Spitfires are back and a few others. But Stu Stretton Photography, he's got a team in for the first time. They've been taking part in BPEC and they've got some really good drivers out of BPEC. If Leo Brown turns up, he is a really handy driver.
Mm-hmm. Mad Bad Leo Brown.
Obviously the usuals are back, including the reigning champions in the 43 of MS SoCo Select. 5 driver lineup for them, Tom, this year. Trying to remember all of them. Who may well, for this year only, be changing numbers. I'm told they'll may well run as a number. We'll keep that one for the British 24 hour.
We went early again on the inside line, but we are going this time. As Isaac Duff leads the way from George Ludwell. Ike Needham trying to lever his way down the inside as well. Trying to see who that was. It was Lewis Blench who was trying to lever his way down the inside. George Ludwell, meanwhile, firing his way down the inside of Isaac Duff at hairpin 2 and taking the lead. Chops to the inside. Lewis Blench sees an opportunity there and the gap opens and he's going to try and find his way through that one. He's going to walk through the door at hairpin 3 and slam it in front of Isaac Duff between hairpin 3 and 4. Ike Needham following through. And who else have we got in there? Joseph Williamson comes across the line in P5. Danny Bean up to P6. Darcy Hall dropping down to P7 on the opening lap.
Contact warning for Max Shields in the 43 for a little bit of a run on the UK plate of Bradley Rowe round the national loop.
Bit of naughtiness from some of the pro drivers coming through the field today with a few bump and run moves, which are not appreciated, I'm sure, from those in behind. But, meanwhile, at the front, George Ludwell is moving away, but the fight is on, well and truly, for second place. Isaac Duff now leads that train.
Well, it goes all the way to last, literally.
Well, it does, yeah.
It's I know it's still early in the race, but you know, normally there has been a fragmentation by now, and the only one is that George Ludwell is...
If you're Oliver Hall in 19th, you've got eyes on second place at the moment.
Off Ludwell with a gap of The second at the front of this race as Joseph Williamson tries to go down the inside of
Gets
Ike Needham.
big push from Danny Bean.
Here. Yeah, but he wasn't alongside enough there.
Yeah, I think Bean was hoping that he could push through and take 2 places there, but instead it's just going to be the one at hairpin 3. Although he carried so much speed into there that he caught the back again of Ike Needham, but did manage to get it stopped, and it didn't cause any problems for Ike Needham in the end. But he got through on Joseph Williamson. So Ludwell still continues to stretch out at the front. Was a 10th quicker than Isaac Duff in second place, who now has a bit of clear air in front and a few kart lengths behind to Ike Needham. And Isaac Duff, as we were saying earlier on, if you were still with us, is Isaac. Oh, hang on.
We've waved yellow at the first corner. We've got a car off on the outside.
Oh, we've got a red flag.
Yeah, we're going to stop that. That cart has gone off and it's gone a fair distance into the wall. I think
is that Oliver Hall or is it Zachary Hudson?
No, I believe, looking at it, I think it could well be Gavin Pike in the 151.
Yes, I can't see the orange cart as we've lost.
We're going to stop on the outside, and that is he's
Who
gone.
was that losing it under red flag as well?
Gone off onto the outside of the national loop. So we're going to.
Yeah, we're under red flag now.
7 minutes remaining on the clock here. It's still counting down on the screen, but with 7 minutes and 3 on the clock, we'll restart when we do under effectively a full course yellow. We'll have a lap under Battenberg flag, which will be timed because the race has resumed under that Battenberg flag, and then we will restart racing.
And it'll be on to George Ludwell to set the pace.
Yeah.
No, they can't get out their carts. They can't turn their engines off.
Just have a brief. And drivers just being instructed to remain in their carts. I think one had turned an engine off and things like that. So they need to keep the engines running because we could get resumed pretty quickly.
Please keep your arms and legs inside the vehicle. Smile
at
for the
all
camera.
times. Yes. Cart being pushed away on the exit of the national loop, and that's why they've been told to stay in their carts because we were expecting a fairly quick resumption. So. Looks like we are about to get going again just fairly quickly.
Just heard a radio that he's okay, which is good. What I was talking about, Tom, normally, reigning champions for the British 24-hour MS SoCo Select will normally and have historically raced the number 43.
Forever and a day.
Forever and a day. However, for 2026, they will race
tribute number.
The 115.
As a tribute number, indeed. We will go into that in a lot more detail during the British 24-hour. I think we're going to try and put together a nice tribute for a member of the paddock who we unfortunately lost
many 24 hours as part of Team Keen.
And a much-loved member of the paddock as well. And we always try to honour our fallen members, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, many people in the paddock, including Howard and Connor of MS Lucas themselves, and Ditch Focus were there on Friday.
But yeah, Robert Stanaway has unfortunately been lost from the field, and we will do our best to, as we say, honour him and his memory in the British 24-hour. And it's nice to see the 43 will be running the 115 of Team Keen throughout their attempt at another British 24-hour.
So the time has restarted at 7:03, and
if you're George Ludwell, just back him up. Take an ice age to get round.
Well, that's what I mean. If he did
less time for Max Shields to come through the field.
Well, if he did this at Junior Rotax pace, he'd only have to do one lap, wouldn't he? And then he'd won it.
Yeah.
They're rolling up.
He is taking it really steady as well. Not quite as steady as Junior Rotax, but he is taking it
I just
steady.
come off the throttle and let Ike Duff push me around and Ike need him.
And it's up to him to decide when he goes.
Now.
And he goes now. But he's not quite got the gap I think he was expecting to get and get the jump on.
Lewis Jolly's got a good run round the outside. He got the power down well as they go up and through the D chicane.
So it's going to be just over 5.5 minutes still to go.
Just the way
Senior Pro Kart.
Just the way Shields goes down the inside when he's normally racing, he's sideways but when he's overtaking, he's down the inside and just keeps it straight, and bang, tips it in. And the front end of that kart just bites for him.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does generate some understeer. We were talking about steering angle earlier on as Danny Bean loses 2 spots in the end and then fights back and takes one back off Shields. Shields tries to get the up and under switch back, ends up running into the back of Danny Bean there. And again coming through the dog leg and the kink. So that's and we saw that in Heat 1 as we've lost one at the back end, spinning round in the D chicane. Freddie Cowley, indeed.
Shields just needs to be careful here, Tom. That's the second time in this race he's had a contact warning.
Yeah, in fact, it was almost exactly what Danny Bean did in Heat 1. He had the similar contact through between hairpin 4 and the start-finish line. There goes the 811 of Joseph Williamson down the inside as well. There's Shields trying to get Danny Bean back. Williamson taking advantage of all the chaos in front. And he's come out best out of that group. There's Shields with an arm up in the air. I think he was asking, why have I got a contact warning? Well, it was from the last lap.
No, he was pretending to screw a light bulb in.
Doing that dance, the screwing the light bulb dance. George Ludwell, new fastest lap of the race. He's got the hammer down at the front, stretching away from Isaac Duff.
Washed out at hairpin number 1. I don't know whether he was expecting Shields to come down the inside anyway and just took the wider line, but was waving at the apex rather than kissing it.
Could have got out and walked to the apex.
Bus ticket.
The apex is lava. All of those cliches.
3.5 minutes for Shields to try and close in on Ludwell and Duff. A little bit slower on that lap, but it did involve the overtake halfway round it.
It did. So Joseph Williamson leading the club class now from Curtis Ewell, who is in P7. Liam Edmonds, 3rd place in the club class, is P10. And, that's Darcy Hall going down the back straight and having a bit of a remonstration with
someone.
Is that Liam Edmonds? I think it is.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think maybe Liam Edmonds. I didn't see any overtaking. I just caught the end of it, and I think Liam Edmonds might have got a switchback or something. Was slow out of hairpin 2, and Darcy Hall sort of her momentum got balked and.
Yeah, Darcy Hall, Tom, on a completely different kart, I think, to yesterday, or at least all the stickers are different.
Okay. Danny Bean, new fastest lap of the race in behind the slipstream of Max Shields. As we said before, wind fairly gusty here today. So in the right conditions, all the way from hairpin 4 up to the National Loop, that's going to be a massive headwind. If you can get tucked in behind somebody, there's huge amounts of time to be found. And that Danny Bean using Max Shields for exactly those purposes. They start to close in on Isaac Duff for P2. Both karts were quicker last time around. We'll get them over the timing line this time. George Ludwell, new fastest lap of the race, 46.4. Shields and Bean both in the 46.5s, which was 0.2 quicker than Duff. They're going to be knocking on the door of Isaac Duff's 2nd place by the time we get to the end of this race. We've still got a minute and a half. Danny Bean down the inside of Max Shields for P3. Strong, robust move. Just sent it down the inside. Saw an opportunity there. Shields wasn't defending. And Danny Bean saw an open door and went straight through it. And now he's doing the Edward Rye right around the outside at hairpin 3. And Shields just shoves him to the edge of the grass. And says
Yeah,
you're not
just-
coming through there, and then whacks his helmet and says, why are we not trying to close in on Isaac Duff? That's brought Joseph Williamson right back into play as well. And now we've got a group of 3.
Yeah, Shields just gave Danny Bean a choice there, didn't he? He was alongside him up towards hairpin number 4. Bean does look quick though, Tom. I think he's the only one really. Ludwell as well. They're on new tyres.
He's
They
been on a rally driving course, hasn't you, Danny Bean?
Of course I have. So he's on new tyres because he wasn't here yesterday. George Ludwell went for used yesterday and new today.
He is looking pretty racy as Danny Bean today. Definitely he's in the mix. Once we get towards the final, George Ludwell, though, looking imperious at the front of this one. Nobody challenging him in terms of pace. He's at least a tenth quicker than everybody else on track so far, with a new fastest lap of the race as well.
Nearly 4/10 quicker than Isaac Duff in second place. Shields with a defensive line into hairpin 1 and into 2. I think they think they can't catch Duff now, and he's having to hold on to that.
Yeah, Shields chops
Third
to the
place.
inside, down the back straight, and Danny Bean was sort of signalling to Shields to go, but Shields is going to be screaming at him, going, well, it's too late now, isn't it?
As we say all along, though, Bean has every right to go for any overtake
course
that he
he does.
wants, as does any other driver.
Last lap board is out and taken now by George Ludwell. Now comes across Isaac Duff, and there goes Shields, Bean, and Williamson. Curtis Yule up to 6th place now. Lewis Blench, top novice in P7. That's a good showing from Blench. Ike Needham, P8. Liam Edmonds, 9th. Zach Dawson, 10th now. With Darcy Hall just dropping outside the top 10 in P11, but still second novice.
Shields parked the 43 between hairpin 1 and 2. And by parked, I mean literally
And that's
anchored
allowed
it.
Williamson through, and then Shields got all crossed up going into hairpin 3. Ludwell's going to take us out of hairpin 4 and over the line to victory here in heat 2. There goes Isaac Duff taking 2nd place on the road. Shields just holds on side by side over the line with Danny Bean to take the final step of the podium, but that all got a little bit tasty towards the end of that race. Once we'd had the red flag. But Shields just holds on. And Joseph Williamson, top club driver in P5, but was mixing it amongst Bean and Shields there. So a very good showing from Williamson. Curtis Yule, P6, takes 2nd in club. Lewis Blench, top novice. Liam Edmonds, P9, he finished 3rd in club. Darcy Hall, P11, and Lewis Jolly in 14th are 2nd and 3rd in novice.
So, Phil, coming round then, we've got around about half an hour once again, Tom, for lunch before we're back at roughly about 1 o'clock for our afternoon heat, for heat number 3, and the finals as well to bring to a close round number 6. And then we are here in 2 weeks' time, of course, for the British 24-hour. No sprint meeting in August. That resumes in September, and then the doubleheader in October. So stick around. We'll see you in about half an hour's time for the resumptions with heats number 3 and the finals here from the NRG Karting Owners Sprint Series round 6. Just a reminder as well, if anybody has lost their Range Rover key, it is in the commentary box. Please feel free to come and retrieve it so you can move your Range Rover when you need to.
Welcome back to the afternoon session here, ladies and gentlemen, for the Owner Driver Sprint Series. Round 6 well underway. We've already had 2 sets of heats. Coming up next will be the final set of heats, Heat 3 for all our classes, and then we will have our finals due straight after. Of course, Junior Pro Kart are coming up next, which means one thing and one thing only, David.
It started to drizzle, Tom.
It has started to rain. Of course it has, because Junior Pro Kart are heading out
I don't think any
shortly.
of them will be on wets. It's not that wet, but there is drizzle. I'd be surprised if any of them have opted for it. It'll be Harry Pennington on pole with Ben Edwards alongside, Reece Cranston and Charlie Henderson, with Adam Roberts and Joshua Milburn, Marley Simpson in front of Ashton Kennedy, Dylan Slack and Edward Rye. Then it's going to be Andrew McCrossan with Freddie Battersby just be alongside him, Ashton Horspool and Reece Dodds behind them, Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn in front alongside Lennon Wright, Elvis Hartley and Ted Hall, Ashton Carmichael, Fen Wheat and Joshua Sullivan, with Josh Brown and Peter Webster. Some big names, Tom. The final 5 or 6 places: Carmichael, Sullivan, Hall, Webster, Brown, who had a superb P3 in the previous race.
Indeed, he did. Being told to slow down, being told to keep the gap nice and wide between the two of them. And we are away and racing for the afternoon session.
Up towards the national loop they go for the fall. We've got a driver up and over already. We'd have a red flag there. 2 drivers came together and it's Ben Wheat up and over. Race will be stopped and restarted. Medics immediately with him. Just a quick shout, please do not enter the circuit. The medics are doing their job and will do it as to where they are trained, and they are trained to a very high standard. The ambulance will make its way out onto circuit.
Yeah, we don't even want to really speculate as to what the situation is at the moment. So drivers being stopped on the back straight.
Just wheels coming together there, Tom, and up and over they went.
It will be a full restart here for Junior Pro Kart when they eventually get the okay to get sorted out. But yes, we will just we will just take a brief pause here, just while this one gets sorted out. We will be back with you very shortly. Just to give you a brief update, ladies and gentlemen, we are under red flag conditions for the final, for the start of our final final quarter of our race weekend here at Teesside. But we are under red flag due to an incident on circuit, and we will resume as soon as is humanly possible. But of course, our priorities lay with our medical incident on track at the moment. So please bear with us. And for those who are spectating at the side of the track, if you could please have a little bit of decorum, move yourself away from the barriers, please, and give the driver and the medic some space. Thank you. Appreciate that. Those who are already doing that, thank you very much. Yes, it's. But we will be back with you as soon as we can. Thank you. Just another update for those watching at home. If you have just joined us after the lunch break, we are under red flag conditions due to a medical incident on the circuit. We will be back with you as soon as we can. Situation is currently being resolved. Drivers for Junior Pro Kart Heat 3 are currently stopped on the back straight, and we will have a resumption, a full restart of this race once we are cleared to go racing once again. Thank you. Just another quick update, ladies and gentlemen. We are still resolving the medical incident that has happened on the track. We will be back with you shortly. As soon as humanly possible, we will be getting going racing again with a full restart for Junior Pro Kart Heat number 3. And in the meantime, not only did it start raining after lunch, but it's also been raining during the red flag period as well, because of course Junior Pro Karts are out on track. So we will see whether the rain holds off or whether the sun's going to come out and all that kind of stuff, and we'll get going again just as soon as we can. So please bear with us, and we will be back with you shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, just to keep you updated again for our viewers at home, we will be back with you as soon as humanly possible. We are attending a incident on circuit, but of course Junior Pro Karts are out, so it's absolutely hurling it down. All drivers have been asked to make their way back into pit lane to get some cover. The karts are still parked out on the back straight, and we will be back with you as soon as we possibly can be. But I'm sure you can understand our need for the delay here, and we'll be back with you as soon as we can. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back then. Thank you for staying with us. It is greatly appreciated. Naturally, we'll take as much time as possible when dealing with on-track issues. Green flag is down as we resume with Coma and Mighty Bambino. Oliver Mullen with a good start. Junior Pro Karts will now move to the end of the cycle as their karts were all brought back into the pit lane after the incident we had, as Jake Wynn goes back down the inside of Oliver Mullen to retake the lead that he had from pole position. So moves himself through. And as you can see, the track is now very, very wet. And round
that's how
goes
wet
Jake
it is.
Wynn, the leader. Spins at the first corner and will go all the way down to the tail end of the field as he gets that kart moving again.
Hello, everybody. Nice to be back.
As I say, Junior Pro Kart will go to after Senior Pro Kart for both their third heat and for their final as well, which will provide a little bit of a break and allow those drivers to decompress.
Oh, another one round. Oh, and up over the back
that
as
was
well.
Sebastian O'Connell.
I think it was, yes. And was that Theo Wagner, was it, in the...
Possibly. O'Connell's going to pick up just a
Another bit of
contact warning. I
contact,
think
yeah.
that was just for rejoining.
Meanwhile, Jace Hannon leads the way from Reggie Rhodes.
Look at that all the way around the outside. Is that the 11 of Bobby James Maddock?
Maddock, yeah. He went all the way around the outside and has taken third place.
How
and
many
it's
places has he made up on that lap?
a lot.
It's Bobby James Maddock.
And it's tipping it down here at Teesside once again. We've had the rain has been on and off since pretty much since we broke for lunch, really.
6 places. Bobby James Maddock, round goes Reggie Rhodes.
Oh, no. And we've also had, is that O'Connell again? I think it is.
I think it is.
And there was contact there, I think, with Jake Wynn as well, possibly. Was it Theodore Lee?
Yeah.
Where there was contact there. And he's gone round again as Jake Wynn. Really struggling in these conditions. I mean, the track is going to be super slippery.
A lot of these drivers won't have had a lot of opportunity in the last year or so to do any wet running, Tom, because it's been that dry for the last 4 or 5 months.
But we've also had, because it's been so dry, the track is extremely rubbered in.
I can hear it bouncing off the roof. I wonder if, and it's his first time here, I wonder if Bobby James Maddock is Scottish. As we all know, Scottish drivers are fast in the rain.
Well, we've look, David. We started to get rooster tail in a lap. We've gone from being a wet track to now having rooster tails coming up off the back wheels.
Spin round at hairpin 4. I think that could well have been Jake Wynn again, and it's subsided in. Just stopped a bit.
Yeah, and the rain's eased off already. It's bonkers the weather today so far. Or certainly since lunch break, it has been anyway.
Yes, we've had a bit of everything.
But over to the left, where the wind is blowing from, it's blue again, relatively clear. Yes, and the clouds are a lot higher, and they don't even look like rain clouds. So it's maybe a short one.
I'm expecting to see a tornado and maybe a cow being blown across like
We got
Twister
cows.
We got cows.
Meanwhile, we've got Hannon leading from Maddock now, who is hounding.
Started last, did Bobby James. I just say, first time here, but I do wonder if he is a Scotsman because of how good he is in the rain.
I'm sure we'll find out.
It's a stereotype.
Would the owners of Bobby Maddock please get in touch on the YouTube?
Yeah,
comment.
It's a stereotype that I'm running with, that all Scottish drivers are good in the rain. You're like how all Finnish people are good at rallying.
Yes. Well, they get taught that, don't they? As
it's
part of their
school.
driving test.
Oh no, it's school. It's when you've got maths, you've got science, then you've got rallying just before geography.
What are you doing after lunch? Oh, I can't play. Yeah. I've got my rally driving course with Tyrone. Double rallying.
Maddock's closing up down
He
that
is.
back
Look
straight.
at that power and confidence.
Go on, lad.
In these conditions.
All
the way around the outside. Oh no!
Devastated.
Too fast.
Oh, that was that had
right, Bobby.
Marks of brilliance.
That's where you're going too fast.
Gutting.
But up until that point, 10 out of 10.
That was overtake of the season until it wasn't.
exactly that.
unfortunately,
Exactly
for
that.
Bobby James Maddock.
But having fun
superb,
out there, yeah.
The confidence that he had there, Tom,
Oh,
to stick it out round the outside.
Bravest kid award going to Bobby James Maddock because he's just tried to go flat through the D chicane as well. Nearly went straight on, had a panic mid-corner, gathered it all up, and is carrying on. Definite bravest kid award goes to Bobby Maddock. I'm putting it out there now. If he was older, I'd be saying they must have a little cutaway in the seat.
Yes.
So it's for extra large bits.
My seats doesn't even have a side. So Jace Hannon still out at the front, being pursued now by Logan Grassi, who was just under a second faster than him on the previous lap, Tom. Not sure if we had the timing update there in the top left-hand corner on this occasion.
But our live timing in the commentary box is down, and also we think possibly our YouTube comments are possibly also down as well. We're not sure. We're keeping our eye on it, folks.
We'll just crack on, Tom.
We'll just carry on. No problem.
So, Jace Hannon still leading then from Logan Grassi. So we've got a little spin there. Is that Sebastian O'Connell? Fastest lap of the race though, Tom, by Bobby James Maddock in third place as he tries to close up onto the back of this
we're going to have a C50 fight, I think.
Yeah, having led this race for a couple of metres or so round the outside of the South Bank corner. We've got 2 laps to go, and Maddock was 1.2 seconds quicker than Grassi on the previous lap, and 1.5 seconds quicker than Jace Hannon. Round hairpin 1. I'm trying to figure out where he's gaining this massive amount of time.
He's gaining it anyway because he's just keeping the throttle in, but he's then fighting the kart because it keeps trying to spin round on him, but he's gathering it up. His kart control is excellent, is Bobby James Maddock.
1.2 seconds, I say, quicker on the previous lap as they head up towards South Bank. And he's so quick round South Bank. Just
there we go.
Look at him.
Well, he's flat out.
Of the track.
He's absolutely flat out, whereas the others, I believe, are lifting because they can feel the loss of grip. Bobby's just like, right, no, I'll just send it round the outside.
Big look over the shoulder from Logan Grassi, and we're going to have a 3-kart battle for the lead as they head up and over the timing line for what will be the final time before they see the checkered flag.
Yeah, first time here as well for Bobby Maddock. So not only first time here, did his all his laps yesterday in the races in the dry. So first laps in the wet, and they have certainly been the best amongst the field, I think it's fair to say.
Wonder if he could get close enough, whether he could drive round the outside. We've got a spin at hairpin 2, which is going to mean no overtaking there. He goes wide at hairpin 2, but then gets such a drive down the back straight here. As Logan Grassi's going to try and go round the outside of Jace Hannon up towards South Bank, and I think he might have got that done, Tom.
He has.
Great move by Logan Grassi. Here comes Bobby Maddox. He's going to try and go all the way round the outside once again.
Oh, and he's gone all the way round on the outside.
Yeah, there he is, Logan Grassi, though, with that move round the outside on the run into South Bank. He's going to come through. And just like yesterday, he started the day from the back with some issues. He comes through to take a victory. This time it's in the heat from Jace Hannon. And it's going to be Bobby Maddox, who's still happy with his work, Tom, in third place.
And so he should be. Excellent drive and a power slide.
And a celebration
and a handbrake turn.
Slide.
Power slide and a handbrake turn.
I think that's right in front of his family as well, who are very, very happy. Yes.
Yeah, he's a happy young man, is Bobby. Excellent drive there into P3, and it really, if he'd managed to hold on to it, could well have been a victory there. But I don't think he will be disappointed. In fact, we can see he's not, because he's still pumping the air. Is Bobby Maddock? So yeah, great drive, and he'll be hoping it stays wet for the final, which will be coming up in around about an hour's time.
I'm sure he will. It's going to take a while for this track to dry now, isn't it, Tom?
So Logan Grassi takes victory in Coma C50 with Jace Hannon and Bobby Maddock on the podium. Oliver Mullen takes victory in Might E. Reggie Rhodes. Then Jake Wynn eventually finishes second in Might E. Theo Wagner finishes third in Might E. And I think that's Theo Wagner's best finishing position as well. Theodore Lee, Ayrton Tennant and Sebastian O'Connell completing the running order. Oh, we have got live timing back up now.
I just popped it on my phone for a little while.
What have we got here? Junior Pro Kart Heat 3. Right, well, we don't need that at the moment. We will keep it on there, though. I'm going to try and drive this desk again. Where are we? Honda Cadets next for their third heat. It's going to be Oscar Somerset going from pole position with Jack Thompson alongside and Kyle Kerr in third. Jacob Jones in fourth. Zach Zeber in fifth with Abel Hutton sixth. Aston Wilson will be P7 with Sam Vout in P8. Oscar Wills will go from 9th place with Alex Fatima in 10th place. He's been very consistent. 2 races, 2 10th finishes for Alex Fatima so far today. Calais Tennant will go from P11 with Thomas Chalk in 12th. Josh Finley in 13th. Frankie Turnbull in 14th. Oliver Reed will go from 15th with Sophia Hankinson 16th. Harry Scrafton 17th. And hopefully we will see Tyler Grufferty back out there in the Seoul Micromax, although it was a retirement from Heat 2, so we'll have a look and see if we can see him coming off the dummy grid. And I think that is the lesser spotted Tyler Grufferty right at the back of the field. Which is good to see.
Field making their way around then. And they qualified in the wet this morning, albeit not this wet. It was drying.
I reckon they'll all be on wet tyres now, though.
Without doubt, but as I say, this is the first time they'll have been out there on, well, whether kicking up spray like this, Tom.
But with it stopping raining now, fully stopped, and blue skies about to move overhead.
That could be it. We might get a
When's going to be the
heats.
crossover between slicks and slicks and wet tyres?
Field coming in, just being told to slow down as they were coming in a bit hot. But the green flag has dropped and we are away and racing as they'll run up towards the National, and they'll be see if anybody goes high and wide round the outside. I'm going to try and pick that driver out in the white helmet who was going to come through, I think, in P5. And I think that was Abel Hudson going all the way around the outside as Oscar Wills goes off and Aston Wilson goes as well. And I think Oscar Wills is frustrated with himself. I didn't see anything that caused that, Tom, other than him tagging his own brakes, but he was frustrated.
Well, everybody went deep into hairpin 1, and Jack Thompson and Oscar Somerset actually ended up swapping places briefly. Who was that high, wide, and handsome around the outside
It's Abel Hutton, who was in the same place at the start, Tom, I think.
So he's gone fully wet line. That's Oscar Somerset going extremely wide, taking the wet line. Will get great traction out of it, but you're going to find Jack Thompson now in front of him.
Yeah, the Scotsman leads. Stereotype is being played with again, Tom.
It's your stereotype.
Yeah, see that all Scottish people are good in the wet.
There goes Somerset back through, though. Not sure whether there was a little bit of a bump and run there or not.
They were level side by side, and Thompson wasn't backing out, and Somerset had to.
Yeah.
They're going to swap lines a lot, but here comes Kyle Kerr going round the outside of Jacob Jones, and then we'll switch back to the inside of Jones for third place, and they'll run side by side. There's no
easy, Tiger.
Yeah, I don't think there's any contact between them, but they both decided to have a bit of a chop at each other, didn't they?
Kyle Kerr did it first and then was surprised when Jacob Jones did it back and wasn't
Yeah.
happy about it. It was like, well, you did it first, my friend.
Hutton loses 5th place to Zach Zieber.
Yes, so Thompson still leading the way then. Somerset still in very, very close proximity though.
Oh, over the curb goes Josh Finley, launches himself down the inside. He has a spin and loads of the Hondas have gone as well. We've got Frankie Turnbull round, Oliver Reed round, all in evasive action. I think Tyler Gruffity went across the grass as well, but that was Josh Finley trying to go round the outside of
Change
Thomas
for the lead,
Shaw.
David. Sorry, change for the lead. Jack Thompson back in front. Jacob Jones though alongside down the back straight, and Kyle Kerr's going to try and freight train through as well. And they're all going to hang some Oscar Somerset out to dry in the wet weather. Are they? Are they?
No.
Somerset
No.
is going to do the Edward Rye and come back and take the lead.
Move. What a move that is by Oscar Somerset.
Wow.
Get out and take a bow, son.
They were going to hang him out to dry in the wet weather, and he said, no, thank you, I've got a tumble dryer right the way around the outside.
Special move by Oscar Somerset there.
Don't need your assistance. I can do it all myself. Thank you very much. And retakes the lead and retakes the position. And that's why he is currently your points leader in the championship. What a great move. Oscar Somerset, Jack Thompson now trying to hang on. I think in fairness, through this first half of the lap. Jacob Jones right there, Kyle Kerr also. Then we've got Zach Schieber and Abel Hutton now in a train. A little bit of a touch there from Zach Schieber into the back of Kyle Kerr. And that's then knocked Kerr slightly offline. And through the next corner, Zach Schieber takes advantage. It wasn't straight away, but it did eventually happen. And Schieber is through into 4th.
Still top 6 within touching distance. Calais Tennant there as well in 7th. Just needs a corner or two to catch back up. He was with them earlier on in the 52. And then further down, drivers that have had 1 or 2 issues. Thomas Chalk still going well, but we've had Oscar Wills, who spins for the second time at hairpin 1, and he's going to have to sit and wait whilst Harry Scrafton and Josh Finley go through so he could rejoin safely, and does now.
So Somerset hasn't managed to gap the rest of the field by much. Got away on that opening half a lap where he hit the front, and then the gap has sort of remained equidistant ever since. Zach Schieber is flying through the field though now. He's side by side with Jacob Jones. He's not going to have the high ground there. Jacob Jones is going to hold on to it and maintain position. But Zach Schieber is looking very racy in these conditions. Starting to suit this driver. Kyle Kerr starting to drop back slightly now as Abel Hutton has taken that position away. So Hutton up to 5th. Oh, and Jacob Jones is round. Because I could see Zach Schieber with his hand in the air. I'm not sure whether that was an apology or...
Well, Jones was in front, so I wonder, yeah, we'll have a quick look at that.
I didn't see any contact. It was off camera. But Jacob Jones definitely not happy. And Zach Schieber also with an arm off the wheel. So there was, I would say there would be a coming together between the two of them.
Oscar Somerset, though, continues to lead, opening up the gap. It was an apologetic hand by Zach Schieber, Tom.
Yes, it was. We've just seen it back. Yes, it was a bit of contact between the two.
Somewhat inevitable in these wet weather conditions.
Well, the way the lines cross over, yes, I'm surprised that we haven't had more of those, to be fair, but we saw a couple.
Oh, Schieber is round at hairpin 1 on his own steam on this occasion, and Calais Tennant is through into 4th place because Kyle Kerr had to take evasive action and dab the brakes.
And Jacob,
so, P5, sorry, for Kyle Kerr.
Jacob Jones channeling his inner Alonso there. As he drove past the spinning Zach Schieber.
Top 3 are clear with equal gaps of around about a second or so, I reckon, between them. That's a good spot for a second, Tom, isn't it? Abel Hutton with the fastest lap. I said there was a second between them. 1 second and 2 thousandths.
Yeah, Abel Hutton now
Hawkeye
has got the hammer down and is starting to close in on the front pair. I say front pair, at the minute it's Jack Thompson.
Good move that by Kyle Kerr, who's going to try and go wide round the outside and cut back to the inside of Calais Tennant. And I think he's got the track position just as we cut to Abel Hutton trying to drive all the way round the outside here of Jack Thompson.
Or if there's one driver in this class with plenty of experience here in the wet, I would put it in the on the doorstep of Abel Hutton.
2 laps to go for your race leader.
Calais Tennant, in fact, will be another one who's had millions of laps around here, and a lot of them will have been in the wet.
Around the outside of him through the across the start-finish line. Jacob Jones just behind them as well. In fact, Jones is down the inside of Calais Tennant. They'll run side by side up through the chicanes. Jacob Jones is through.
There goes Kyle Kerr. He's just gone really wide there. Jacob Jones is back through now and has taken that position away.
Round the outside again, tries Abel Hutton. So Jacob Jones slides the 42 round South Bank. Oh, God, I thought he was going into a little spin there for Kyle Kerr.
Jacob Jones went into a half spin and managed to gather that up, did Jacob Jones. Wow, what a save that is. Allowed Kyle Kerr to come back alongside, and then Jones just managed to get that extra drive out of the corner.
I think for me here, Kerr needs positions because that looks like a front fairing penalty. It's bouncing up and down, Tom. I may well be mistaken, but as he hits some bumps, that wobbles. We'll keep an eye on that, but not sure where that's come from. But as he goes down the straight, it's going to may well be 5 seconds. I think it'll only drop him 3 places at most because I think he's going to be clear of the Sam Vout, Alex Atima, Josh Finley battle. It's a real shame Josh Finley had that spin earlier on. He's had some good wet weather pace there and qualified P3 in damp conditions earlier on that thought he could well have moved forwards and been in this front pack. Here comes Oscar Somerset, though, to take the victory in heat number 3 from Thompson and Hutton, Jacob Jones and Kyle Kerr, with Thomas Chalk is that going side by side with Calais Tennant at the line. Tennant taking the position by 0.02 of a second in front of Zach Zeba, with Sam Vout, Josh Finley and Alex Atima in front of Oscar Wills, Harry Scrafton. Tyler Gruffty will come through next in front of Oliver Reed, Frankie Turnbull and Aston Wilson. Will finish in P17.
Well, we've had 3 different weather conditions here in Honda Cadet so far today, and I just want to point this out because I keep seeing it, but Alex Atima has gone 10th, 10th, and 11th.
Yes,
in his results so far today. Just thought it was worth pointing that out. In 3 different weather conditions. Well, we've had the changing running order all the way up and down the field. He's just gone, nope, I like it in this spot.
So next up will be Honda R200s. Jude White in the live chat saying big love to Frankie Turnbull. Massive hello as well to Jeff Lee in the live chat. Next up is our Honda R200 Inters. Tom Nichols will be on pole position. He'll have Max Platts alongside him. George Wilson, Jensen Simpson on the second row. JJ Allen, who retired from the second heat of the day, Tom, with a snap throttle cable. We'll start this one from P5.
Ah, Jeff.
Yes, Jeff.
Nice to have you in the comments. suggest you go and watch Honda R200 Heat 2
We do like.
for further examples of how we only focus on the leaders.
We appreciate everybody getting in touch in the live chat. Thank you very much for taking the time. Feel free to give this stream a like and a subscribe whilst you're watching as well. Press the bell notification so that you can be notified next time we go live for all of your motorsport viewing.
Just so that we know that you're a bell. Oh, sorry, you pressed the bell. That's it.
Oh, we're missing Jensen Simpson.
Oh, no, we
unfortunately.
are missing Jensen
His
Simpson.
cart was down having some work done to it. I saw it having work done to it at the end of the second heat throughout lunch.
Have we commentators cursed him?
We could possibly have. We spent a lot of time following a driver that wasn't in the lead pack in the previous race, Tom.
Yes, and almost an entire race, in fact, watching somebody who was fifth out of 5 runners to try and help Jensen Simpson along.
We're kind of like that, aren't
and
we?
give him some focus, yeah, because we didn't feel that he was getting enough screen time. So, yes, if you'd like to watch Heat 2 of R200s again, then you can enjoy that. Enjoy that. And meanwhile, our 4 runners in Honda R200 are underway, with Tom Nichols leading the way from Max Platz alongside. George Wilson is in third, now is in second, and now is back to third, and now is back to second again, and now JJ Allen is gone from fourth to second.
Slid
And
right
it changes that quickly.
Well, Alan went down the inside, and that was where the grip was, it turns out. Max Platz falls down to P4, but he was on pole in the wet this morning, although it wasn't as wet as this.
Well, Nichols and Allen, another 2 with plenty of experience in the wet here. And JJ Allen has driven a lot of times in the Honda Cadet class during wet races here. Tom Nichols likewise. George Wilson and Max Platz, they are going to have to try and learn quickly off the 2 in front of them. And Max Platz extremely wide, going via the car park to Greg's, which is over the other side of
Just
the
on
South
the other
Bank.
side of them trees, isn't it?
Yes,
Greg?
it is, yes.
It's the only corner you won't mind going wide at.
Yeah,
according
it
to our-
went extremely wide.
our-
Almost in the drive-through. He was
Our
that
very
wide.
playful international track layout guide from last year.
Let's see if we can dig that out for the British.
Oh, Max Platz is round at hairpin 2.
It's just while we've got the R200s have settled into the race, so just a 4th public service announcement as well.
And probably the final one.
And
as
it
well.
will be the final one, yes. That if you have lost a Range Rover key here at Teesside today, if you have a best thing to do, if you have a Range Rover key or you think you have a Range Rover key, check your pockets, check your handbags, check your purse, and see if you've still got it. And if you haven't, come and see us in the commentary box.
Look at your car. If it's Range Rover shaped, put your hands in your pockets. If you're missing a key, we've got it. There we go.
I tell you what, just to cover it all off as well, if you've got a Range Rover, a Land Rover, or anything along those lines, check your pockets, and if you're missing a key, come and see us. Because it says Range Rover on it, but who knows? Could be a Jaguar, for all we know these days. Technical defect.
Nichols round South Bank without really straightening the wheel there.
The Jaguars get the meatball flag before they've even left the factory, don't they, these days?
What have you've got your
And Land Rovers as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't help but feel it's all started since Mr. Mathers left the electronics department as well and gone full time on comms.
Yeah. Yeah, he had it settled, didn't he? He knew what he was doing.
Well, the thing was, we could all blame it on him.
Yeah, now we can.
Now we can't. They're all anonymous again. Oh, JJ Allen.
Jacking the cart into hairpin.
He really was leaning on the front outside tyre to get the maximum squish into the track and get the maximum amount of grip he can out of it. What are the wets that we run here, David, in cadets?
They're a Mojo.
A Mojo.
Mojo, same as the Intermax tyres. Nichols takes the midline round.
Cat's apologising for correcting us on actually getting it wrong, but don't worry, Cat. I didn't have a clue what they ran on, so you did a better job than me.
I didn't know what cars they were.
Well, they are on the Mojo Wet, aren't they, Tom?
If you say so, David, you are the expert in this regard. Meanwhile, I'm going to throw a big shout out to Ronnie Harrer.
And Ronnie Harrow's mate.
And Ronnie Harrer's
mate
buddy.
Yeah.
Who brought him from Haribo.
Whose name we can't quite remember because we only ever recognise people with their lids on.
Yes. Ronnie, get in touch and tell us who you brought in with you. Because I can't remember. But thank you very much for the Haribo. Firm favourite here in the commentary box. I think we, for the British, we should have like a rider, shouldn't we, for people who want to bring us things.
Have a list on the door.
Well, no, it all started because I said we accept all forms of bribery if you want a mention.
Yeah, well, and then the following year, Modern Eyes turned up with 12 cupcakes with logos on.
Yes, they did, but also we get a tray of donuts, don't we, from Bonato?
Yeah.
They always turn up with donuts and cakes and things like that for us as well. They once turned up with a full bag for life of stuff.
I'll get in touch with Chalmers and make sure that that he hasn't forgotten about us this year. He's already sent me the pictures of his 2 Nassau panels.
Right. What are we expecting?
One can be described as a replica Porsche 962 livery.
What the Golf colour scheme?
No.
The cigarette branding that rhymes with Schmoshmans.
Bothmans.
Schmoshmans.
Yes, that one.
Right, okay.
Yes, but they've changed it to Old Man's.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's quality.
I like that.
It is quality. It's lovely.
So it'll be like white with sort of bluey gold and
blue,
stuff
white, gold, and salmony red thing.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Love
it's
it.
Nice.
Sounds good. I tell you the one that I miss. I don't miss their name, but I do miss the Nassau panel. Is the renowned Vankels. I have to say that very slowly.
Did they always used to run 555?
I think they did because of the they basically are basing it off the Mazda 787B, and they had the orange and green diamonds on the front of the Nassau panel, and it was great.
Saw that
great
car
livery.
in the Le Mans Museum fortnight back.
It's the best sounding car in the world, the Mazda 787B, and if anybody wants to question me or argue with me on that, we will fight.
Your live stream,
it'll be like Anthony Joshua last night.
Yeah. Oh, round goes JJ Allen at the D chicane.
You looked at me confused then.
No,
Have you not seen what happened last night?
Yeah, but he got knocked down twice in the first round
then came back and sparked the guy out in the second round.
Yeah, he got knocked down by a guy who works in a bakery or something. A plumber, isn't he?
He tickled my face.
Yeah,
down I went.
I'd fight AJ for £1 million. I'd fight a moving vehicle for £1 million.
Has anyone got £1 million to make that happen? Because I'd watch it or stream it live. TSK-Media.
Tom Nichols clear now. It was 2.7 seconds, but that spin on the previous lap for JJ Allen means that the gap is
significant.
Going to be nearer, or if not beyond, 10 seconds. Just under 9.
We're measuring it in corners now rather than distance, aren't we? How many corners in front is he? And it's currently 2.
And it's going to be the whole length of the back straight and maybe even part of South Bank here.
Well, the timer has ticked down to 0, so we will be getting the final lap next time around. Please do keep your comments coming in.
Particularly if you are called Jeff. Off goes Max Platz, unfortunately on the outside of the first hairpin.
We welcome all comments. We do. constructive and not. Just make it fun. That's all I'm bothered about. Give us something to talk about. Give us something to talk about. That's what the comment system is for.
On to the final lap then. Tom Nichols leads by a good margin from JJ Allen. Doesn't seem to be...
Still 2 corners.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be easing up there at all, does Nichols? It's often the best way, isn't it? When you concentration levels lower, your pace drops a little bit. And
he's
also need to be careful.
He's just gone through a right-hander without steering right.
Yeah.
Which is brilliant. And again, there's another one.
Yeah.
Just steering left the whole way, and again, through a left-hander, steering right the whole way around it. Kart control, brilliant.
He's not Scottish, but
Oh,
Tom
well done, Tom
Nichols
Nichols.
is going to win the third heat.
Scottish name.
Yes.
Although he'd be Tam Nichols, wouldn't he? But
From
well done.
JJ Allen in second place, George Wilson in third. Max Platz will come through to finish in P4.
And that brings to an end our Honda R200 grid. Try and drive this desk again. We're on to junior Rotax and senior Rotax next. Then we will have our senior Pro Karts. Then we will have our junior Pro Karts back out for their final heat. And they will be the last race of the day then as well. Junior Pro Karts will be the last race of the day, yes. Because of the amended schedule. Due to the on-track incident earlier on. And of course our thoughts are very much still lingering on
with
Fenwheat and hoping that, first of all, that he is okay. We're still to receive any kind of update on his condition, but hope that he's okay and that he can be back with us and racing very, very soon indeed.
I'll give his dad a shout later and see if there's any update. I'll send him a message after the meeting. But hopefully it's okay. He was taken to hospital as a precaution, but was awake and talking. And his dad told me, he said to him, he asked Fen, he says, "Do you think you'll be ready for the final?" And Fen just laughed at him. So, so still in good spirits, but won't be out for the rest of the day. Henry Armitage with a spin on the out lap. He would have started in P7. I think he may well get back into position. Cameron McNeil and Adam Causa from Alex Lynn and Aidan Donnelly, Ted Hall, Mark Laredo Gomez, Henry Armitage and Joey Swan with Jake Gruffty, Ronnie Harrow, Logan Peverdy, Max Hall and Jacob Carnes. Your juniors, seniors, Paul Swan, Oliver O'Donovan and Holly Swan. And somebody should give him a shout out, I think, to Adam Causa in the live chat earlier on. Yes, they're from Dan1120 from Riley Whittaker Jenkins, who we normally see here in our Micromax class.
Must be on holiday.
Causa will bring us to the line then as we go racing, as Ted Hall's managed to get himself to the inside of Alex Lynn on the run up towards the National and finds the grip on the inside. They're 3 wide in the middle. Causa's going to try and go all the way around the outside, but it's Ted Hall who leads us through from Alex Lynn and Adam Causa as Jacob Carnes goes down the inside, spins and takes a few people for a ride with him as well. Ronnie Harrow took evasive action. Yep. Aidan Donnelly was one of them. And Adam Causa, the other on the outside, was a passenger.
And sun back out on track now as well. So this is going to dry up pretty quickly now. But yeah, Ted Hall actually got a big push in the back over the start-finish line from now second place, Jake Gruffty. It kind of spat Ted to the right-hand side across the track, and it was the best thing that could happen to him because it sent him straight into the lead. Meanwhile, Jake Gruffty has worked his way through following that and is in P2.
It was P9.
So I was worried that Ted was going to go straight into the side of somebody and then we were going to have spins over the line. And actually, he managed to gather it up really well. And it put him on a perfect line to be right down the inside and taking the lead. Yellow flags again.
Max Hall.
Yeah.
Round, and I don't know whether that was a slow-moving Adam Causer as well.
It was. I think he went round as well briefly,
the outside of him,
like a half spin. Meanwhile, in seniors, Oliver O'Donovan leads the way from Holly Swan and Paul Swan. They are as they were. There goes Joey Swan down the inside. That's the 80 of Mark Laredo Gomez, who is now going to be in P6. There's Jacob Carnes in 7th, Adam Causer 8th, Max Hall 9th, Henry Armitage 10th.
Go right the way round the outside of Cameron McNeil. Over the timing line there was Henry Armitage.
Ted Hall is absolutely flying at the front of this one. Jake Gruffity is the only person who can go with. He is both of those two are now over 3 seconds in front of the chasing pack.
Logan Peabody is going at Alex Lynn here, and Joey Swan as well, who will have had a lot of wet weather driving here at this track as well. He's bearing in mind that he's been racing here since Bambino. Lynn will have track position up to 4. Swan's going to try and go down the inside, and that is track knowledge. That is track knowledge from Joey Swan. Just get that drive. He only made up 1 place in the end.
Yeah, he was. He just watched everybody go to the outside and said, "Do you know what? I'm just going to go the opposite line because I can. I know that the grip's there. If I go on the inside here, got that one move done. There goes Carnes back up the inside though, and yeah, jacks the front end in and squishes that front tire in. Joey Swan then gets pushed to the outside at hairpin 2. Tries to come back down the inside. Is he going to come back down the inside? Yes, he is, because Carnes goes wide. Swan takes the shorter line. They're 3 wide. And it is Alex Lynn who goes into that corner first and comes out of it in 3rd of that group. This is the fight for 3rd place overall. Joey Swan now up to 4th. So it's Hall, Gruffity, Carnes, Swan, Lynn, Peabody, Laredo Gomez, Max Hall, Causer, and McNeil now inside the top 10.
Hall is gapping the field here at the front.
Yeah, I said that before. They're 4.7 seconds clear of Jacob Carnes, and he's 1.8 seconds clear of Jake Gruffity now.
The issues that Gruffity and Carnes had in the heats meant that coming into this 3rd heat, Alex Lynn was your points leader with a 1st and a 2nd to Ted Hall's 1st and a 3rd. At the moment, Ted Hall out at the front and Alex Lynn in P5 means that as it stands, even if it was to drop into 2nd place, which seems unlikely given that he's gapping at the front, Ted Hall would start on pole position for the final. 5.5 minutes to go as he continues to pull the gap out at the front of this race with Ted Hall in the 43.
Well, he does, but Jacob Carnes has just gone 0.8 of a second quicker than anybody else on track.
He's going to need to do that lap on lap.
How has he done that? That's 0.8 of a second quicker than anybody else. Now Jacob Carnes is in clear air. The go-go juice has been fired.
Well, again, it's another driver with a lot of track knowledge.
Yes, a long time Jacob Carnes has been running around here. Joey Swan likewise. So Max Hall into the back of Alex Lynn, and Logan Peabody has now got through on Alex Lynn. Oh, drifts wide, and they're 3 wide coming out of there, and that's not going to work. There we go. Smart from Peabody giving that one up. Lost 2 places, but would have been a lot more if there was contact. Credit where it's due for Logan Peabody. It doesn't look good because he's lost 2 positions.
Good decision making.
But good decision making. Long-term thinking for Logan Peabody. He knows he's got the pace to get past Alex Lynn anyway because he's been harrying and trying to get past all race. He just went a bit wide coming out of hairpin 4, just lost traction, and that's allowed Max Hall through.
Hayden Donnelly has peeled off into the pit lane.
There goes Pebbody once again back down the inside of Alex Lynn, who's going to try and get a switch back here. And Pebbody's just going to drive around the outside, and we'll have the inside for hairpin 4. Got good grip going in, and that's that one done for Logan Pebbody. Lynn having to drop back in line, and we'll see whether Pebbody can now catch Max Hall. Ted Hall, meanwhile, still at the front, 51.9. Jake Grufferty, 52.1. Jacob Carnes, 51.5. Brought that gap down to 2.8 seconds to Jake Grufferty, 5.2 behind Ted Hall. I think he's going to run out of time to take victory here, Jacob Carnes, but he is
really good
easily the quickest kart on track.
I still think he's got a chance of P2.
Oh, we've got Max Hall around.
Yeah.
And that's held up Logan Pebbody. No, it wasn't Logan Pebbody, sorry, was it? It was.
No, I think that's Adam.
It was Logan Pebbody, yes.
Yeah.
And then they've oiled up the plug as Logan Pebbody, and he can't get going.
There we go. He's good now, but he just drove over the nose nearly, didn't he?
New fastest lap of the race, Jacob Carnes, another 0.8 of a second quicker than anybody else on track.
Alex Lynn with a contact warning.
I was just looking for his dad.
Oh, that's you just looking out the window, and it completely confused me as to whether it was raining again or not.
No, I was just looking for Nick. Because Jacob's absolutely flying along. And it'd be a nice birthday present for his dad as well.
He turned 50 last week.
He did. And we celebrated with him yesterday by having him cook a big barbecue for us all.
Yes, he did. We put him to work. It was his birthday celebrations, and we all had a good time, and he cooked loads of meat.
He did. He spent all day in front of the barbecue. It was, but no, thank you very much
for that. We are most grateful.
Yeah, very much so for that, Nick, and many happy returns as well on your 50th. It's Jacob Carnes is going to try and bring you a present in the form of.
Oh, there's a chain guard gone. It's skittling
podium
across the start line.
Yes, it's sat right on the start line. Marshall very quick to it. Needs to be quick as well. So somebody's lost that. We'll see who that was.
It's Henry Armitage in the 16. I'm almost certain of, Tom.
Okay.
You'll see when he turns around hairpin 2. There appears to be a void. And he was in that sort of vicinity of things coming off. So we think it is the 16, and the technical defect flag over the start line confirms our suspicions.
Yes, indeed. So that will be a non-finish for that young man, but
Yeah, it's at the start of main
it's Ted Hall, meanwhile, continuing to lead the way, but the gap at the front, Jacob Carnes has shut that to 4 seconds now to the lead, 1.1 seconds to Jake Grufferty, and I think that's the one that we need to be starting to have a look at now. We're still looking at Alex Lynn holding on here.
From Adam
P5,
Corsa.
yeah, from Corsa, Laredo Gomez, Pebbody.
Mark Laredo Gomez.
Yeah, starting to come back through, as is Logan Pebbody, and Max Hall recovering as well from the spin. Jacob Carnes, another new fastest lap of the race, another 0.6 faster than anybody else on track. Gap is 0.4 for second place. There goes Ted Hall in front of us. There's Jake Grufferty, and there is Jacob Carnes. And we're going to try and pick them up on track because Carnes is about to make a move for second place. There goes
I'm going to pick them up.
Ted Hall. That's Ted Hall. That's your race leader.
There
they are. There's Jake Grufferty. And coming into shot now, right on his tail, is Jacob Carnes.
So the pace to catch him has been there, but can he find a way past is the most important thing, as the lines now will begin to cross over.
Well, he caught Grufferty in the early part of that lap and instantly has lost 0.6 of a second off his pace. So going to need to send a move here. Telegraphs it. Down the inside he goes. Can't get it stopped. Grufferty does the switch back and holds the position.
Tight
Then
to
he
the
goes
inside.
deep. There goes Carnes down the inside. Gets
That-
great
oh, look,
drive off the corner.
Gruffety hits the steering
Straight
wheel.
past him.
Frustration. He knows now where Carnes has been finding all of that speed. And it's been hairpin 2 by the look of things. But hairpin 4 is where we need to be looking as your race leader comes out of hairpin 4. It's going to be 2 heat wins and a third. We'll put him on pole for the final. A commanding victory by Ted Hall from Jacob Carnes and from Jake Gruffety. Joey Swan, a lonely but pacey P4. Down in P5, we've still got a battle going on down at hairpin 4 that still has 6 drivers involved in it. And it's going to
Alex
be
Lynn now.
Alex Lynn from Adam Causa, Max Hall, Mark Laredo Gomez, our senior of Oliver O'Donovan in front of Logan Pebbody and Cameron McNeil, and then Holly Swan coming through in front of Ronnie Harrer.
So Cameron McNeil finishing P10 on the road. Sorry, P11 on the road, but 10th in class. Because Oliver O'Donovan in 9th place is the first of the senior runners as well. So, yes, that brings to an end the 2-stroke class. It's Ted Hall taking a well-earned victory. Did the hard yards in the early part of that one and then just paced himself, I think, through the rest of the race. Won it by 3.1 seconds. Great drive from Jacob Carnes as well, and fought his way right the way through the field from a 13th of 16 grid slot, and fought his way right the way up to 2nd place, and was only 3 seconds off the lead.
And an opening lap excursion as well for Jacob Carnes.
Yes.
When had a bit of an eventful opening lap, so confidence for the final for the very least. Whether it's dry by then, I'm not sure. Downpour earlier, Tom, even though the clouds have cleared and the sun is a little bit out, it's not drying that fast.
Well, we've lost the rooster tails, which is the good
Yes.
news. Well, certainly good news for senior pro karts as well, who only run on slick tyres and are coming out next. You can hear the furious clicking. That is me trying to drive the Alpha timing system to bring you a grid, which is going to be going from pole position by Zach Dawson. Danny Bean has had a spin on the outlap and I think was avoided by everybody. So Zach Dawson and Freddie Cowley, Curtis Ewell, Danny Bean, Lewis Jolly, Paul Scaife, Zachary Hudson, Tom Hewland, Liam Edmonds and Joseph Williamson will be the top 10. Then we have Oliver Hall, Ike Needham, Hayden Harris, Lewis Blench, Max Shields, George Ludwell, Bradley Rowe, Darcy Hall, Gavin Pike and Isaac Duff, although I don't think Gavin Pike was going to be back out there, but it looks like he might be. No, he's not.
I don't think so.
No, I saw the orange helmet. I thought it was the orange car. It's not. It's that's
Isaac Duff, who's got his old helmet out because it's raining.
Yeah.
Which may well have a clear visor on, and there'll be no Paul Scaife either because I haven't seen him all day, so it's very unlikely he's just rocked up for Eat Free.
But, yeah, I mean, fairly unlikely. Not impossible, but fairly unlikely. Stranger things have happened. And we are taking our time to get going here, because what will happen is we'll go really slow like this, and then somebody will go really early, and then we'll have a false start.
No, we are away and racing as Zach Dawson leads us up towards the national loop for the first time. All on slick tyres, he's going to slide wide. Can Curtis Ewell hold the line down the inside? We've got a waved yellow because I think that's Freddie Cowley on the grass on the outside as they tiptoe through and up towards the first hairpin. A few drivers taking to the inside line, many going all the way around the outside, which is where you'd expect to find the grip. As the field all has quite a serene opening half a lap. Zach Dawson leads them from Curtis Ewell. It's Lewis Jolly in 3rd place. Danny Bean going all the way around the outside in front of Tom Hewland as Joseph Williamson tries to dive down the inside with Ike Needham on the outside there, trying to find a way through and lurking in the background Here's the 43 of Max Shields.
Well, Lewis Jolly's got a big advantage here because although he's very new to senior pro karts, he is not new to driving around here in the wet.
In hires, that's
In
for
the
sure.
hires, yes.
Competes in the
on
NRG Hire Championship,
but
as
he's
well as
very
many
used-
24s.
Very used to being around here on slick tyres in wet conditions. So he may well be one to watch here for the novice class. And Zach Dawson continues to lead the way now from Curtis Yule, Danny Bean, the aforementioned Lewis Jolly, Tom Hewland, Ike Needham, Maximus Shields, Joseph Williamson, Liam Edmonds and Hayden Harris, the top 10. Ludwell not managing to make much progress so far. He's from 16th up to 11th, so he's up 5 spots. Likewise, Lewis Blench up 3 spots. Biggest mover so far, Max Shields up 8 from P15. Make that another couple.
Four.
Yeah.
4 on this lap. Past Mike Needham now.
So that's 12 spots now for Shields.
So Zach Dawson leads with a good gap at the moment to Danny Bean, although on the previous lap did extend that. Curtis Yule, Max Shields, and
Everybody going right round the outside at hairpin 1.
contact warning for the 13 of George Ludwell,
Except Darcy Hall.
who takes the inside line. And did she take a place there as
She
well on
did.
Zach Hudson? Yes, she did. There is George Ludwell in the 13, who's just picked up that warning. The seniors going really high on the outside where it will naturally dry faster because water runs downhill, Tom.
Well, you've also got, you can see dry patches starting to appear now. And not only that, but where they're running across that patch with the wet tyres, you can see them leaving tyre marks. Lewis Jolly going very sideways. Likewise, Hayden Harris as well. I keep thinking they're going to join us in the commentary box.
Zach Hudson comes in every which way but sideways.
Oh, Danny Bean's off. Danny Bean's off at hairpin 1. Lewis
so
Jolly's off
Jolly,
at hairpin 1.
him. You've cursed him. That's your fault, that.
Why is that my fault?
Because you were saying that he's had loads of laps around here and he's quality in the wet.
Well, he's just taken 2 back at, or no, 1 back at hairpin 2 though. Has Lewis Jolly. Zach Dawson with a new fastest lap of the race last time around. He is looking super comfortable in these conditions. It is really drying out there very, very quickly. You will see the patches here. There you go, between hairpin 3 and 4. And there you can see that the lines that they're taking are reflective of where those dry patches are. They are out there finding the grip.
We go sub 1 minute for the first time as Shields went the fastest, and then Ludwell eclipsed that, but Shields was 0.6 of a second faster than Zach Dawson.
Zach Hudson again. It's Larry through the final part of the corner. There goes, is that Brown? Williamson, apologies. Yeah, but back on just in front of Darcy Hall, so that will be down in 15th place now. George Ludwell said he wasn't making much progress. He's up to 6th now and a new fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, going well. The train in front, I think, is catchable as well because they are all squabbling.
Well, they're 3 wide
Good
coming
line
out of
by
hairpin
Ike
4.
Needham there. He started this lap in P5. He's going to complete it in P3 as he makes his way through and up. Shields there, a full second faster than Zach Dawson.
I thought Zach Dawson was, this was done and dusted for him, but Shields has just gone a second quicker. Oh, no, he's off. He's off. He's back on. His Shields.
Overcooked it is the term.
There's definitely grip out there.
There is. The problem with going all the way out there where there is the grip is that you're adding about 50 metres to your lap.
You're also adding a very high risk of punctures as well. But look at them fighting the carts there. George Ludwell, look, just got it all gathered up nicely out on that drier part of the track.
So currently
Then we've got Curtis Yule taking all of the opposite lines. He's just going, wherever you go, I'm going to go the other direction and see if it's any quicker.
Well, you can't drive through people.
Well, no, exactly. But he's just going, right, I'm going to see if it's quicker over here.
It does amuse me when drivers see the warning and put the hand up and like ask what for. Like we can't give them an answer, can we? An actual text description of what you did wrong on the overhead gantry for the next lap you came round. I just don't get it.
Curtis Yule into the side of Danny Bean twice through that corner and then nearly a half
trying to get it
spin.
stopped. You see the way he was hacksawing at the front wheel.
And George Ludwell is going to take advantage of that, and then Curtis Yule is going to come back with a switch around.
Ike Needham with a look over the shoulder that basically just went, cheers, lads.
That's Yule and Duff picking up contact warnings as well.
Shields is right up now here with Dawson, with plenty of time as well. 3 minutes to go for the leaders to squabble this out. Again, catching on slick tyres is one thing, but finding a way through, given that if you're fast, the reason you're fast is generally you're all doing the same sort of lines, that you've got to go off the line that you're comfortable on and that what you've been fast on to overtake the driver that isn't going quite as fast as you.
There is a...
And he's off. Shields is off again on the outside of the first corner. Pushing and pushing hard and has pushed
himself into the barrier.
Opportunity of leading this race away.
For now, yes, we'll see what kind of pace he's got. He just set a lap time that was 0.6 quicker than anybody else. They are coming down all the time, the lap times here. Getting quicker every single lap as drivers not just find where the grip is, but the track conditions are changing every lap that they get to that corner. Again, it's slightly drier. So they're always getting quicker. And of course, on slick tyres, it's all about being on that dry patch. Just keeping the heat in.
Lost 1.4 seconds to Dawson, did Shields in that. Bearing in mind that prior to that, he was nearly a second faster. So I think Shields has lost 2 seconds of overall lap time.
He's
to Zach Dawson.
Well, Dawson's doing it the traditional way. Brake, full lock, wait for it to grip, power down. Shields is trying to fingertip it around, particularly the entry into hairpin 1, and it's not been working for him so far. But still managing to hold on at the moment is Dawson, but Shields is ever getting closer once again. You can see those dry patches starting to appear now. And as you can also see, Zach Dawson is still managing to find puddles.
They're going to be really tight when they come through. For 2 or 3 laps is going to be the difference, Tom.
There's actually a line through the D chicane where they're constantly running. Of course, they've got heat in the tyres, and so it's starting to leave almost a number 11 of tyre lines through that D chicane. There's a single dry line. Max Shields puts in a new fastest lap, recovering from that spin. Was half a second quicker than Zach Dawson. He's got 1.4 seconds to go to catch. Then he's got to get past. And we may well, in fact, I think we will get the last lap board this time around. It's going to
be very, very tight.
I think we are going to get the last lap board this time around. There's 8, 7, 6. Ooh,
there were 50. It was 59 on the clock
3,
previously.
2. There it is. The final lap board is out. They missed it by about 2 seconds, which is good for Zach Dawson. Not so good for Max Shields.
Half a second faster. Shields' fastest lap of the race, but he needs to find just under a second and an overtake on the 83.
The thing that I've noticed is Zach Dawson is able to match what Max Shields is doing lap time-wise, but a lap later.
Yes.
So Shields is like a lap ahead in terms of where he can see and feel and find the grip. It's taking Zach Dawson a lap longer.
What's also helping is that Shields can see where Dawson is gaining and can replicate, but Dawson can't see where Shields is gaining.
True.
Can't see that Shields was a bit wider there and carrying more speed.
He's getting closer, though.
Back down the hill. There's
he's
one
getting
opportunity
close
here for Shields, I think, to go down, and Dawson, I think, deliberately parked that to stop Shields. Shields is going to go wide for a switchback. Can he get the power down, or is Dawson going to
He's
have
got
it
great
all?
momentum. No, he's head back. He's given up on it as Shields. Zach Dawson takes victory. Coming over the line sideways, Max Shields. Coming over the line sideways, Danny Bean just holding off George Ludwell. So it's Ike Needham, then Danny Bean, then George Ludwell, Curtis Yule, Isaac Duff, Tom Hewland, Bradley Rowe. Then we're going to have Liam Edmonds, who was a bit lonely towards the end. Then it's Lewis Blench, who wins the novice class. Hayden Harris. Lewis Jolly overtakes Joseph Williamson on the last lap for P13 and third in the novice class. Then it was Williamson, Hall, Darcy Hall. Freddie Cowley will then come across the line in P17 with Zachary Hudson in P18. So now we will have the rerun of the Junior Pro Karts Heat 3 that we tried to get going earlier on. If you weren't with us earlier on, we had a lengthy delay due to an incident that happened involving Fen Wheat, who was unfortunately taken off to hospital, and we will hopefully get an update on his condition before the end of the stream so that we can try and bring you a bit of an update onto as to how he is.
He's gone for a precautionary X-ray, Tom.
Okay, well,
and his dad JJ will give us an update.
Well, precautionary X-ray is always a good word.
Well, yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, because precautionary means they don't think anything's broken, but they're going to check.
Always best to check.
Yes, rather than just he's going for an X-ray because we want to see where the brake is.
Well, it said he's gone for an X-ray, but I've put the word precaution.
Oh, you threw the word precaution.
I'm trying to soften things.
Right,
for the
okay.
viewers.
All right, okay. Well,
Cheers, mate.
Oh, I was trying to help, that was all.
Yeah, well, you could help by doing grid for juniors.
I could. Could do that. Why are they not in number order? Right, never mind. Doesn't matter. We will bring you the grid. It's going to be headed by Harry Pennington, with Ben Edwards in second. Reese Cranston will go from P3 with Charlie Henderson in fourth. Adam Roberts will be fifth with Joshua Milburn in sixth. Although, funny feeling he might go off the back of the grid. Then we're going to have Marley Simpson, Ashton Kennedy, Dylan Slack, Edward Rye, Andrew McCrossan, Freddie Battersby, Ashton Horspool, Reese Dodds, Scarlett Whittaker Dunn, Lennon Wright, Elvis Hartley, Ted Hall, Ashton Carmichael. Fen Wheat will not be starting, so will not be in that position. Then we've got Joshua Sullivan, Josh Brown, and Peter Webster off the back of the field. As we said, we think Joshua Milburn might drop to the back of the field, which we've seen a lot with our newer and, shall we say, less experienced drivers. It's a absolutely fine thing to do. Gets you race experience as well. And Scarlett Whittaker Dunn in the the number 7 kart, which will be up for sale post-race. Well, post-final. So not post this race, but post their next race.
Green flag is up and out of the dummy grid. Of course, this race stopped whilst they were all but one of them were on slick tyres, Tom. Scarlett Whittaker Dunn had opted for wets. Would have been the right call, Tom, by the time they collected the carts back in. All of them now on the wet tyre.
Well, another one that's a bold choice. A bold choice, whether to go on slicks or...
It's definitely not slicks now, I can assure you of that.
I think it might be by the end of the race, though.
Yeah, but look at that grey cow then.
Yes, that does look a little bit threatening up there, you're right.
Seniors were still 12 seconds off the pace. It doesn't dry that quickly.
Oh, there we go. There's one round towards the back of the field. As to who it was.
I'm not sure. White helmet?
Blue helmet. White and blue. This one here.
Ted Hall.
Oh, there is Ted Hall. You're right.
Ted. Busy Ted. 2-kart Ted.
Yes, he's going to be very tired, Ted. I mean, Teddy Bear.
Up towards the timing line. The green is down and we are away as the field heads up towards the first corner. So everybody going to get through. Looks like they are for the time being,
I mean,
Tom.
they're 4 wide at one point.
See a few of them bouncing over curbs and heading up towards the first hairpins. A few of them wiping visors, Tom, but out at the front. Oh, we've got a spin. That's the 9 going round of Marley Simpson, I think. A few drivers having to take evasive action. Out at the front, though, Rhys Cranston off 3rd place has got to the head of the field in front of Harry Pennington. Pennington's going to come at him, though, down the inside of hairpin 3.
A contact warning going out for the H-plated Peter Webster, who hasn't yet been to visit us, so that we can wish him a happy birthday. So I'll do it now.
Happy birthday, Peter. In the week, he turned 14.
He did indeed. Happy birthday from us all in the commentary box. Meanwhile, Rhys Cranston leads the way from Harry Pennington, Edward Wright, Ted Hall, Ashton Horspool, who's had a very good weekend, I think it's fair to say. Ashton Carmichael, then Adam Roberts, Joshua Sullivan, Elvis Hartley, and Charlie Henderson.
Ted Hall is up into P4, Tom, having started in 18th place.
Indeed. Joshua Sullivan, who started 21st, is already up 13 places to 8th as well. So our championship protagonists, 1st, 3rd, 4th and 8th after lap 1.
I mean, Ted's already been out in the wet once. It's almost like he's got an unfair advantage. Just winding his dad up on the bank.
Yeah, he's definitely got a feel for the conditions. It was only one race before as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Be interesting to speak to Ted actually and see what the how the conditions changed.
Yeah, and also what the driving styles are like on different tyres, of course, Tom, with the track drying. And he's going to try and go down the inside of Edward Rye there, I think, by the look of things.
Contact warnings for Marley Simpson and Scarlett Whittaker done on that lap.
And Hall's found that the inside line at hairpin 2, Tom, has got, hairpin 1, sorry, has got a bit of grip.
Yep. So Cranston continuing to lead the way, though, continuing to pull away as well. Ted Hall, who has flown through the field from that spin just there on the rolling lap, managed to retake his position, and there he goes for 2nd place.
Just side down the inside, didn't he? He's finding the grip.
Yeah, started P18 for Ted Hall. As we said earlier, and already up to P2. So you're flying along. Harry Pennington now 3rd. Edward Rye, another one with a huge amount of experience here in these conditions. He's up to P4.
Hall had fallen behind Pennington, Tom, up towards the first hairpin. And in fact, Pennington's back down the inside at the 2nd.
Indeed he is. And we've got the 30 of Joshua Milburn is pulling into the pit lane. Doesn't see... Oh, he's okay.
He's holding his Alfano.
He's not Paul Whited it and yeeted it across the track.
Lobbed it away.
mid race.
Hall closing up here on Rhys Cranston.
Contact warning out for Ted Hall.
Again, that fastest lap on lap 1's going to stand for a while, Tom.
Yeah,
I think that need for that chicane, but I think it will probably drop towards the end.
Yeah, I think so. Hall was half a second quicker almost than Rhys Cranston that time around. He's already starting to reel him in. He's dropped Harry Pennington now. He's got back through. Edward Wright able to go with, though. Then we've got Carmichael and Horspool, who are fighting it out. And Horspool, in fact, is down the inside. We're looking a little bit further down the order. That is... It's just in front of Peter Webster, isn't it? So it'd be Dylan Slack, Charlie Henderson.
Half race distance here, Tom. And Ted Hall again, another 2.5 tenths faster. But Harry Pennington as well, matching him on times, is going with him.
Ted Hall's only a couple of tenths off now, fastest lap of the race, which of course was set when we didn't go through the D chicane. So starting to get quicker and quicker each lap. As you can see on your timing column on the left-hand side, those blue lines signifying that that is a personal best lap for the driver. I see Andrew McCrossan going side by side with Elvis Hartley. That's over P8 for Andrew McCrossan. So another one enjoying these conditions at the moment. Ted Hall now right on the back of Reece Cranston as they come over the line. Heading into the national loop. Another personal best for Ted Hall. And now we're only a 10th and a half off that fastest lap. So creeping down. I'll tell you who else is coming. Harry Pennington's coming along for the ride as well. And don't count out Edward Rye. Reece Cranston seemingly struggling at the moment for grip. Off like a scalded cat in the first few laps. Built a big gap, but it's slowly being reeled in by those behind. And Harry Pennington's right there.
Yeah, on higher pressures, Tom. Maybe a little bit too high. So go down the middle of the track.
Look at the front seven potentially closing up as well. They've got a big gap behind now to Elvis Hartley and Andrew McCrossan, who's just spun it a hairpin 3. Oh, and so frustrated with himself is Andrew McCrossan. I think he went for a move on Hartley and just ran out of grip, unfortunately. And went back round, but is back underway now.
The 3 wide through the chicanes as Reece Cranston gets some air. Harry Pennington was on the right-hand side. Ted Hall was right in the middle. Ted Hall's going to go down the inside, up towards hairpin 2. Sorry, Tom, to cut across you. Harry Pennington's getting the switch back. They'll still run 3 wide down the back straight. Pennington's going to be on the inside here. Cranston's going to be all the way on the outside. Ted Hall trying to nose down the inside of Harry Pennington. I think Pennington could well lead up towards hairpin 3 as Reece Cranston comes back down the inside and both grips on the inside there. And they're all squabbling at the front.
Yeah, Cranston then just parked it in in hairpin 4 as they duked it out, but that was masterfully tactical from Harry Pennington at hairpin 2 to V the corner off. Go in deep, sharp turn, accelerate in a straight line out of it, and it got him into the lead, albeit briefly. Back into third. We'll see if he does it again here. It really worked for him the last time. If he does, though, might leave the door open to Edward Wright. Again, there goes Hall down the inside. There goes Pennington with the V on the corner. Look at the drive that he gets out and down the back straight, and he pulls out of the slipstream while Cranston and Hall fight it out. There goes Pennington straight through the middle of both of them.
He's got grip, hasn't he? As then Cranston's going to come back down the inside of Ted Hall there. There's still 1:45 on the clock as Rye and Horspool are closing in on the back of this race.
Look at Pennington again with that V through hairpin 4. And look at the pace he's going to carry out of that corner. It's enough to get him past Ted Hall, not enough to get past Reece Cranston. Head round the national loop.
3 laps to go,
again.
Tom.
Yes, indeed. 3 more times we are going to see this go at it. And Edward Wright, Ashton Horsepool's right there now as well. He's caught up with this train. We've got a group of 5 going into that corner. Edward Rye is going to go 3 wide for second place.
Hall's in the air.
Hall's up and over the back of Harry Pennington.
Pennington having a go at Hall, but Hall had nowhere to go. He was in the middle of a sandwich, really. If you're in the middle of him, you can't back out.
There goes Hall now back down the inside, the 3 wide, and Pennington's going to come off the worst of that one, although he's going to fight it back, and he's going to come out of there in P2 briefly. There goes Hall again, then the switch back from Pennington. Now he's got the drive again, has Pennington. He's got that line absolutely sorted, has Harry Pennington, and it's really paying dividends for him. Every time he's gone into that corner, he has made up a position, and Andrew McCrossan spinning again at hairpin 3. Unfortunately, what was a great start to the race for McCrossan has now ebbed away. Now again, Reece Cranston parking it on the entry into hairpin 2. And look at that drive from Pennington again. He's so good at these hairpins onto the straights. Hairpin 2, hairpin 4. Now he's going to try and look down the inside. Cranston's got that one covered. Rye and Horspool are side by side. Carmichael and Sullivan are catching this group as well, and we are going to have a front 7 going into the final lap.
I think they'll run out of time. And they have been really thrown a lifeline by this lot scrapping.
I think Cranston may well have this one covered. Track is drying constantly now. We've got a new fastest lap of the race, a 55.3 from Joshua Sullivan as they closed in to make it that group of 7. There goes Pennington again. Now, Ted Hall's got to be aware that that's what Pennington's doing. And when Pennington cuts back across, that's it. He needs to be
there
aware.
He goes on the inside.
Great move. Again, we called it. That's exactly what he's been doing every lap as Harry Pennington. Just got to do it again here at 4 and hope that Reece Cranston can't get back up the inside of him here. There he does. Great move from Cranston to get there. And I don't think Pennington's going to be able to get wide enough. He is, but he's going to leave himself open.
Ball off on the outside.
It
is.
It is, but Pennington went too wide, allowed Hall back through, manages to get it back though. Great drive. Reece Cranston takes victory, but Harry Pennington, what a heat 3 for you, sir. Ted Hall in P3, Edward Rye P4, Joshua Sullivan P5, Ashton Carmichael finished 6th. Ashton Horspool recovered from that off at turn 4 on the final lap, hairpin 4 on the final lap. And he takes 7th place. Peter Webster comes across the line in 8th with Lennon Wright and Josh Brown rounding out the top 10. Adam Roberts, Dylan Slack, Elvis Hartley, Andrew McCrossan and Charlie Henderson, the first 15 drivers in your final heat for Junior Pro Kart. Our final heat of the day, our final heat of the weekend. And I would challenge people now to say that if you're on slicks for Honda Cadet, or if you're thinking about slicks for Honda Cadet, bang them on. I wouldn't be on wets out there now.
We're still
there's look at the kink.
Yeah, I don't dispute that, but we're 9 seconds off the pace still. And that's not enough for a transition.
It's enough for me.
It's not.
If you're at the back, I'm
if you're
putting
at the
slicks
back,
on.
maybe, but it doesn't work. You know, you need to be within 3 seconds on the wet.
I'm not saying it's not slippy out there. It's definitely slippy. But by the time the cadets get out there, I think they're going to be... the slicks is definitely going to be the way forward. If you're on wets, then it's that's definitely... I think wets is the gamble now. Obviously, Bambinos are on treaded tyres no matter what anyway.
See,
and we've got another 10 minutes yet.
But they're not going to dry the track.
No, but the sun is.
They won't.
The sun that's out and the sun is in the sky.
I think a well-worn set of wets is still better than a set of slicks at the minute. And will be in 20 minutes' time. Your transition phase will come through R200 and Junior Max. R200 will be the crossover race for me. But we'll see, Tom. Because neither of us can predict the future.
No.
Although we are good at predicting overtakes.
Yes, we're also good at respectfully disagreeing with each other, aren't we? We're very good at that.
Yes.
Everyone's entitled to their opinion, even when they're wrong.
And I think you're silly.
And dive into one of Ronnie Harrow's Haribo. Thanks, Ronnie Harrow.
Haribo.
Ronnie Haribo. Haribo. Looks like I'm going home with a Range Rover, David.
Oh, you just got to find it first.
No, it's fine. I'll just walk around the car park, clicking it.
Beeping everything.
Yeah. Eventually it'll go off. I'll start pointing it at my head.
So the first final then, we'll see Oliver Mullen starting on pole position with Jake Wynn alongside him, Ayrton Tennant and Theo Wagner, with then our Coma Bambinos. Slippy out there, Tom.
Yeah.
Jace Hannon will start on Coma pole with Reggie Rhodes alongside Logan Grassi, Sebastian O'Connell, Bobby James Maddock and Theodore Lee, completing your grid.
Jack, just get your dad to have a look at it, please.
Yeah, a couple of drivers spinning. Jace Hannon as well now round.
Should have put slicks on, Tom.
Yeah, we really want to make sure it's not smoking.
Just
Is it electric or is it?
struggling for a little bit of heat here in these Bambino
Reggie
tyres.
No, Reggie Rhodes has got a problem there. There's something rubbing on the back of that cart, Tom.
There is. Bobby Maddock as well. Almost didn't stop.
Well, look, if you get to pole first, pole's yours. Just drive straight through.
No, mine.
Mine.
Until I'm moved off it.
Squatter's rights.
That's it. Yeah. You know, he needs to borrow a flag from the marshal and put a flag in it. Like, there you go. Claimed it.
Like Graham Souness.
Like the British Empire. If you put a flag in it, it's yours. They're the rules of the British Empire.
Straight. Don't twist in.
So, all of our mighties are rolling into position where they are going to be placed straight on the track.
Yes, straight on the track, not angled at 25, 30 degrees to the right-hand side.
Yeah, Jack.
So all they are gridding up now, the final runners. So Bobby Maddock, who had that fantastic
Jack, number
heat,
28 on pole needs to be straightened up.
heat 3, he is taking position. Second from the back at the moment, but loved the very wet conditions here
Yes, he did.
earlier on. Reggie Rhodes still smoking away there. Dad's told him to keep pumping the throttle as well while his foot's on the brake.
Helpers moved into the side of the track. A few drivers just being made sure they're behind their respective marks.
I'll tell you what else I really like about Bambinos. Proper dad and lad racing still, isn't it?
Mum and lad.
And mum and
Got the mum
lad.
down there as
Apologies. Parent and lad.
well.
Or lass.
Reggie
there you go,
Rhodes,
Reggie
slow
Rhodes.
getting away.
Still smoking as well. We'll see whether Reggie's going to make much of a dent into the distance
We've
of
got
this
a
race.
spin in the mid-pack as well. We'll pick the number out in a minute.
On a 7-minute final plus a lap here for Bambinos.
Jace Hannon's got to the front of Coma in second place.
He
been
has.
Followed by Logan Grassi.
Tell you
and
who's had a
Sebastian
great start.
O'Connell.
Bobby Maddock.
Yes.
Up 2 places already. 3 places already.
Out at the front, though, that's Oliver Mullen with a decent gap already.
We still haven't found out from the owners of Bobby Maddock who
Whether he's Scottish.
where he's from. Yes, I'm sure we'll be told shortly. I hope we will. It is going to be Oliver Mullen comfortably coming across the line in the lead from Jace Hannon and Logan Grassi, and then Sebastian O'Connell and Ayrton Tennant. And then Bobby Maddock comes over the line P6 now. Theodore Lee 7th, Jake Wynn 8th, Theo Wagner 9th, and Reggie Rhodes in 10th. He's from Ormskirk.
Well, he should be Scottish.
Well,
he's
he's a Yorkshireman. Yes, he's a Yorkshireman, you see, right. So, right, that's the other one then, isn't it? He's from Yorkshire. He's a proper Yorkshire lad. He drinks Yorkshire tea. That's why he's gone so fast this afternoon.
Dunk's biscuits.
He's had some go-go juice, and I'm claiming that as Yorkshire tea. I reckon that's what he's had at lunchtime.
Builder's tea. Proper dark mahogany tea. Round goes the overall race leader, Oliver Mullen.
Yeah, he was being caught, wasn't he?
Still leading. No, not leading now in
And Bobby Maddock's gone round.
Yeah, in might he, because through has gone Ayrton Tennant. The top, all three leaders are Comas, with Hannon, Grassi, and O'Connell. And the Coma, we know, Tom, is a slightly easier powertrain to deal with in slippy conditions because you don't get that immediate power burst that you do when that you get from the Mighties.
You see Mr. Grassi having his traditional in-race cigarette as well. While Logan's out there.
It's a nervous time.
It is. It is. It's like no, it is.
I can attest to that, Tom.
I'm not denying that at all, but it's clearly how he calms down because I've seen him 3 times so far during a Bambino race. 3 times had a fag in hand.
Well, Logan Grassi's all over the back of Jace Hannon here as they head round the South Bank corner and up towards hairpin 3. Chopping at the wheel, trying to induce some front end grip. As Hannon goes wide, Grassi trying to chop to the inside. Again, we'll just follow the wheel tracks, and I think we'll largely, Tom, has got another spin. I think it will largely wait for hairpin 2 and trying to get that exit. But we'll need to be quick. We've got a few spinners. Theo Wagner goes round just after Sebastian O'Connell, I think, had an excursion, maybe.
Bobby Maddock, new fastest lap of the race, a 1:04.1. Half a second faster than the leader, Jace Hannon. So Bobby Maddock, after that spin, is now on it. He's got a long way to go, though. He's 9.8 seconds behind with 3 minutes to go.
Reggie Rhodes is visibly frustrated, but is valiantly trying to bring that kart round to the checkered flag in the E-plate. So Logan Grassi tries to go round the outside of Jace Hannon.
Oh, there it goes. O'Connell.
A 360 pirouette.
Oh, I'd give that a 7.
Yes, it was Jake Wynn earlier that had the spin. It wasn't
Driftings during the week. There's Ayrton Tennant also doing a drifting.
And then where is Oliver Mullen, though, to try and take
Jace Hannon and Logan Grassi side by side. Sorry to cut across you, David. There goes Logan Grassi around the outside.
He cuts across Jace Hannon.
And takes the lead. Great move from Logan Grassi. Just got great drive out of hairpin 4 alongside Jace Hannon and takes the lead away for the first time in this final.
Battle for 4th place sees Theodore Lee and Bobby James Maddock up towards hairpin 1 at the moment. Got a stationary car. I think that could be Theo Wagner's 23.
I think it could be Theo Wagner. Reggie Rhodes is still going round, but is a long way off the pace. 1:13s. Probably just trying to get past half race distance or indeed full race distance and pick up points for Reggie Rhodes, which will count for the championship.
I think Maddock has managed to find the way around the outside.
He has. Oh, and there he goes around the outside of hairpin 3 and off again is Bobby Maddock. Continues on once again. Definitely not shy, is he? He's not afraid of these corners. He's not afraid of these conditions, isn't Bobby Maddock? He's not driving through the puddles on the exit of the kink. Just for laughs. I think he definitely needs to stay on for the presentation, Bobby Maddock. He's definitely on my shortlist today.
The problem is you tell everybody that. They all turn up to the presentation.
Good.
It's a ploy, isn't it?
Good. But he's definitely on my shortlist is Bobby Maddock. So I think he definitely needs to attend the presentation, even if he doesn't get a trophy today. In terms of a podium one, he may well be getting one from me and David. Logan Grassi continues to lead the way from Jace Hannon, from Sebastian O'Connell. And he's not getting away too much, isn't Logan Grassi? Reggie Rhodes is still continuing on. 1:21 lap that time around. It's like he's got a stuck brake or something like that. It's just there's just no pace in that. He's about to be lapped by Logan Grassi. He is lapped by Logan Grassi. Is he?
He's getting boxed in. Logan Grassi.
He is. Jace Hannon's going to come back through.
An opportunity to drive around the outside, I think. And does.
And does, yes, with though we'll be getting the last lap board this time around as well. Logan Grassi now with work to do. The blue flags are out on track, but they didn't pick them up until both drivers were actually passed. So without looking around, Reggie Rhodes wasn't aware of what was coming behind him. Chase Hannon used the opportunity and takes the lead.
See whether Grassi can get the run. It was here on a few laps ago that he drove around the outside to take the lead. He's not going to be able to do that next time round, because next time round they'll see the checkered flag.
Yes, 1 lap to go here. As Sebastian O'Connell is in a bit of a race of 1 at the moment with Theodore Lee, and then we've got Ayrton Tennant in behind.
They're nose to tail, though, for the lead in Mighty. I'll keep an eye out on that, because they're going around the national loop at the moment.
That's Tennant and Mullen, that is. 5th and 6th on the road. Meanwhile, in the lead of C50, Jace Hannon and Logan Grassi are side by side down the back straight. Jace Hannon has watched some videos, I think, here from the last few years.
All changed for the lead in Mighty, Tom, as Oliver Mullen has threaded his way through some lap traffic that Ayrton Tennant couldn't navigate.
Well, side by side, likewise, big slide there from Logan Grassi, and it may well be done and dusted here. And then again, it may not. No, another snap oversteer for Logan Grassi coming out of hairpin 4. Jace Hannon should have the momentum here to hold it to the line. They're side by side over the line, but just Jace Hannon holds on from Logan Grassi. Side by side, he beat him by a nose cone. That was the difference. A Bambino nose cone as well, which is about the width of my foot.
300th of a second, the gap between Jace Hannon. So fastest lap goes to Theodore Lee. Oliver Mullen wins in our Might E class from Ayrton Tennant. They had Jake Wynn in between them. Jake Wynn into second place then. There was all action on the final lap. There goes Bobby James Maddock, who sets the fastest lap on the final lap, Tom.
He said, and he eased off over the line. He took his foot off over the line and still set fastest lap. Tell him to come to the presentation. He is right at the top of my shortlist.
We like that. It's a great effort. Stacey Horspool in live saying good luck to Ashton. The final raced brilliantly today. We'll echo that.
Yes, he has.
Courtney Jordan saying well done to Theodore. Theodore Lee just finishing P4 in that race, Tom, in Coma. And overall, having made his way through all of the Might E runners as well.
Bobby Maddock doing his let's have a show of everybody how fast I could have gone.
Yeah.
If I'd not had 2 spins.
1 or 2 spins. Right. Yeah. It's been a perfect day so far for Oscar Somerset, but that doesn't really tell the full story. He's been pushed hard in various races by Jack Thompson, Kyle Kerr, Jacob Jones, Abel Hutton in the wet last time. Zach Zebra's been all up there throughout the day. Aston Wilson, again, similar to yesterday, has had a good heat, a bad heat, and vice versa. And so we've got anyone, Tom, I think, of the top 8 or 9 in this Honda Cadet race could spring a surprise, particularly, Tom, in weather conditions that are continuing to dry here at Teesside.
I'm still maintaining, if you're anywhere below the top 10 in Honda Cadet, slicks is the way to go. If you're inside the top 10, you've got an internal debate. You've got a choice to make. And at the minute, it's a 50-50 choice as to what way it's going to go. But if you can get some heat into the tyres on the dry sections of the track, I still think the slicks is the way to go. David maintains that it's going to be the R200s and the juniors that are going to be the crossover. But I think it is going to be now. Just check something here. So the race results for Bambinos are about to be declared. I was just checking that. Anyway, let's give you the full grid anyway. So Oscar Somerset goes off pole position from Jack Thompson, Kyle Kerr and Jacob Jones, Abel Hutton, Zach Schieber, Sam Vout, Aston Wilson, Calais Tennant and Thomas Chalk, the top 10. Then it's Alex Hatima, Oscar Wills, Josh Finley, Frankie Turnbull, Oliver Reed, Harry Scrafton, Sophia Hankinson, and then Tyler Gruffity, who is our sole Micromax runner, and still just awaiting the all clear to be able to go on the formation lap.
Yeah, send them round.
So we think we're going to get going shortly. So yesterday in Honda Cadet, it went the way of Jacob Jones. Kyle Kerr was in second with Oscar Somerset in third. Today, Oscar Somerset goes off pole position. Jacob Jones from P4. Kyle Kerr from P3. So they're still right up there. These are mixed conditions. And let's see who's taken their brave pills and gone on the slick tyres. It is still damp down there, you can see at South Bank, but there are dry patches through that corner. If you can hold it tight, I think there'll be enough grip there, particularly in a few laps, if you're on the slicks. Tyler Gruffity just hanging back as he's in the Sol Micromax, so he likes to give himself a bit of a run at the start. And here we go. We are away and racing for the Honda Cadet final. Oscar Somerset leads the way from Kyle Kerr, who sweeps round into second place. Head through the wiggles for the first time. It's Jack Thompson then in P3. Ooh, trying to go for P2. And Jacob Jones in P4. We had one off at the back. I think that might have been Sam Vout off at the back of the field now at hairpin 1. Managed to gather it all up and get back going again, but has dropped all the way to the tail. Kyle Kerr, meanwhile, has taken the lead away from Oscar Somerset. Jacob Jones is taking third place away from Jack Thompson, who's now fighting back hard through hairpin 4.
Oh, Jacob Jones off and onto the grass on the outside. He's going to rejoin, but he'll rejoin just behind Calais Tennant.
That's the Danny Bean line.
Which will have him down.
He's gone for his Joker lap.
Placed in the rally cross. So at least he's got his Joker lap out of the way early.
Indeed. Contact warning for the 22 of Oliver Reed has gone out. Kyle Kerr leads the way.
Aston Wilson has had a good start, Tom.
He's had a good day, I think, as Aston Wilson.
Oh, it's a bit up and down, is what I'll say. He finished last in the last heat because he had an off on the opening lap.
Oh, of course he did, yeah.
Beyond that, I think he may
We've
well
spoken
have had
about him a lot, though. Maybe that's why I
think he
thought
might
he
have
was
had a
having a
bent
good day.
track rod or something because it didn't come back through particularly quickly, but there he is
Also
trying to go round the outside of Abel Hutton.
A warning gone out for Oscar Wills, who crossed the line last time around in P10. We've got a group of 7 moving away at the front now from Calais Tennant and Jacob Jones. After Jacob Jones went off, he's starting to recover now. See what he can do. Kyle Kerr still leading Jack Thompson. Oh, side-to-side contact with Oscar Somerset. They continue in the positions they were until Abel Hutton dives down the inside at hairpin 2 and takes advantage of both of them and ends up in P3.
He's going to take that wide line again. Can he go all the way around the outside of Oscar Somerset? I think he can. That is a superb move by Abel Hutton all the way around the outside. We saw one earlier from Oscar Somerset, which ended at the dive into hairpin number 4, but Abel Hutton with a superb move.
Yeah, that was absolutely banging from Abel Hutton. So Kyle Kirk continues to lead now from Abel Hutton. Oscar Somerset is actually Jack Thompson, Aston Wilson, Jacob Jones, Calais Tennant, Oscar Wills, and Thomas Chalk. They are continuing to head round. I'm still trying to see if anybody has gone on slicks. I'm also trying to see, is it raining? I can see a few drops on the side of the commentary box window. Okay, we'll see. Lots of massive hand gestures from the bank.
Warnings for the 8 of Josh Finley and the 91.
Jacob Jones with a new fastest lap of the race.
Was there, been there for a while, actually. So
he was a tenth quicker than Kyle Kerr.
Oh, Oscar Somerset there getting a little bit leery on the back of Zach Zieber.
Yeah, Zieber's having a good final up in P3, seemingly liking these conditions.
Well, I've been here a few times in similar conditions, Tom. Fairly local to the track is Zach Zieber.
Not seeing any hoods up on the bank, so maybe it's not raining too much.
It's just a bit
Still
chilly,
haven't seen who's been brave enough to go on slicks yet.
Nobody, Tom, because it's too wet.
In your opinion.
And everybody else in the Honda Cadet paddock. It's always good to have mates.
Still maintain I'd have done it.
Thompson down the inside of Somerset. Somerset's going to try and go around the outside of him. The poleman then down into P5.
Sam Vought's recovering well after that off-track excursion at Hairpin 1, a lap 1. He's now up to P11, I believe that is.
Sam Vout?
Yes.
Yes.
Just behind Josh Finley.
I think he's just in front of Josh Finley now. I think he might.
Just
now he's
behind
going to go down the inside of Thomas Chalk.
There you go.
Clearly likes the wet weather conditions, does Sam Vout.
Well, he didn't like it on lap 1, but now he's liking it.
Well, yeah, it was on the grass, but I think he just ran out of tarmac, didn't he? It wasn't. He didn't lock the brakes or anything like that. It was just the cart to the left of me and grass to the right.
So, Kyle Kerr doing an excellent job at the front of this race from Abel Hutton, who's also likewise having an excellent race. Jacob Jones now recovering well after that off-track excursion, after his joker lap on the exit of Hairpin 4. And he has made his way through to P5 now with a new fastest lap of the race, and he's back onto the tail of Jack Thompson. They've had a busy weekend between each other. Zach Zieber now under pressure from Thompson. We have this group coming together. So the front two are away at the moment, but then you've got 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, all fighting it out.
Thompson trying to go down the inside of Zieber. Zieber gives him enough space, and that gives Zieber the opportunity to drive all the way around the outside. Frankie Turnbull driving into the pit lane to retire from the final here at round number 6.
Oh, that's a real shame for Frankie Turnbull. But, Jacob Jones still trying to work away on Jack Thompson. Takes the opposite line. He's going to try and cut back. I thought Oscar Somerset might appear on the inside there, but decided to steer back out of the corner and open it up a little bit for himself. Kyle Kerr with a new fastest lap of the race. It's immediately eclipsed by 8th place Oscar Wills.
Yeah, he's drawing up onto the back of this. There he is in the second of the two red and white coloured carts. The first one, effectively, it's black and orange, but looks red on the camera, is Aston Wilson in the 66.
There's Jack Thompson once again in the same place, trying to pass Zach Zieber, can't get it done. Jacob Jones again in a carbon copy move, tried to get through at Hairpin 2. He couldn't get that done.
Hutton's been reeled in there, Tom, for second place actually by this field. I wonder if his tyres are cooked, and if you look at his rear wheel, wouldn't be. You can tell it's just all over the shop at the moment for Abel Hutton in that second place. As Jacob Jones goes down the inside of Zach Zieber, and then Oscar Somerset is forced wide as part of that. He tried to go round the outside. I'm not sure he's lost a place. Yes, he has. He's gone behind Aston Wilson as Oscar Somerset.
And Oscar Wills has closed that gap now. He's bridged across to the next group.
50 seconds on the clock. Drivers lapping in the 50-second mark. So 2 laps to go at the end of this race. Lap, sorry.
Yeah, That's what you said.
100%.
Yeah. Kyle Kerr with a new fastest lap of the race last time around. Jacob Jones then taking 2 in 1. Is he going to get 2 in 1? He is going to get 2 in 1 and goes to second. Does Jacob Jones, yesterday's final winner, peaks at the right time, does Jacob Jones, doesn't he?
He certainly does, and up into second place he goes in front of Jack Thompson, Abel Hutton and Zach Ziebert.
Might have some more raindrops appearing, David.
Not on that window, you won't, because the rain's coming from that way.
But I'm looking out there, and I can see a few drops in the air. But Jacob Jones continuing in second place. He's not going to catch Kyle Kerr because Kyle Kerr is just banging in fastest lap after fastest lap. What a drive for Kyle Kerr this is. So he's got one more lap to maintain it. He's got around about a 4.5 second lead. It's going to be 3.7. That's what I said, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Oscar Wills has got just taken the fastest lap though from P6. We've got Jones, Thompson, Hutton, Giebert, Wills, Wilson, Somerset, Tennant, and Gruffity, the top 10 now. Gruffity in the Micromax. We've got this group that goes all the way down to Oscar Somerset, though. 2nd to 8th. Final lap, though. Halfway round it already is Kyle Kerr. Such is the pace of the orange-helmeted young driver. Heading round to take victory here in the final is Kyle Kerr for the first time here at Teesside. Congratulations to you, Kyle. Jacob Jones will come across the line in P2. Jack Thompson in 3rd. Oscar Wills in 4th. Abel Hutton 5th. Zach Giebert 6th. Aston Wilson 7th. Oscar Somerset in 8th. Tyler Gruffity in 9th. And Calais Tennant in P10. And we've got Oscar. Ladies and gentlemen, we found an owner for the Range Rover key.
Boo.
Boo. I was hoping to take that home with me.
Not the key, the whole car.
Yes, the whole car, but oh well. Did we...
Right, just a gentle reminder, if you haven't got your legs on the floor and you're using a two-wheeled bicycle, don't use your two-wheeled bicycle near a live racetrack. Thank you very much. There we go. Congratulations to Kyle Kerr on taking the victory in Honda Cadet 200. Jeez.
Louise. Jeezy peeps, man. Kyle Kerr and all what that means.
Aye.
Right. 4, potentially 5 carts going out for Honda R200s.
Yes, hopefully whatever happened with Jensen Simpson has been fixed. That would be good, wouldn't it? If we can get him back out and make it a 5-kart race rather than a 4-kart race. Any action in the live chat? Support coming in, of course, from Courtney and from Brian's word for Super Driver Theodore Lee, as he managed to bring himself through up into 4th place. Steve Briggs unhappy with the coverage because we haven't followed a driver that he specifically wants to watch, but hasn't told us which driver he specifically wants to watch. So not helpful. But thank you very much for your feedback anyway. Naturally, when we do have a battle at the front that involves 7 drivers going toe-to-toe, we do generally tend to follow the exciting part there. So it is actually only 4 that we're going to have, as Tom Nichols and Max Platts brings round the front row from George Wilson and JJ Allen. Up we go then as we start this 9-minute plus 1 lap final with Nichols down the inside and Platts going high, wide round the outside, but it's worked in holding on to second place. George Wilson, JJ Allen, it's as we were on the grid. Allen will need to make early progress if he has any aspirations of picking off Tom Nichols and bringing that streak of final victories to a end. So Nichols from Platts, Wilson and Allen through and round the national loop they go at the end of lap number 1. Nichols already starting to pull a little bit of a gap on the rest of the field. And JJ Allen now starting to make some inroads as he goes down the inside of George Wilson into the right-hander. And looks like we may have a bit of a risk taker in this Honda R200 final. There's Nichols, Platts and Wilson head out on wet tyres. JJ Allen reported on slicks. And I did say earlier on that I felt that Honda R200 might be the crossover point on tyres. And Tom will be back in the commentary box in a moment as JJ Allen picks off 2 in 2 corners, at which point I will point at him, go ha ha, and laugh at him. Because I know what I'm talking about.
Only because nobody braved it in Honda Cadet.
Welcome back, Tom.
Hello. But would you like a fun fact?
Yes, I would.
The rain's back on.
Quality, would you like Haribo?
I would, thank
Good,
you.
mate.
Yeah, the rain's on.
Drizzy Rascal.
No, it's spitting. Everybody inside.
Mm.
We'll go and do indoor karting instead. It's much drier that way. Don't have to worry about tyre choices, do we?
No, it makes you rubbish in the wet, though. It doesn't rain indoors, does
What we
it,
could do is we could just put like a big canopy over the top of the track.
Half wet, half dry.
Yeah, and we could do it like you can pull the roof over the top like Wimbledon.
Yes. Get some solar panels up there.
Oh, indeed, yeah. Do you know what? That's a great idea.
Track.
What a great idea. Maybe we'll do half the track that way, and then it can rain on half the track and be dry on the other half of the track.
They need to make the barriers that nobody
Like
hits
Spa.
out of solar panels. Them ones up at the top of South Bank. Make them solar panels.
Mm. Anyway, we've got a race.
Yeah, despite the fact that Tom insists it's drizzling, JJ Allen continues to put in the fastest lap of the race.
He is. It's spitting, but it's not raining. It's not enough to wet the track.
No.
But it is enough for a slick-shod driver to drive off into the distance.
Nichols is down to third here, Tom, behind Max Platts.
He is for now, but the rain, I can already see, is starting to get a little bit heavier.
He's visibly frustrated.
The Allens are up on the bank with a brolly.
Nichols.
If only the boy had one.
Nichols is visibly frustrated here, Tom. Doesn't seem to look at the back end sliding round. Some of that, I imagine, is induced by the driver's frustration.
Well, the problem is he's cooked his rear tyres in the dry conditions by going on wets on a dry track.
But now it's starting to drizzle,
and the more he's sliding them, the hotter they're going to get, and the worse the grip is going to get. What he needs to do is just calm down, keep the tyres in and 4 wheels in line.
Yeah, he's not doing
and
that.
The grip, no, he isn't, and the grip will come back to him. He's also been on a rally driving course.
JJ Allen is the full radius of South Bank almost in front of the rest of the field.
But now
he is on slicks.
He is on slicks, but now the rain is coming down. How long before Max Platts can catch back up?
There goes Wilson down the inside of Nichols for 4th place. Well, Allen is now 3 seconds off his pace, Tom.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
But at the same time, Platts and Wilson aren't faster either.
No, they're still a second a lap slower.
The slick is still faster than the wet.
But you can see it on the camera how much the rain is coming down now. And that is going to be wetting the track. And that isn't going to be working in the favour of JJ Allen, who's got 3.5 minutes plus a lap to hold on in a track on dry, slick tyres that is getting wetter and wetter and wetter. The thing is, he's got himself a gap. Oh, hang on. Weather update from the Allens on the bank.
Brolly's still up.
Well, the Brolly came down a minute ago, which says to me
right.
it stopped, and then it's gone back up again. Like Michael Fish up there.
52 for
Michaela
Allen.
Fish.
Still faster by nearly a second, actually, to Max Platts and George Wilson. Here's JJ Allen. So whilst we have got spots on the screen,
they're going slower.
He is still faster.
But the wet running tyres aren't going quicker.
Yeah, now the Mojos are a stickier slick. We'll see that in Junior Rotax shortly as well with the slick. But then the Pro Karts are on a harder Dunlop compound that takes longer to get the heat into the tyre and is not anywhere near as sticky.
Oh, look at the drift from Nichols. I mean, we saw this in Heat 3, didn't we? But I wonder whether he's gone with that same set of tyres, and they are just cooked from Heat 3. Got no grip left in them, and now he is really fighting it. And this is the one where the points for the championship are paid out handsomely in the final. And Tom Nichols is currently running 4th.
Now, looking at Nichols' car, and we always know it does have quite an aggressive rake. They have that kart set with the rear quite low to the ground in terms of its chassis position, with the front up at its normal height. But them tyres, the rears, look fairly well inflated, whereas if they'd have gone down to somewhere like 12 to 14 PSI, you'd expect to see a little bit more squish in the sidewall and the rim looking a little bit closer down to the tarmac.
Well, it's one of those where the driver is the only one who can influence that now. And what he needs to do is recognise that the kart's sliding all over the place and just ease off 5%, get all 4 wheels in line, get those temperatures back into the right window, and the grip will come back to him. But instead, he's just chucking it around like
a dog toy, Tom.
Like a dog toy, David. There's your bingo card. Tick! Ladies and gentlemen.
Again, he's looking back to his left-hand side.
Because it's handling like
it's not handling very well. So, don't know whether he thinks he's got a problem back there, and he's certainly chopping at the wheel on the way into the corner, but Allen leads comfortably. 2 laps to go at the front, and the times are starting to edge back down again here into the 51s. Allen's still faster than Platts and Wilson and Nichols as well on the wet tyre, and Nichols takes a little bit of time out of George Wilson, but not enough to get the pad out to write home about, Tom.
Doesn't seem that way, no. Just under a 1/10 of a second quicker is Max Platts. So timer has ticked down to 0. These finals are going to come thick and fast because of the reduced time that we are running to here today. Lights are on the edge of the circuit. It's that dark at the moment. Final lap board is taken by JJ Allen. Looks like he's going to hold on, barring any spins or incidents on this lap, but it will be all of his own making. 6.3 seconds the gap. It's the first time that Max Platts has been within 0.5 now of JJ Allen, but the slick tyre is still slightly quicker.
Down the back straight he goes then, JJ Allen. Half a lap from home here at Teesside as he makes his way round South Bank, just tiptoes and takes it steady as he exits hairpin 3. The mechanic made the right call on the tyres, but the driver has still got to handle that kart. He rode it out in the opening couple of laps in the tricky conditions, got to the 4, drove off into the distance, and JJ Allen wins at round 6 here at Teesside from Max Platz in second place. George Wilson will be on the podium as well for the first time, in front of a despondent Tom Nichols, who brings the championship leading 74 over the line in P4.
Indeed. So, that's the Honda R200 stump. Next will be our junior Rotax and senior Rotax final. Ted Hall's going to go off pole position in that one. Alex Lynn will be alongside. Jake Gruffity will be in third, with Jacob Carnes in fourth, Max Hall in fifth, and Logan Pebbody in sixth. Adam Causa is in seventh. Ronnie Harrer is in eighth. Mark Laredo Gomez will be ninth. Henry Armitage will be 10th. Cameron McNeil will be 11th. Joey Swan will be 12th. Aidan Donnelly will be 13th. And the final junior Rotax runner, Oliver O'Donovan, will go from pole position in seniors. 3 wins from 3 so far today on the freshly tyre shod Oliver O'Donovan kart. Then we have Holly Swan in second place in seniors, and Paul Swan will go from P3.
Yeah, we're good to go. We're good to go.
And heading straight out will be the junior and senior Rotax field. Green flag from the dummy grid is on, and leading us out was actually Alex Lynn, but he goes from P2. Ted Hall will take position for pole.
You're all about, Tom. I imagine we're all on slicks. I'm just having a quick look, because you can normally tell by the colour of the rim as to what colour. Joey Swan late out the gate there, Tom, down in P12.
Okay, well, he's
be
got time to
towards
make
the
up.
tail end of the field anyway. Is that Max Hall having a spin as we back this one up early? There is Joey Swan. He's round the outside. I don't know if he's got a problem or whether he's just going to slot back in now.
I think he was just trying to find his position, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, should be behind. There he is, behind Henry Armitage, nicely slotting in. They are slow again. Well, it's Ted Hall bringing them round at a pace that.
Speed up a little bit. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, we can measure this one definitely in ice ages.
Can't beat the distance.
1 day, 2 days, 3 days.
You know, some of us have got to drive home to Glasgow yet.
Got work at 8:30 in the morning.
Good luck getting there on time.
Actually, drive straight to Barnsley from here.
Here we go. Right, they've got the message. They have sped up slightly,
The problem here is that seniors
and then they've slowed down again.
the seniors are going to be on them immediately.
Yeah, I mean, they can't go any. The seniors can't go any slower without stopping.
No, senior could win this overall at this rate. They're that close. Green is up. Power down. We're away and racing as we head up towards the national loop. We go 3 wide as Jacob Carnes is going to try and go all the way around the outside. And Jacob Carnes, with a start and a half, has got the drive. And Jacob Carnes flies round the outside of Ted Hall and Alex Lynn to lead the opening lap of this race. Jake Gruffity in 4th place. Max Hall as then Ronnie Harrer goes side by side with Logan Pebbody down the back straight there, pursued by Henry Armitage and Adam Causa.
Indeed, heading around, it is going to be Jacob Carnes with a comfortable lead so far. Doing everything he can to get this one won on the opening lap. He's gone full Vettel. He was almost 3 seconds faster than anybody else on that opening lap. A second and a half clear now. Gruffity down the inside of Hall almost loses it and spins out, but manages to gather it back up. Ends up costing himself a position to Max Hall, and then fights them both back, and he's possibly going to take them both on the inside to South Bank. He is! No, he's not! Yes, he is. No, he's not. And then the 3 wide again further back.
Max Hall, then Ted Hall. Jake Gruffity, that's Ronnie Harris going to try and go round the outside and down the inside. I think there's a...
Oh, was that Adam Causa? Out of hairpin 4. I think it was.
There's a few here on wets, Tom.
But, contact warning for Joey Swan. Yes, indeed. Jacob Carnes now leading by 1.9 seconds. Another 0.4 quicker than anybody else out there on track. Absolutely flying. Jacob Carnes.
Ted Hall's getting mugged down the back straight here. As he knows, he's managed to hold on all the way around the outside. The 95 of Joey Swan gets a contact warning as he slides down the inside of Ronnie Harrow, but it wasn't for that. It was for earlier on, as that's Jake Gruffity going down the inside of Max Hall in the foreground.
There's Ted Hall now.
Second place now, because Alex Lynn's fallen down to P4.
That's Ted dropping down the order, though. Joey Swan's just passed him as well now. So Ted Hall down to 6th. I'm wondering whether Ted's on wets. Yeah. Is he? I don't know. I can't see from Richie whether he's giving us a yes or no. But Jacob Carnes still moving away. 1.982. So almost out to 2 seconds now. That's Logan Pebbody giving a tap of the helmet to Ronnie Harrott.
All going round the outside suggests that he is on wets because he's got the grip round the outside, but everywhere else, them tyres are burning themselves up. Gruffity has reeled Carnes in, Tom, and in fact has got past him at the national loop.
What? He was 2 seconds in front.
Well, now he's 1 place in front. And that's it. I think Gruffity's on slicks.
Has Carnes got an issue? Carnes is slow.
Oh, yeah, very slow on the exit of hairpin 2.
Jack, there's something on the track here, just before the barriers.
It's not a lot of that. Bit of pickup. And for Jacob Carnes. And whether that's, again, Tom, whether that's wet tyres that have gone off rapidly. Gruffity is on slicks, as is Max Hall. And I think everybody else, Tom's on wets. Is the looking at things going through here.
That'll be why Carnes went off so quickly,
yeah,
then, because he got the heat in the tyre straight away.
And an update I've had from the bank suggests that that is the case.
Joey Swan's got to be on slicks then, surely.
No, I'm told that I think we've got 2 that are on slicks. I'll check for you in a minute.
No, it's an engine mount.
Oh.
Did anyone see what that car that came off of?
Oh, we've lost an engine mount over the start-finish line as well for somebody. So somebody's going to be driving around with a very wobbly Rotax. There goes Jacob Carnes over the line now. Joey Swan is on wets.
That's probably his engine mount then.
Yes, there is Paul Swan coming
Rolling in.
Yeah,
He was on slicks too.
Yes, pulling into retirement.
Can you tell Paul Swan he's lost an engine mount? We've got a main flag.
Holly Swan, meanwhile, is P12. Oliver O'Donovan in 15th. So we will see what those tyres are when they come round. I'm surprised that Oliver O'Donovan's not on slicks if he is not on slicks. I wouldn't be surprised at Holly Swan being on slicks. Here comes Ronnie Harrott. There he goes. Max Hall with a new fastest lap of the race. Only half a tenth quicker than Jake Gruffity. And the way that they have driven off now on those slick shod karts, those 2 that are on slicks, they're almost a quarter of a lap in front of Jacob Carnes, who led, what, the first 4 or 5 laps of this race?
Yeah. Yeah.
Round! That was Alex Lynn and Logan Pebbody, and Pebbody's back going again. Is he? Slowly. He's got to wait for the engine to clear out, for the carbs clear. There it goes. Now it's up to speed again. Oh, that's such a shame for Logan Perry. He just came together with Alex Lynn. I'm not sure who was at fault there. I couldn't see it. I just caught the end of it looking out the commentary box window. But Jake Grufferty and Max Hall still setting personal best laps. Joey Swan, meanwhile, around the outside. And then on the inside of Jacob Carnes, down the back straight. That's for P3 and the final step of the podium.
Carnes is back at him down the inside of South Bank and is holding on. But the two leaders on slicks, Tom, are nearly half a lap clear.
Well, they're 3.5 seconds a lap quicker. 3.5 seconds every lap.
Third place is crossing the line now, and the leader is already round hairpin 1.
Yeah.
Gap is 13 seconds. That is a third of a lap.
Yeah, they are absolutely flying. That was definitely the way to go. As Jake Grufferty looks to add yesterday's final victory to one today. And we've got the 16 there of Henry Armitage, who's about to go a lap down. So unpredictable, these weather conditions. It really is a gamble. You're going to either... Look, it's 50-50. You're going to get it right or you're going to get it wrong. Joey Swan, side by side with Jacob Carnes once again and still can't find a way through. There they are on screen. Carnes continues to try to hold off the charging Joey Swan. I think if Swan can get through...
Max Hall, Tom, on the
drive
previous
away.
lap, set the personal fastest lap of the race, was 0.3 of a second quicker and is now only 0.6 off the back of Jake Grufferty. I think that gap might have gone out ever so slightly this time round. Indeed, it has, as Grufferty stems the tide at the front. This battle for third, though, still going on with these two wet runners going in. Swan goes down.
Swan late dive to the inside, was well covered by Jacob Carnes, saw it coming and blocked the move. Super defensive driving from Jacob Carnes. Alex Lynn, meanwhile, comes across the line now, and he is 3 seconds behind this fight. But if they keep slowing each other down like that, he's not going to be long until he's on the tail of these two. He was significantly, it was 1.2 seconds quicker last time around.
Jacob Carnes very defensive here on Joey Swan. Swan is going to have to think of something.
Just the latest of late turn-ins from Jacob Carnes. He just hung Joey Swan out there until the last possible moment to be able to turn in. And there was no way through there for Joey Swan. He gets good drive, but ends up pushing Jacob Carnes along over the start-finish line.
Alex Lynn has took 2.6 seconds out of them two in the last 2 laps alone, 1.2 and 1.4.
I
Gap
said
is now
coming.
1.7. Well, I say they're backing them in. Jacob Carnes is desperately holding on to third place by parking that cart and slowing down Joey Swan, but Swan has got the switch back scouted and they'll run side by side down the back straight towards South Bank, and I think Swan may well be through. As Ronnie Harrer goes down the back straight in front of...
Carnes switches back and takes the position back, though.
Cameron McNeil for what I believe to be 6th place for Ronnie Harrer, as Cameron McNeil has a nibble down the inside at Ronnie Harrer.
There is your fight for third place. Meanwhile, the fight for the lead is nose to tail as
Coming
well.
out of hairpin 4,
Yeah,
yes.
they're coming out of hairpin 4 and they're side by side. And Jake Grufferty is just holding on from Max Hall as they start their final lap. We'll try and pick them up on camera. They are heading through the national loop now. Jake Grufferty holding on with the tightest of fingernails.
Lap traffic may well come into play here, Tom, because they're all battling for position on their wet tyres, and these at the front are nearly 4 seconds a lap slower, or faster, sorry, and they're catching up, and they may well come into play as they head round South Bank for the final time. Grufferty's going to dive down the inside. Hall's in there as well. Can Hall box Grufferty in? Hall's going to go down the inside.
Block
Gets
pass.
Block pass. What a block pass. Grufferty's not happy, but that is a superb block pass. Textbook block pass by Max Hall.
Yeah,
Max Hall wins for the first time in Junior Max here at Teesside from Jake Gruffity. The battle for third will still be going on. It's
They're
down
half
the
a
back
lap
straight.
behind.
Joey Swan is alongside Jacob Carnes down the back straight towards South Bank. And Alex Lynn is right on the back of them as well. They'll come into camera shot now as they head up towards hairpin 3. And Joey Swan is in the lead of this battle for third place. Swan trying to get the cart stopped, pitched in, drive out of the corner. Joey Swan will be on the podium for the first time in Junior Rotax, pursued by Jacob Carnes and Alex Lynn. There's your top 5. Cameron McNeil, P6, his highest finish at Teesside in front of Adam Causer and Ronnie Harrer. Holly Swan takes the victory in our senior class, and Max Hall is already round and celebrating on the way in. What a superb move that was, Tom, into hairpin 4.
Indeed, Jake Gruffity remonstrating and really not happy with it, but when he watches it back, he'll realise that that was a textbook block pass. Max Hall just put his cart, the back end of his cart, in front of Jake Gruffity's and just went, right, just push me out the corner then.
Yeah, superb. And use that lap traffic as well to
Exactly.
stop Gruffity getting the rotation.
That was a perfect overtake from Max Hall, and it's got him race victory here in the final of Junior Rotax. Senior Rotax went the way of Holly Swan, who ended up 9th on the road. Oliver O'Donovan finishing 14th. Paul Swan retiring from that one, and they actually managed to lap all the way up to 11th place, did Max Hall and Jake Gruffity, by virtue of those slick tyres.
They were 35 seconds clear of anybody else as well.
It was definitely the way to go. Still maintain it would have been the way to go in cadets, but nobody was brave enough. But anyways, we will never know. Moving on, we will bring you the grid for our senior Rotax race, senior Pro Kart race, which will be coming up next, and then we will have our juniors going off last.
Have we got a grid for juniors there, Tom? Ready?
Yes, I will have, but we're on seniors first.
Yes, but earlier on it hadn't been published, Tom, so I was just wondering if we had one ready to go.
June. Oh.
See what I mean? 'Cause
Yeah,
in about 30 seconds, when they come out, they're
making me
going
doubt
to want
myself
to
now.
grid up, aren't they, Tom? So, cheers for patronising me there, mate.
You're all right, mate.
It's all right.
It's what I do.
Thank you.
Would you like a cherry?
No, I'm all right. I'm going to dip into the non-sugary Haribos instead.
You know what?
Dip into them. Deep.
Right, let's bring you a grid for senior Pro Kart first. We'll worry about juniors in a minute. Our top 5 are all Pro Class. In fact, we've got 6 Pro Class drivers here today. And they are all in the top 7, with the cream rising to the top. Maximus Shields will go off pole position. George Ludwell alongside Zach Dawson in 3rd place. The sugar from the cherry's gone down my throat. Isaac Duff will go from P4 with Ike Needham in 5th. Curtis Yule will lead the club class from P6 with Bradley Rowe in 8th. Danny Beam will be the final Pro Class driver in 7th. So Bradley Rowe, Liam Edmonds, Joseph Williamson finishes the top 10. Then the first of our novice runners in P11th. Oliver Hall, Tom Hewland. Hayden Harris will be the second of our club class runners in 14th, with Darcy Hall in 15th, also novice. And then it's Lewis Jolly, Zachary Hudson, Freddie Cowley, and then Gavin Pike and Paul Scaife will not be on the grid for the final.
No, Gavin Pike here with us earlier, but not taking part from lunchtime onwards due to an incident, and no Paul Scaife here today at all. So.
Ooh.
From what David and Tom were saying,
Bit
he was in front.
Bit of carnage there.
297
As the senior Pro Karts get themselves into some semblance of order.
all good.
Just about waiting, just about getting himself sorted out now. Max Shields, I think, asking if the pace was okay, getting a nod from the marshal. And they're away and racing for the final. George Ludwell got a good start, though, chopped across in front of Max Shields and leads us around the national loop for the first time. Isaac Duff challenging around the outside as well. Oh, Max Shields took a lot of curb at the exit of the Wiggles and into hairpin 1. Still second place. Danny Bean down the inside of Ike Needham for 6th place. 5th place. Apologies.
Shields testing whether this has got any grip on the inside. The answer is
yes.
Yes, there is.
More than George Ludwell had in the middle of the track. And then parks his car on the inside there and doesn't allow Ludwell to get the switch back. And Max Shields will lead us over the line.
I don't think I've ever seen him that wide out of that hairpin 4 ton, but obviously didn't want Ludwell to try and get the run back on him.
Contact warning for George Ludwell, pushing Max Shields on into hairpin 3. Wasn't quite a bump and run, but definitely was a bump.
Ludwell's trying to go down the inside of hairpin 2 on Shields, and they'll
is.
run side by side. I think by the end of the straight, Shields might have enough to come across in front, and indeed
Just about,
does.
yeah. Put a big black mark on the front of the nose cone of George Ludwell, though.
Now sponsored by Dunlop.
Yes. And MS Carter rear bumpers. Dawson, don't count him out either. He's right there. Danny Bean through to 4th place now.
Always goes well in the sort of slippy, drying conditions, does Zach Dawson.
The man after my own heart. I liked these conditions.
You're a drying conditions man.
I am, yes. When it goes from wet to dry, it just makes me smile because I hate driving in the wet.
I'm a sitting in here and shouting about it, man.
Yes.
This time, Ludwell's going to try and get the switch back on Shields, who's slowly going to angle
Oh,
himself
he got
over.
Ludwell just opening his way through there.
Ludwell was alongside, and
he was.
Shields was always at risk of being turned around.
Well, he did it the previous lap, but he actually managed to get across, and Ludwell was too far down this time. Too far down the side of him. We've got a warning going out for the 811 of Joseph Williamson. Ludwell leads the way. Zach Dawson and Danny Bean are still there, as is Isaac Duff, Curtis Yule, Ike Needham.
Down the inside goes Shields on Ludwell in the national loop.
He had good grip through there, and again...
No, he had good bump and run.
Well, it's just been returned by George Ludwell, who gave him the bump and run into hairpin 1.
So then we're going to go wide with the pack in the background as Zach Dawson's going to end up on the outside here, and he's going to struggle to get back in by the time they get to hairpin 3 because there's all cars there. Can he stay in line for 4? Yes, he can, and that minimises the damage somewhat for Zach Dawson. He returns in P5 in front of Ike Needham and Curtis Yule, Bradley Rowe and Liam Edmonds. Cart led back then to Joseph Williamson.
Yeah, indeed. And Ludwell continues to lead the way for now. I thought Shields was going to pop out there and dive to the inside, but elected not to. A contact warning going out for Bradley Rowe, who's 2nd in club class. So we've got all our pros in the top 6. Then we've got most of, if not all, of our club runners 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. Then it's all of our novice drivers, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th. It's almost like we seed them based on skill, talent and experience. And it works. Oliver Hall and Freddie Cowley, the only outliers in 17th and 18th. Danny Bean knew fastest lap of the race, but they were fastest laps for George Ludwell. Then it was eclipsed by Max Shield, and then that was eclipsed by Danny Bean. So getting faster out there. Fair to say, the track is drying once again.
Shields now is looking a little bit more racy, Tom, now that cart's come up to temperature, and Ludwell is feeling the need to park the 13.
Yeah, and Bean is starting to reel in the front too as well, and Isaac Duff's not going to be too far away either, but Danny Bean, fresh off the back of a win in Rallycross.
We're getting a calm down, which I think say effectively blocking.
Yes.
The that you can white line to an extent, normally opening lap and final 2 ballpark, and I'm not saying that is black and white, so don't come at me if you've got a
Who do
problem
they think
with
they
it.
are? Falkus and Lucas?
Yeah, don't come at me if you've got a problem, but you can't just get to the front and then proceed to white line it the entire race, because that's not a race, and it's not just here, that's everywhere. You get to, and you also get
Who do they think they are? Nigel Mansell in Monaco.
Yeah.
Danny Bean down the inside of Max Shields for second place. Oh, and got through as well, did Danny Bean. And contact warning for Hayden Harris during that lap as well. Max Shields down to third and under pressure from Isaac Duff.
A little thumbs up there from Shields to Duff, I think, for just helping push him through.
And Danny Bean with the new fastest lap of the race. So he's got pace here as Bean, as we said, fresh off the back of a rallycross win yesterday. Drove all the way up from Liddon Hill. And potentially going for the win here in Senior Pro Kart. And he really will be double bubble, Danny Bean. Oh, Isaac Duff and Max Shields come together at hairpin 4. Zach Dawson's going to take full advantage of that and get past both of them.
The gap was there, I think, for Duff to pop that kart in there. I just don't think Shields expected that
he would do it.
That he was going to overtake him.
And another fastest lap for Danny Bean. And to no one's real surprise, Isaac Duff picking up a contact warning for that. Zach Dawson, though, took full advantage, back up to third. There goes Shields, can openering his way through at hairpin 1.
And now Duff and Needham side by side.
Yeah,
on the
they
exit.
came together, and look at the gap that's made now to Isaac Duff from that train in behind. So Zach Dawson and Shields now moved away from this train, who are still fighting it out, still can't get themselves into any kind of order. Curtis Yule side by side with Bradley Rowe, who's going to get the upper hand there. It's going to be Rowe on the inside who holds position. And another fastest lap for Danny Bean. They're both getting quicker. Ludwell and Bean are getting quicker every lap, but every lap, Bean is about half a tenth quicker.
Yeah, he's going to be right on him.
So there goes Ludwell, still leading the way just as Bean starts to challenge. Oh, there goes Shields down the inside of Dawson. And he got that one through there.
Yeah, got it completed. Good move by Shields on Dawson.
And we've got a black flag going out for Isaac Duff.
Yeah.
One.
We were following the train
sure.
in front.
Yeah, must have been a bad one if he's got a black flag, but we've must have been accumulation throughout the day potentially for that one. But Shields now moving clear of Dawson, just flashing through the front of the shot there. There is the aforementioned Isaac Duff just holding off Ike Needham. Then it's Bradley Rowe. Then it's Curtis Yule. Then it's Joseph Williamson, Liam Edmonds, and at the back of that train is your novice class leader, Lewis Blench, who, able to go with the club class runners, is able to drop Tom Hewland and Lewis Jolly. Not sure that Duff has seen the black flag or not. I didn't see any acknowledgement of it, and he's certainly not slowing down.
No, he saw it. He shook his head.
Oh, right, okay.
As in, I don't necessarily agree with that.
Right. Well, he's been passed now by Isaac Duff, and he's been passed by Bradley Rowe. Meanwhile, at the front, Danny Bean is about to launch an attack on George Ludwell and then backed out of it.
Maybe doesn't want to show his hand too early.
Well, we've got 42 seconds, 41 seconds plus a lap to go.
Shields still in third, but a good distance
Isaac Duff
back.
is coming into the pits. Ludwell continues to lead, meanwhile. So a lap and a half to go. New personal best for George Ludwell, but still can't eclipse the overall fastest lap has been set by Danny Bean. We'll see whether he's got anything left in terms of pace, Danny Bean. He's certainly taken a lot of life out of the tyres to get to the position he's in.
These two were both on new at the start of the day because Ludwell made that decision to run old yesterday, new today, and then Danny Bean on new today because he wasn't here yesterday. He was taking part in the Swift Sport British Rallycross, where he took a class win.
Max Shields is not able to go quicker either than the front two, so I think it's going to be third place for Max Shields. George Ludwell very much leading the way into the final half of the final lap. They go round South Bank for the final time. George Ludwell leading from Danny Bean. Has Bean got anything that he can offer in terms of challenge to George Ludwell, who goes defensive, defends fresh air? Danny Bean's going to get a good drive and good run out of hairpin 4. He's going to start to draw alongside, but backs out of it. And George Ludwell will take victory here in Senior Pro Cup from Danny Bean, from Maximus Shields, from Zach Dawson and Ike Needham. Bradley Rowe wins in the club class from Curtis Yule and Joseph Williamson. Liam Edmonds comes across the line in P9. 10th place for Lewis Blench, who wins in novice from Tom Hewland. Lewis Jolly in P2 in novice comes across the line P12. Then it's Oliver Hall. Darcy Hall finishes third in novice in P14. And Zachary Hudson, Hayden Harris, Freddie Cowley and Isaac Duff will be classified as potentially 2 laps down, but under black flag. 1 to go, David.
1 to go, Tom.
Have we got a grid?
I've got one here. So, Junior Pro Kart will see Reese Cranston, as we've said many, many times, on pole position. He'll have Ted Hall alongside him on the front row, Joshua Sullivan and Edward Rye on the second row, with Harry Pennington and Ashton Horsepool on row number 3. Ashton Carmichael will start P7. He's got Peter Webster alongside him with Adam Roberts and Scarlett Whittaker Dunn completing the top 10. Elvis Hartley starts P11. Charlie Henderson in 12th. Dylan Slack and Andrew McCrossan in front of Lennon Wright and Ben Edwards. Marley Simpson, Reese Dodds. Josh Brown will start P19. Ashton Kennedy in P20 with Joshua Milburn and Freddie Battersby on row number 11.
There we go. We are about to get going for our final race of the day. We thank you all for joining us today. It has been a slightly extended day due to an incident in Junior Pro Kart Heat 3.
Again, we wish Fenwick well.
We do. And yeah, sounds like we will be getting some updates shortly, but that he is not in too bad a way is what we hope. Well, I'll have that gummy bear, thanks. They're about to head out shortly for the final race. Thank you very much to Optim Oil for sponsoring the series along with Makes UK. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to go racing today. Infratech, ARC Plant Repairs, Metro Plum, HRS Racing Engines, Garage 29 Graphics, MS Kart Racing Technology, Heroes 4 Homes, and our main series sponsor, NRG Karting as well. Thank you for allowing us to put on this stream and bringing it into your homes, onto your laptops, onto your tablets, onto your mobile phones, into the palms of your hands, and most importantly, bring David and myself into your ears.
10 more minutes plus 1 lap of action to bring the first double header of the season to a close. We'll have another here in October, sandwiched between either side of the round 7 in September. Before that, the British 24-hour in 2 weeks' time, live in its entirety with 24 hours of commentary from myself, Tom Butterworth alongside me, Ewan O'Leary and Joseph Black as well for the 2026 instalment of the British 24-hour. 85 plus teams expected to take part in that event. Many of the drivers that are taking part in this race will be racing in that race as well.
In both Pro Car and hires.
Okay, Kat? No?
Yeah, I've got a herd of angry
We're about to go racing here. Our final race of the day is underway, and it's headed by Reese Cranston into turn 1. Ted Hall tries to go round the outside, but will have to slot into third behind Joshua Sullivan. Then we have Ashton Carmichael. We had a couple in contact
Adam Roberts,
there.
Ashton Horspool around.
Yeah.
It's been a good day so far for Ashton Horspool, Tom, but
It has.
the
And
final
a real
not
shame.
quite going his way. There's Ted Hall defending Ashton Carmichael for third place already on the opening lap. And Ted Hall, who's had a very fast turnaround, remember, Tom, from...
Of course, he was in the junior road tax
race.
race.
Yes, he was, wasn't he?
But there goes Ted Hall now with a tap of the helmet to, I think that was to Ashton Carmichael to say, come on and work with me. But he's already starting to pull away. Reese Cranston leads the way, though, from Joshua Sullivan, Ted Hall, Ashton Carmichael, Edward Rye, Peter Webster, Elvis Hartley, Charlie Henderson, Scarlett Whitaker Dunn, and Andrew McCrossan inside the top 10. Nice to say that. Andrew McCrossan inside the top 10.
Yes, absolutely. Currently in front of Harry Pennington, who is just being attacked by Dylan Slack down the back straight. Pennington had a stellar third heat.
He
Tom,
certainly did, yes.
We moved into the finals.
Yeah, Harry Pennington was lightning in the Heat 3. He was off the track there
that's
at
Harry
hairpin
Pennington
3.
off.
Yes,
Yeah, I think
lightning
he's
in
got a
Heat
problem.
3, off the track in hairpin 3.
Yes, he got a problem though. He's looking down to his left-hand side.
I think he might have... Did he lose an engine?
Well, I'll let you know. No, that's too much pace for one motor, but I don't know if he's going to bring it in now.
I wonder whether he restarted it.
Yeah.
What's something wrong with the steering, maybe? He's kind of wiggling it about, trying to feel it. Well, that's not going to help things, is it?
Up and over the curb there. Don't know whether he was so preoccupied with wiggling the steering wheel.
Meanwhile, Edward Wright has just removed Ashton Carmichael from fourth place.
Sullivan and Cranston will go side by side pod to side pod up towards the D chicane. Cranston trying to stick it all the way around the inside as Sullivan goes round the outside as they went side pod to side pod pretty much all the way out of the final corner. Didn't see any tyre smoke though. It was just literally, it was pod to pod.
I may have
the two of them.
Shut my eyes briefly there while I was scared. I didn't want to look.
Ashton Horspool starting to come back through the field as he goes down the inside of the 64 of Ben Edwards. I think that's for P13. Edward Rye down the inside of Ted Hall for third place. And the leading duo will need to be wary, Tom, because we know how quick that young man can be in the 66.
Indeed, and he's going to bring Ted Hall along, Peter Webster, Ashton Carmichael, and Elvis Hartley. And it's almost like we know what we're talking about, David.
Right on cue, Edward Rye with the fastest lap.
Whoa, Reese Cranston!
Down the inside, takes a chunk of curb and sends it down the inside of Sullivan to retake the lead.
Goodness me! He went airborne over the final curb.
We've got a spin.
It's Andrew McCrossan. Oh, no. He was going so well. He was going so well. I think it's Dylan Slack who was also involved in that. Oh, that's got him. What a move that was, though, by Reese Cranston. He got airborne over the final curb and then basically had no choice but to go down the inside of Sullivan.
Yeah.
Because otherwise he was just going to go through Sullivan.
He went to do the overtake. He lined the overtake up. That's why he launched the curb.
Mm.
It wasn't a mistake by any stretch of the imagination from Reese Cranston.
Committed to the lead, I think he was there.
And that has allowed, once again, Edward Rye to close up as both Sullivan and Cranston were miles away from the apex on the inside of hairpin 1. Ted Hall is going with Edward Rye as well, and will
ducking down behind the
try
wheel
and push Rye up onto the back. They had Ashton Carmichael with them early at the start, but he's now fallen behind Peter Webster,
he has,
who's in 5th place at the moment, and so Elvis Hartley going with them as well. Good to see Hartley up there for the first time in a while.
Ted Hall's going with Edward Rye once again, who put in a new fastest lap of the race last time around. This time eclipsed by Joshua Sullivan.
Pushing away, I think, is the plan, I think, with Sullivan and Cranston. We know them two can go toe-to-toe. We watched it most of last season.
And most of this season.
Yeah, but this season they've had
others.
what was the supporting cast last year for most of the season have really become main characters
They certainly have.
this season. Warning for Ashton Carmichael coming up on the overhead gantry in front of the commentary position, Tom.
Indeed, and there goes... is that Hartley? I think it was. There goes Carmichael and Elvis Hartley through hairpin 4. It was Elvis Hartley, yes. Coming across the line in front of us. Charlie Henderson in the 61 as well. He's going well. 8th place in the final. Scarlett Whittaker Dunn, well inside the top 10 in a cart that's for sale in about 4 minutes, 14 seconds time plus a lap.
I don't know, maybe she should be reconsidering the retirement. Maybe she should be reconsidering the retirement.
It's putting
for sale.
It's putting that cart very much in the shop window. So Cranston and Sullivan are still nose to tail, as are Rye and Hall. I think Rye and Hall are just in the same mood as or same frame of mind as Sullivan and Cranston, where they've got to work together until the final couple of laps, see where they are, see where it shakes out.
Well, if they're like this, they'll start scrapping with probably a minute and a half to go. But if they're going closer to these two, then
they'll start scrapping with these two with about a minute and a half to go. That's got to be the aim, though, is to bridge the gap, and that's what Hall's doing now. He's going to push Rye along, and in fact gives him the signal there, just look forward.
That normally, as soon as Rye turns around, bang down the inside into South Bank.
No, it's the one in front. If the one in front says, push me along, then he gets overtaken. It's when the one behind says, no, just keep your eyes forward and look forward.
That's the law, isn't it?
That's the one where you work together. Yes, you don't tell somebody I'm going to push you along and then send it down the inside unless you Jack Dex.
Yeah.
Who did that in Le Mans last week.
Standard Dexy.
Yeah, you can never trust that man in a car at all. Very funny, though. He literally went down the front straight and went, you go, I'm going to push you along. And then sent it down the inside of the next corner.
Yeah. But did he win, though?
He did, yeah. Very funny. So there goes Cranston, still leading the way. Edward Rye and Ted Hall are bridging that gap, though. Slowly, but surely. Half a tenth quicker.
They need the leaders to start scrapping before they do.
Yeah, but it's not going to happen, is it? Unless Sullivan can launch it here. No, he can't. Cranston's going defensive, though, and that is going to help them behind. The question is, though, and this is the tactic from the one in front, is if you back them up, you're leaving the person behind you in the train open to attack, while you could just drive off into the sunset, potentially. Because they'll get to them before they get to you. Does that make sense?
Yes. Tom there with some gamesmanship tactics.
Well, it is, isn't it? It's physics. In a way.
Still nose to tail by the leading duo. Fastest lap, though, by Ted Hall now in P4. There's been half a tenth per lap, Tom, between Cranston, Sullivan, Rye and Hall.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely nothing. This is your, this is your Champions League. This is your top four in this class. There's a Hall down the inside of Rye.
Right.
The chance for the win's gone, but the chance for a podium is on. And a change for the lead as well. Is that? Yes, it is. Change for the lead, change for third place.
All change. All
aboard. As Sullivan leaves the door open on Cranston, we'll try and go round the outside. He's introduced to the curb. 2 laps to go. Sullivan's going to have to do it for a third time, and that may well give Hall and Rye a chance.
Somebody went, right, there's a minute and a bit to go, plus a lap. Now's go time. Everything was nice and calm, but Rye and Hall have switched positions, and that has stayed as it was, unlike Cranston and Sullivan. Cranston really early on the
brake check to stop Sullivan getting the run.
He was just early on the brakes, wasn't he? Just defended, was trying to force Sullivan to the outside. because that would then allow Ted Hall down the inside, and then Sullivan comes through at South Bank, finds a way.
There's Hall as well in the mix. Hall's down the inside, is he?
That's going to surprise Cranston.
And, well, Rye's there as well. They'll run 3 wide.
And Rye is going to go side by side with Cranston, and that's going to help Sullivan drive away. And it's now Cranston, Hall, and Rye fighting it out for second on the last lap. Can they bridge that gap to Sullivan?
It's
Sullivan
only 3 kart lengths, isn't it? It's still time.
This has got to be the most perfect few corners for Joshua Sullivan. If he starts defending fresh air, they're going to be on him, and they're going to be past him.
It wasn't particularly fast round hairpin 1, but I think he'll have enough not to defend up towards South Bank. And round hairpin 3, if you can take the wide line at 3 and hook in, there comes Ted Hall down the inside. Will he need to defend at hairpin 4 is the question. Cranston's going to dive, but he's going to dive from too far back. And for the first time since this meeting last year, it's going to be a win for Joshua Sullivan from Reece Cranston, Ted Hall and Edward Rye. Peter Webster, a superb P5 for the H-plate. Ashton Carmichael round the outside of Elvis Hartley for P6 on the final lap as they run to the line. Carmichael, Hartley, Ashton, Horspool, what a run, lad. That is a drive and a half from being in the wall
From
and last
dead
on the
last
opening lap
on the opening
to P8.
lap.
Congratulations. Charlie Henderson and Scarlett Whittaker done. That's Hartley, Henderson and Whittaker done. Again, your top 3 in that club class that we spoke about. Adam Roberts as well was in the wall, Tom, and he's come through to finish P11. He's had a decent day. Dylan Slack, Marley Simpson, Ben Edwards, Andrew McCross and Harry Pennington. Josh Brown, Reese Dodds, Lennon Wright and Joseph Milburn, your 20 runners in our junior class to take the checkered flag.
And I'm just going to give all of these drivers a round of applause as they come over the line. Excellent driving from all of them. Ted Hall punching the air. Very happy with the podium as well, having missed out yesterday. No, he didn't. He finished 3rd yesterday, didn't he?
In both, he had a trophy in both classes.
He
Tom.
did, yes. Well, in fact, I said to him, he needs to do the same tomorrow so that he could bring, and he needs to bring both trophies to the presentation with him, and then he can like double fist, like go home with 4, have a photo of him with 4 trophies.
Ted, like
Triple trophy Ted.
Tedward trophy hands.
I like that. Right. So that's going to wrap up our day's racing here, our weekend's racing, because we had the double-header weekend. Of course, if you haven't caught up on round 5, then you can do that on the YouTube. Feel free to do that. Give us a like, give us a subscribe. It would mean the world to us, and it helps us bring you more coverage here from TSK-Media. It's not a ploy to just go, right, we're trying to do it to get likes, to get notifications, all that kind of stuff, and get it out to you and advertise to you. We're doing it because it helps us keep the stream going. Without it, we don't have one. We can't bring you the footage.
Exactly. And if you would like to watch what we term as the greatest spectacle in UK motorsport, in 2 weeks' time, we'll be live here from the British 24-hour race on the full international circuit. 85 teams vying for glory as we race twice round the clock for the 2026 instalment of the British 24-hour. Many of the drivers you've seen today will be there. Tom will be there. I will be there. Hopefully, you will be there as well. We will see you soon. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Hope you've enjoyed a great weekend's racing. And we'll see you in 2 weeks' time for the British 24-hour.